Tell me. Tell me.
In today's story, we finally get the start of the Battle City Finals. Being an honorable tournament host, surely Seto Kaiba will make sure all the participants arrive before starting, right? Right? Make a WWE-like style entrance into the arena, all my fellow feature outlaws. This is It's Card Game First Humanity, and I'm the NKK Double G. Back with another recap of Duel Monsters, a show where no one can hold themselves back from cackling like an idiot every 5 seconds. So as per usual, if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like, hit up the Patreon if you want to support me. Leave a comment telling me, just like Kaiba, if you'd forgive someone for trying to capture and possibly murder your brother, as long as you got the card from them that you really, really wanted. Just like the writers wanted the recap to have no mention of Jean-Claude, and he was such an important pit stop to take on the way to the giant stadium where Seto Kaiba has already arrived. Waiting for his competition, if you can call them that, little does he know Marik and Odion are already in the bleachers smoking weed.
Go turn on the lights. I thought I heard something.
I know it may look like Marik just couldn't contain his normal hyper-loud witch cackle, but I promise you Odion is just secretly really good at telling dirty jokes. Kaiba turns on 500 high-power lights as he senses the disturbance. Clearly the gang has arrived. Also Duke is there for some reason. Just like anyone who played video games before DLC was invented, the gang wonders why this place is still under construction and seems very unfinished. I guess it just slipped Kaiba's mind. Here's some very important keycards for you all to get around this empty stadium. Security is very tight, and even though there's maybe like 10 of you, I'm definitely going to forget all of your faces if you don't have this very important key card. Expecting the other 4 shortly, all of a sudden the wind begins to pick up as someone else is making their entrance. Not really sure how they just got stage effects like that to happen, but this person must seriously have some edge.
You think you know me?
You think you know him? All he needed was some smoke and a large duster, and that's Ed. And Joey walk up to him, immediately recognizing that that's Namu, the friendly stranger who saved Bakura. Someone who Teo really still wants to sleep with, and someone who Joey doesn't seem to trust anymore. I don't know, maybe it has something to do with the fact that you constantly had his voice that he barely changed at all in your head, constantly telling you to kill your best friend. Namu says ever since they ran into them, he's been winning every duel, which should be an instant red flag. But unfortunately, Teo is still under his control, not because of the Millennium Rod, but just because she's still massively turned on by his beautiful brown body.
And maybe he's not so bad after all. What do I know?
Oh, Joey, I'll give you the same 3 words of advice I'd give my 5-year-old self on the day that I met my stepdad. Give it time. It's that the wind is blowing. Someone else must be arriving. Yes, I was right. This time it's Bakura, who shocks everyone because the last time they saw him, he had a serious boo-boo. Could he be okay and have a duel disc, they wonder? How else could he win 6 locator cards and enter the finals, he says. I mean, that checks out. Yugi doesn't believe for a second that Bakura recovered so quickly, so naturally let's have a flashback about it before the wind starts to pick up. Someone else must be coming. That someone being this tall, shadowy figure in a robe that Joey swears he's seen before. I think his name is Marik. Joey instantly threatens him as if he's gonna beat up someone 2.5 times his size, although if he spars with Tristan, yeah, he probably could do it. I mean, the only reason he's not doing it right now is because he's saving up all his energy to play a children's trading card game. Kaiba then says a line that I'm 99% sure I've heard word for word used in a WWE storyline before.
I should disqualify you right now for capturing my little brother.
Since this is a very prestigious tournament and only 7 of the 8 people are here, let's start the exposition, shall we? The final should be arriving soon. Oh yes, here they are, on this huge blimp that was just hiding behind the stadium waiting for the right moment. Dueling 4,000 feet in the sky, Mokuba is way too excited to tell everyone to get on the blimp and start the final. And according to Kaiba, supposedly will take off when the 8th person arrives.
Aw, yeah, baby. I'm kicking butt on a blimp.
So is that some sort of, like, goal in life? I mean, blimps are like a 6 out of 10 at best in terms of cool ways to travel. Kind of lame. The suits try and stop the cheerleaders from getting on board the blimp, but Serenity starts crying because of course you can't go more than about 5 minutes without doing so. Cousin Kaiba decided to just let them all on board because we're taking off right away. The 3 god cards are here. Fuck the 8th duelist. I'm an honorable host. They decide to follow his orders, but oh shit, I think the wind is blowing. Someone else must be coming. Yes, it's Ishizu, who magically has a duel disc despite not being entered into the tournament, as well as 6 locator cards that she definitely didn't take from Jean-Claude, who was still in the fetal position a few blocks back. This massive freaking blimp takes off and reaches 4,000 feet in about 3 seconds because of course it does. Serenity thinks Joey for bringing her with him despite almost leaving her behind.
And the last time I checked, monkeys can't fly.
Okay, am I just supposed to believe that Kaiba hasn't seen 1 episode of Dragon Ball? Dragon Ball? Bitch, don't play. Kaiba has some advice for Yugi that he better start using Slifer in his duels or he has absolutely no chance to win. Once he has all 3 cards in his deck, he'll be completely unbeatable because Konami/Pegasus will never, ever release better cards, better monsters, or just Nope, they never get better. Thanks to the very important ID cards on this blimp may be full of 10 people, everyone goes to their assigned rooms so Joey and Serenity can have some more crying time together.
I think Yugi's room is bigger.
He's not talking about his room. The rest of the freeloaders, I mean Joey's friends, rate everything he has to his name, including this cheese in the fridge that's apparently very rare to find. And if he's talking about black diamond, white sharp cheddar from the heart of Nebraska, then I really want to be on that blimp right now. I seriously do miss it. Since he's had 2 drinks, Tristan is totally hammered already, making the grossest face ever. Deciding now is a good time to try and hit on Serenity and ask her to go to the freezing cold windy balcony together. Unfortunately for him, Duke does not respect the bro code, literally pushing him aside with one arm so he can use the same idea on her. This makes Tristan super sad, then he instantly pulls a Marik by going over to Joey to start consoling him. He says thanks buddy for not sleeping with Serenity while I was off trying to murder the rest of our friends. Well, and then this lesser goon make the tragic mistake of trying to tell Kaiba that the 8th duelist has arrived, something that's already happened hours ago and they had plenty of chances to do so. Quickly being reprimanded by Mokuba, who says that he wouldn't be surprised if their boss fired them for interrupting him while he was trying to play with his children's trading cards.
I may have missed out on winning the duel.
Why is that white? Why is that white? Out of all the colors you could have made that fruit juice, you made it white. Do I even have to say anything? Why did you make it white? Marik monologues to himself because that's what we need more of, a vague plan explanation of something that we've all heard 1,000 times anyway. Seriously, I'm starting to hate Marik. Also, I love how they never explain how his control over Taya never broke. Guess Yugi's gonna have to duel Taya too. Speaking of Yugi, we head back to his room where he's committing a serious violation by literally bending his cards as he decides to put Slifer in his deck. Like he's the protagonist of the show. The king of games should be setting a better example. Ami quickly appears to scold him properly before we head into another monologue about how the gods will clash in the final. If we're not on the winning side, it could mean the end of the world. No one really knows what that means if that happens, but it could be the end of it. Also, how was Bakura good already? That was weird. You don't remember? That's okay. Here's the flashback about it. You know, about Tristan throwing it off into the jungle and then it appearing around Bakura's neck within the span of an episode. You remember that?
You can't predict the path of a Millennium item.
As the one literally bound to one of them by destiny. Nolan screams over the intercom, demanding everyone head to the main office to decide the roles for the tourney. Ending the episode with Yugi doing an epic transformation because someone happened to mention the word dueling. Well, that's it for this episode. I want to thank you all for watching, and of course, a shout out to all my patrons. If you're wondering how do you get the wind to blow so you can have an epic entrance anytime you enter the room, I unfortunately still haven't figured it out yet. Well, besides farting. This has been the man from Worth with all the growth, ladies and gentlemen. Be the character you know you're worth. See you Friday. In today's story, we're just gonna forget what I wrote down 2 weeks ago and then proceed to make fun of me for having a voice that cracks every 2 seconds. Seriously, it's gonna happen at least once. We're finally back, all my fellow and future outlaws, as this is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I'm that NAKA Double G. Here with that recap that I know you missed, the Battle City Finals just started, and I guess nature itself really wanted to give us all a sense of suspense. As per usual, if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like, hit up the Patreon if you want to support me. Leave a comment telling me if, like Bakura, not even a large knife wound in your arm would have stopped you from entering the finals of this tournament. Tournament hosted by Seto Kaiba, man according to Joey, who made the foolish mistake of leaving a buffet of fancy food out in the open for him to devour. Constantly mumbling to himself about how he's gonna take out Marik before stumbling into Bakura. Yes, Bakura, how did he get his locator cards in such a short amount of time? I mean, it took him like 20 episodes and 3 reoccurring characters for him to get his.
Let's just say I didn't give those fellows much choice.
So, no details on that. You just casually didn't give them a chance inside of a graveyard in the happiest tone ever. Yeah, honestly, Joey, if I was him, I'd be a little freaked out too. That's not normal. Walking back to the gang, Joey asks Kaiba, what's the holdup with this tournament? I'm in a rush to lose here. This forces Kaiba to talk to his caller to get the festivities started, not because Joey asked him, but because he wanted to. Oh shit, it's the bingo machine go, because of course even the RNG in this show has to look like a fucking dragon. Randomly determining your opponent moments before you actually head to the duel, because what is deck preparing? Everyone has a specific number assigned to them. Don't you remember yours? We didn't tell you any of them. Let's reveal them all on a Super Smash Bros.-like intro, except for number 8, because she's a lazy bitch. She refuses to get up off her ass because she knows it's not gonna be her. I love how Kaiba's hosting this tournament and he just doesn't care about any of this.
No way he healed that fast.
Healed from what, Joey? I'd love to know the exact description of the injury that he suffered from. I'd love to know. Oh wait, this is 4 kids. The first 2 balls have been drawn and it's been decided. Bakura versus Yugi will be the first duel of the finals. Yugi in the first duel of something? That's never happened before. Bakura says he thinks this will be fun. Yugi says he doesn't trust him at all. Kaiba says he thinks this will be interesting, revealing that he apparently has more respect for Bakura, someone he's never dueled before, than Joey at all.
My necklace tells me the Pharaoh will struggle in this duel.
Man, what a fucking powerful Millennium item. To think someone would have a challenge in a finals match. The duel's about to begin, but to everyone's surprise, it's on the top floor in this blimp that apparently has floors. The gang all gets to head up together to watch from the sidelines. Unfortunately for Yugi and Bakura, they must take an elevator together like an old married couple that's refusing to speak to one another.
I must win this. The fate of the world depends on it.
Bitch, you say that every time. Naturally, a blimp has a dueling arena that opens up on the top of it because fuck wind chill or the concept of cards blowing out of your hand whatsoever. Something that Kaiba claims is a good thing, playing at freezing cold temperatures despite being the only one with a large duster that probably has built-in heating. Both combatants step onto the dueling arena as Yugi demands that this figure reveal who he really is. She obliges by revealing the Millennium Ring around his neck, surprising everyone else in the crowd, especially Tristan.
I tossed that thing into the deepest part of the woods, miles from anywhere.
Yes, Tristan, you threw that necklace literal miles away with your right arm. Actually, it's Tristan, so maybe. Namu is fake confused, asking what's going on, allowing Joey to just casually tell him that these are magic items that allow people to do better in children's card games. No elaboration needed at all, just know that Yugi's item is good and Bakura's is bad. If only they knew Bakura was secretly working for him and how little convincing it really took. Yugi wants to know if he entered the finalist to continue his quest to gather the Millennium items, something that amuses Bakura for him knowing in the first place. Too bad even he doesn't know what he plans to do yet, so you'll have to wait another 190 episodes first. In the meantime, I'll just steal it after I get the Millennium Rod, even though if I won this duel, I would just win it already in the first place. Bakura goes full Bond villain, getting way too cocky, revealing that some of Yugi's new friends may not be so friendly at all. That he has no idea what's going on in this tournament, and maybe Bakura's not working alone. Maybe he's working with one of the maybe 3 new people that have been introduced into this season. Man, it'd just be so hard to guess. Bakura then says the one line Vegeta has to come to grips with anytime someone mentions Goku.
If you could have defeated him on your own, you would have done it by now.
The duel begins and everyone, oh my god, why is his face so off-centered? It's like Konami was in charge of this one frame and printed it like a Yu-Gi-Oh card. Bakura goes first because no one knows why coin flips don't exist. Summons a portrait secret in attack mode with no back row and ending his turn, making our hero Yugi very suspicious. Although he knows he's up to something, Yugi is pleased to summon Gazelle and wreck the great value version of Mona Lisa for 300 points of damage. Hitting one card face down before it's back to Bakura, who shows us why he's all in the finals by setting the gross ghost of fled dreams in attack mode and then ending his turn. Like you couldn't think of any other way to send 3 fiend monsters to the graveyard. It's not like it's that big of a painful choice to think of something that could do it. Yugi takes advantage of Bakura's amazing skills by summoning Gamma to the field, destroying the gross ghost and attacking directly with Gazelle, bringing Bakura down to 2,000 life points already. Everyone is thinking Bakura is a chump, even pissing off Marik as well, but the truth is this just kind of happens in all of his duels. You just kind of have to learn to deal with it.
I don't see your monster.
Perhaps that's because he's a spirit.
Spirit monsters aren't out yet, bro. Gotta wait for a certain green-haired psychopath to join the fray first. For some reason, Yugi doesn't summon another monster this turn, destroying the Headless Knight and attacking directly again and leaving Bakura with a measly 450 life points. Forced to say the same thing any spectator today says anytime they watch a modern duel go past turn 3.
Something strange is going on in this duel.
Somehow Bakura makes the weather pick up around him, telling me that Yugi is a fool and did exactly what he wanted him to do. Because God forbid you try any other way to get 3 fiends into the graveyard. Everyone but Kaiba believes it must be a bluff, but for some reason Kaiba still has faith in this duelist that he's never watched before. Now that he has 3 fiends in the graveyard, he can summon the almighty Dark Necrofear to the field. A 2200 attack point monster that he really didn't have to take almost game-ending damage to summon.
That monster's creeping me out.
Me too, Tristan.
How the fuck did Joey make his eye do that? I swear to God, the animators are just experimenting with him at this point to see what they can get away with. Kaiba says he knows of one card in Yugi's deck that can stop anything Bakura throws at him, but is he man enough to play it? I'm not sure, Seto. I'm also not sure why you keep talking him up and saying that he led Yugi like a dog on a leash through this duel. He really does love that analogy, doesn't he? Kaiba might be the kinky one. Bakura sets 2 cards face down and doesn't attack and ends his turn. He'll do it when he's good and ready. Definitely not a low amount of life points to gamble on in a strategy that could have been stopped with 1 fissure. Attributing Gazelle, Yugi summons the second sexiest creature known to mankind, the first being me, of course, Dark Magician Girl. Oh, by the way, you fool, I reveal my face down card that I set 2 turns ago that would have been completely useless until now, Magical Formula. Raising my Magician's attack point to 2500 and destroying the Dark Necrofear and leaving you with 150 life points. Aren't you lucky that I just didn't have a better equipped card? Bakura is having a wonderful time now that the Dark Necrofear has been sent to the graveyard, as it allows him to play this powerful field spell card from 2019 brought back from him from the future.
It's the evil eyes!
Pretty sure I said the same exact thing to a chick at a club once. The episode ends with Bakura monologuing about how the Dark Sanctuary is an evil that Yugi has never seen before and never will experience again. What he doesn't know is that Yugi already saw Joey in a dog suit about 40 episodes ago, so nothing can scare him at this point. Well, that's it for this week's episode. I want to thank you all for watching, and of course a shout out to all my patrons. Sorry about the huge time gap, but goddamn, my voice just did not want to come back. You can kind of still, it's not at 100% yet, but doesn't mean I ain't gonna stop these episodes. We roll it. This has been the Man from Earth with all the girls, ladies and gentlemen. Glad to be back, and we're also over 600 subs. I want to thank you all for getting to 700. Let's do it in a month. 1,003 or so. Oh yeah, later. In today's story, our hero Yugi has to face one of the scariest things a duelist from 2003 can possibly encounter, a field spell that actually does more than just one thing. Stare into the eye of Osiris, all my fellow and future allies. This is his card game versus humanity, and I am the NKK Double G. Back with another recap of that very scary children's card game called Duel Monsters. Luckily, you have me to watch it here for you, so you don't have to. As per usual, if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like. Hit up the Patreon if you want to support me. Leave a comment telling me how short this duel would have been if Yugi just had any back row removal whatsoever. Just any. But too bad for our hero, because the episode begins with the entire field surrounded by a mist caused by Dark Sanctuary. The field spelled so powerful that it keeps your opponent in a constant state of fear, and I know what you're all thinking. Those mouths and eyes are pretty scary, but the truth happens to be that that's actually the censored version. The original was covered with nothing but ojamas. Bakura is a smart person who doesn't just give away all his strategies and information, telling Yugi that he's protected by the ghost of Dark Sanctuary instead of just letting him attack and find out for himself, because we all know you definitely don't have to tell people shit on this show. Yugi attacks with Gamma, but it backfires immediately, releasing a gas leaf from its back that attacks Yugi directly for half the monster's attack point. Bakura, on the other hand, gains those same life points before taking his turn to activate the Destiny board. Also known as the definitely not just a Ouija board, even though it confuses Yugi as he doesn't seem to know what it does.
I saw one of those things once at a haunted funhouse.
You may not know it there, but he was actually just talking about the fat chick he slept with last summer. Yugi demands that Bakura explain what this card does, as he claims that it allows him to communicate with the Shadow Realm, which just, no, it doesn't. I'm like 99% sure that this duel was never a shadow game. The first letter is revealed, F. And after 5 turns pass, Yugi will lose the duel immediately as it spells out the words that describe his worst nightmare. Bakura says this looks bad, and just like a good brother said a response by saying yes, if he doesn't summon Slifer soon, this will be all over. It'd be a nice moment if Kaiba had actually responded to him instead of just thinking it all to himself in his head. Bakura's turn, he activates Dark Door, allowing Yugi to only attack with 1 monster per turn, before declaring that he must tribute at least 1 monster per turn to keep Dark Sanctuary alive. Let's see what monster he chooses.
And next I'll play Earthbound Spirit.
Pretty sure that was a trap card that you just set face down like a monster before actually summoning Earthbound Spirit to actually, tribute it. Both cases of which it was either a trap on the field or it was a double normal summon and Yugi didn't question any of it. Just, nope, yup, this is all normal stuff. It's Yugi's turn and he draws the ever-useful Karibo, setting it in defense mode before making a very important decision. If he attacks now, he'll be able to win the game, so let me just attack with Dark Magician Girl. Oh wait, she's possessed too. Turns out Bakura can just choose a monster every turn to possess. That's a bummer. Not that he, that's how it works, but he just keeps actually telling him about it. Yugi's life points go down to 2,000. While Bakura's go back up to 2150, ending Yugi's turn, so you all know what's about to happen.
Tell me!
Jesus, give me a second. I was just about to summon it. Activate it. It's like he really does just say, tell me a lot, doesn't he? Second letter is revealed to be I, making Yugi cocky, saying that he won't have enough slots in his duel disc to finish the rest of the Destiny board. Little does he knows that Dark Sanctuary allows him to possess both his monsters and allow him to have up to 10 spell or trap cards on the field at the same time. I know, right? A field spell that can do more than one thing? It's like, welcome to 2019, bro. Devlin then reveals the secret to becoming a celebrity on TikTok.
Maybe he's overthinking all this, and the key is not to think at all.
Bakura summons the good old Sangan, finally a monster that aligns with his strategy of needing fiends every turn to replenish to actually keep Dark Sanctuary alive. I'm sure you have 3, right? It's not like Kaiba's gonna give a shit how many you have in your deck in this tournament, so that's 3 turns right there. Bakura ends his turn and decides to possess the Dark Magician Girl, because according to him, possessing the strongest monster on Yugi's side of the field is something he'd never expect. The perfect plan. Yugi needs to figure out who's possessed, drawing in a big shield gardener and setting it down in defense mode and changing nothing about the game state. Making a smart move for once, Yugi attacks with Gamma, thinking his weaker monster won't be the one that's possessed. But unfortunately, he's not smart because he forgot about the face-down trap card in the monster zone. Dark Spirit of the Silent, negating the attack and forcing Dark Magician Girl to strike instead, releasing the possession onto Yugi and causing him to take another 1,250 life points.
Yugi's running out of life points pretty fast. He's a goner.
Think positive or you're going overboard.
That's right. If you even so much as breathe the aspect of our friend losing a children's card game, I will throw you overboard onto your untimely death. And it's Tristan, so, again, maybe.
Ghosts and evil spirits in this duel are freaking me out, Seto.
Nonsense. Spirits don't exist.
So, are you ever actually gonna respond to your brother, or you're not gonna do it, are you? If Yugi attacks again recklessly, he risks losing the duel. Bakura stands now at a comfortable 3,400 life points. What's our hero to do to get out of this one? Oh wait, maybe I should just look at the 5 powerful cards I've been holding in my hand this entire duel. Man, it's such a shame I've been sitting here for 3 to 4 turns just fucking with everyone, making Bakura think he ever had a chance. While I was sitting here with Monster Reborn, Collected Power, and even card destruction in case I needed more draw power. But come on, man, let me just set these 3 cards face down and end my turn. I swear to God, I don't have any plans.
Look at the Destiny board. The 3rd letter. What is it?
I'm about to reveal the 3rd letter. What is it? Literally just wait 1 frickin' second and I'll tell you. Tell me! What is it? Tell me! Okay, I'm not even gonna tell you anymore. Tell me! Tell me! Bakura draws in the most memorable Pharaoh servant card of all time, Souls of the Forgotten. Oh wait, never mind, it's already been tributed and forgotten just to keep Dark Sanctuary alive. I guess I was a fool for thinking he'd have something else to accompany the stall strategy, but just nope, a normal monster with 900 attack. Because he's super original, Bakura possesses Dark Magician Girl once again. But unfortunately for him, Yugi's already said one line of confidence, instantly making everyone around him believe that he's ready to win this duel right here, right now. Activating Collected Power, one of the most specific trap cards ever made. It forces all equip type spell and or card effects to focus on one monster on the field. Actually, he selects Freebo because he's dumb as hell and really gotta read a book. Also forcing the Ghost of Dark Sanctuary to possess a little furball as well. Freebo then does his best impression of any modern woman under the age of 30 trying to read a cookbook.
As it would force your evil ghost right out of its hiding place and into Koribo.
So apparently Yugi just has a basic monster destruction card called Exiled of the Wicked. Ended up just murdering his own Karibo after forcing it to spend its last moments reading a book, as well as the ghost that was possessed along with it. Also, why the fuck is Dark Necrophilia already on his duel disc? Marik isn't very pleased and decides to have a little chat with Bakura, berating him that he's lost control of this duel, and if he doesn't win, they won't spoon later like he wants to. If Marik hadn't lost 10 times already, then maybe we'd have a shred of believing that he could beat Yugi too. Yugi plays the Monster Reborn he had in his hand this entire frickin' time, bringing Dark Necrophilia to the field and taking away the effects of Dark Sanctuary, leaving Bakura with no way to finish the Destiny board. Attacks directly with Dark Necrophilia, bringing him down to 1200 life points before the 4th letter is revealed. Bakura has no monsters left to protect him and no space on the field to finish his Destiny board. If he tries to get rid of the Dark Door, then Yugi will be able to attack with all his monsters on the next turn. What is a man to do? Oh, of course, just end the episode by pulling a Yugi level protagonist top deck. By the way, I'll just laugh maniacally and claim that this card I just drew is the key to my victory and everything I could ever want. And yes, if you're wondering, it only has 200 attack points. Well, that's it for this episode. I want to thank you all for watching, and of course, a shout out to all my patrons. If you want the original censored version with the Ojamas plastered all over the walls, then I don't know why you're looking at me. I don't have that shit. You're gonna have to find it somewhere else. This has been Man from Earth with all the girls, ladies and gentlemen. My voice is still not 100% back. What the hell? I'm pissed. I'm generally a little irritated. Hopefully Friday. Later. In today's story, we finally get the thrilling conclusion of the duel between Yugi and Bakura. Will our hero be willing to enter another person just to win a children's card game? All signs point to yes. Spend your entire episode on one turn once again, all my fellow future outlaws. This is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I am the NKK-G. Here with another recap of that show where every villain can't go more than, I don't know, 3 seconds without revealing his evil strategy, Duel Monster. As per usual, if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like, hit up the Patreon if you want to support me. Leave a comment telling me if you've ever watched a show that can just talk so much and somehow still make you feel like things are actually happening. Things happening? That's impossible. That would require Bakura to have pulled the best card in his deck, which he has seemed to have done, Jogging the Spiritualist.
All right?
Well, excuse me. I thought you knew this stuff.
Oh, Jesus Christ, it's happening to Tristan now. The animation disease is spreading. This trusty Jogan Bakura can discard one card to destroy all specially summoned monsters on the field. This includes the Dark Necrophilia that Yugi brought back from the graveyard last turn. Using some sick, slick acrobatics with its stick, it blasts away the Dark Necrophilia, sending it back to the graveyard and releasing the power of Dark Sanctuary once again. This will allow Bakura to finish his Destiny board at the end of Yugi's turn and automatically win this duel that for some reason never became a shadow game.
I'm freaked out!
Joey, you've been actually possessed by one Millennium item, actually saw a different dimension created by Pegasus and Duelist Kingdom. Yet somehow a card design that Kaiba made is your worst nightmare. Actually, that kind of checks out. Bakura sacrifices his Jogan to keep his Dark Sanctuary alive despite it being a spellcaster. I mean, it needed to be a fiend, right? Maybe I'm wrong, but like every other time it had to be a fiend type monster. Maybe I'm just a bitch. This allows him to possess another one of Yugi's monsters and then set down Dark Spirit of the Silence. So no matter who Yugi attacks with, he will lose the duel, and if he doesn't attack, he'll lose to the Destiny board. Oh, don't take my word for it. Bakura's the idiot that tells him out this entire plan while setting it down and ending his turn. Man, I just hate him so much. Luke still hasn't learned his lesson from last episode and says Yugi might be down for the count this time, making Tristan ready to throw him overboard before Mai's chest steps in and actually agrees with him. Like usual, Joey says he doesn't believe in actual odds and says Yugi is the best cheater in the game and there's no way he's not going to win.
Use your Egyptian god card, you fool.
Still hasn't said a word in almost 3 episodes. This has gotta be some sort of record. Yugi says Slifer is the one card in his deck that could turn this duel around, but he's very scared of using it despite somehow watching Kaiba not kill people 4 times after punching them in the face directly with Obelisk. Yugi then says the same thing I said to my cat the first time I gave him catnip.
Prepare to experience a power like no other!
With his cheating puzzle powers at maximum, Yugi draws into the one and only card that can save him. Literal god of a monster that requires 3 tributes to produce, and probably one of the most badass summoning sequences in the entire show. Slifer the Sky Dragon, the hugest duel monster he's ever seen, according to Joey's word. It wraps around the entire blimp, allowing Ishizu to see it and use it as an excuse to monologue about the same crap that we've heard 1,000 times already. Marik appears in the back of Bakura's head to tell him that Slifer has 3,000 attack points thanks to the 3 cards in Yugi's hand, and he will lose the duel if he gets 1 attack in on him.
Never!
Anyone gonna tell me for that one frame he was regular Bakura and wearing his high school blue outfit? Nah, just don't pay attention to us reusing clips. Don't pay attention to us being a multi-million-dollar company that has almost infinite resources. We just got a little lazy. Marik says that Bakura has much to learn about the power of an Egyptian god, that his puny little ghost of Dark Sanctuary will have no effect on him. With no cards in his hand and no monsters left to protect him, man, I bet you wish you had those multiple Sangans now, don't you? Yugi's about to attack, but unfortunately he stops when he begins to sense something, a large man wearing leather. That man being Odion, or Marik, or whoever he chooses to be, that man telling Yugi that I don't think you want to do that, bro.
You can't just bust in here and interrupt someone else's duel.
He still says nothing. Nothing matters to him. Big Marik says he's controlling both Bakura and the evil spirit of the ring. We'll prove it right now by releasing this spirit, leaving it only an injured Bakura that surely Yugi won't attack. Actually, the evil spirit of the ring agrees to this plan with no fight back whatsoever, releasing his influence and leaving us with a Bakura who doesn't know where he is. He wasn't makeup ready for screen time yet. If Yugi does attack with Slifer, the devastation could kill Bakura on the spot. Because why? Because holograms. Dangerous, dangerous holograms. Seriously, how is Kaiba not permanently stuck in court from injury lawsuits? Bakura says, I don't feel very well, Yugi. The cold piercing winds are ripping into my seared flesh. You know the seared flesh from the stab wound that no one talks about? Yugi tries to run over to help, but he is stopped by the almighty Roland, who decrees that thanks to my Valentine, we had to establish a rule. No duelist is allowed to touch each other during a match, or you are DQ'd. Even if someone activates exchange, DQ'd. Even if someone activates Yugioh friendship, DQ'd. Even if someone doesn't duel for about 60 seconds straight, DQ'd. Everyone is DQ'd. Everyone yells that Bakura needs medical attention, but Kaiba does not accept Medicaid, instead offering his own solution to the problem.
Finish him off.
1, oh my god, he spoke. 2, I'm not really sure if that makes him a hypocrite, because that's basically telling someone to do what would have killed him in Duelist Kingdom, or if 3, that makes him more respectful because he's incredibly consistent and doesn't care if his rules get him killed. He just abides by them. Kinda hope it's number 3. So he tries to crawl up onto the dueling arena like a rogue wrestling fan trying to enter the ring. Luckily, the newly hired security guards Duke and Tristan managed to stop him before he getting up onto the platform. Luckily they did, or else he would have been DQ'd. Everyone's DQ'd. Because this isn't a fun and exciting episode that's taking up the entire thing on one turn again, Yugi versus Joey be damned. Once again, we're left with the predicament of Yugi deciding if he will injure one of his friends to try and save the world. But without warning, the evil spirit of the ring takes back control over Bakura, saying he needs him. But he is the host of his spirit, and it will be another 187 episodes before he can get his evil plan started. Yugi is startled but ecstatic and attacks right away, reducing his life points to 0 as his entire body explodes from Slifer's thunder force, never to be seen again. Yugi wins the duel because who could have guessed before everyone tells Kaiba to land this blimp so they can get a doctor.
That was one of the toughest choices I ever had to make.
Bullshit. Actually, we only have 5 minutes left in the episode, so about 3 of that is spent on Yugi's inner dialogue, explaining how the ring is a lot like his puzzle, that he needs someone to host his spirit. Explaining that we're the best of friends, and you never do anything bad, right, Yami? I mean, it's not like you almost tried killing Kaiba about 6 months ago, so nah, we're the best of friends. Roland tells Yugi that he's allowed to take 1 card from Bakura's deck, but he quickly says, no way, fuck that shit, I don't need any more cards in this scattered deck already.
Yugi won the first duel of the Battle City Finals. I knew he would.
No surprise.
Oh my god, after 10,000 years, he finally responded to his brother. Everyone is back in Bakura's room, confused to what happened at the end of this duel and why it had to take up 15 minutes for 1 turn. Yugi explains that the writers didn't have much to go on, so they went with the old switcheroo, hoping that I wouldn't attack Bakura when he was injured. Despite claiming it was the evil spirit of the ring that he attacked and not the real Bakura, everyone stands there failing to ask the real important question, why Kaiba developed holograms that are capable of severely injuring people. The episode ends with Yugi just now realizing that the ring is gone. Oh wait, evil Taya has it. Can't you tell from this close-up of her titties? That's it for this episode. I want to thank you all for watching, and of course a shout out to all my patrons. It's my birthday in about 2 weeks on March 11th, and you know, y'all should get me some food. No, I'm serious. Fried coconut shrimp, sweet and sour sauce. Get on it. This has been the man from Earth with all the girth, ladies and gentlemen. Be the character you know you're worth. Later. In today's story, I legitimately thought with the reintroduction of a certain rogue character that does nothing but exposition, we'd get nothing but flashbacks. But I was wrong. I've never been so happy to be so wrong. Give away your entire plot once every 40 episodes, all my fellow feature outlaws. This is Card Game vs. Humanity, and I am the NAKAK-double-G. Finally back with those recaps that I know you missed. If I said I didn't get a wee bit lazy before celebrating my birthday, I'd be lying. So as per usual, if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like, hit up the Patreon if you want to support me. Leave a comment telling me if, like me, you're starting to wonder if Shoddy is the main villain of this story, because his actions just lead to so many people dying. What's that? Shoddy? We haven't seen him in like 40 episodes. Don't worry, here's a random recap showing off shit from episode 1 and then episode 40. Also, we blew up Bakura. He nearly died, so there's gonna be an appropriate 30-minute break between duels to give people the appropriate time for grieving. While Marik sits there and pisses me off further by playing with more ice inside this cup. At least it's not as much this time.
That's his room, but you don't want to disturb him.
I think I heard my mom say that to a house guest once around the same time I hit puberty. Joey Hammerfist settles door in a perfect rhythm before Mokuba begs him to stop, really landing a clean hit on Kaiba as he opened the door, mind you. Tristan does have to tell him to calm down and hold him back because he knows he's the only one strong enough to fight Kaiba's ego should he go off. That Kaiba then does his best impression of the police.
If he gets any worse than he is right now, you'll be responsible.
That's a risk I'm willing to take.
A random 6-year-old appears. Oh wait, that's Serenity. Begging Kaiba to have some compassion, a word he's never heard before. Before Tristan and Duke butt in immediately like some white knights on Reddit who are defending her stance. He says Bakura's health is more important than your silly little game, clearly not understanding this show's destiny. Apparently this innocence is what settled Kaiba needed to just get up, walk 5 steps over to the phone, and then just, you know, call the medical staff that he had on hand this entire time, and didn't bother to contact once in the entire last hour of need. Tristan tries to tell Serenity how brave she was for standing up to Kaiba like that. But before he gets to make a move, Duke goes into full bad boy mode, establishing physical contact immediately like a boss. Oh, by the way, that Millennium Ring that you guys gotta find, we got it. You guys should spend your time preparing your decks for your opponent that you won't know until about 5 minutes before the duel anyways. Tristan does the slickest, most passive-aggressive chokehold I've ever seen in my life, telling Duke that they're gonna be the best of friends. As friends who are gonna find that ring together. No secret intentions whatsoever, just ignore him almost dying with me using 1% of my power. Both of them head up to the cold, windy dueling arena alone. Tristan reveals that Duke's been a pain in his neck ever since the day that he met him, despite the fact that he saved them with fucking dice.
Girls dig men of action. And you, well, you're no man of action.
You may not want to fuck with a man who can literally frame skip up a 30-feet wall with no visible way to climb it, or shoulder tackle through a steel door that was bolted shut. You're playing with fire. Unfortunately, tonight Tristan's game is just a bit off as he charges towards Duke and then botches in a Sin Cara-like fashion, knocking them both off the side of the blimp as he barely manages to grab onto the railing, saving both of their lives. But wait, don't worry. Tristan's got a plan.
Someone! Anyone help us!
What a fucking plan. Despite being capable of just whipping them both up onto the dueling arena with one foul swoop, Tristan is honor-bound not to reveal his secret powers unless it's absolutely necessary and seconds away from death, giving us the best voice acting of all time while his hand starts to slip. My hand is slipping, man. Oh no, I can't hold on much longer, man. If it slips, we're both going to die. Oh man. Oh wait, a strange man in a robe comes out of nowhere and saves them both, pulling them up to safety. And for some reason, they both can't see who it is, despite him just standing right in front of them as they're sitting there. Actually, Duke doesn't question any of this or how they got saved. I just guess it must have been the wind. Okay, why does Yugi have Black Illusion Ritual in his deck? Did he take it from Pegasus when no one was looking? Also, Cyberjar is not a magic card. That would be absolutely devastating. Wild Shotty appears in Yugi's room while he's interrupting his deck building on a deck that he barely ever changes anyway. He's very proud of Yugi learning almost nothing since their last visit, saying he's here because the mystical alignment is off, aka he sensed another woman was holding a Millennium item and Ishizu was bad enough.
All 7 items are on board this vessel.
Oh, so where's the scale? No, really, I'll wait. My name is Shoddy, and I'm not really actually allowed to progress the story in any way, so here's more of what you've all come to love. Flashbacks of Pegasus during the time he created Duel Monsters, something I know I've never shown you or talked about before. By having created most of the game, Pegasus was not satisfied until he had the 3 Egyptian god cards. It just wouldn't be complete without them. I mean, just ignore the thousands of other cards I made after that point. Being the obsessed bitch that he was, he took another trip to Egypt to try and find them, where naturally, as you figured, Shoddy appeared. He says you'll never find them, that no mortal can, and oh, by the way, actually, they're just in that well over there about 50 feet away from us, so just follow me. Revealing an entire ancient city that no one's ever laid eyes on since, so make sure you take lots of pictures for exploitation.
Why aren't they stopping us?
We're invisible, cloaked in the magic of my item.
Oh, apparently these guards have been just standing here for thousands of years and never age, sleep, eat, or just move in general. No explanation on that? Okay. Our travelers walk for hours inside this ancient city until they hit a large gate that I guess just opens up for them as soon as they get there. Oh, by the way, my name is Shoddy and I'm a good character here to help the world, so you can't take anything, but take as many pics as you'd like. Nothing bad is gonna happen, I promise. I don't have any ill intentions whatsoever with the words of advice that I'm giving you currently right now. I'm a good character. Inside, Pegasus finally comes face to face with that giant rock with the 3 Egyptian god cards on it, as well as the depiction of the battle between the high priest and the pharaoh. Finally, his collection is complete and his game is ready. He'll never have to make another card again. Pegasus and his crew return home to make the 3 god cards, but receive some unfortunate news shortly after.
Everyone involved in my Egyptian god card project has met with disaster?
AKA Shoddy lied and everyone died, and that's about as far as we'll go to admit any of it. Like this guy named Robert that was looking at pics of Obelisk, who was very upset that they didn't ask for a consent before taking pics of him fully nude. Apparently this rage is so strong that it allows him to come out of the fucking picture and kill a human without tributing. What about Tim over in editing? I heard he was caught looking at stills of Slifer, a Slifer that started checking his browsing history and did not like it what he saw.
What on earth is that?
Damn, he must have been into some sick shit to produce a shame so strong that Slifer just appeared wrapped around a building just to kill one man. Being the only one on the show that seems to have some some sort of logic, Croquet insists that they halt this project, something Pegasus will just not comply with. Finally deciding to just finish the cards himself with the protection of his Millennium Eye. Surely that'll do the trick. After spending hours spilling paint all over the floor like a messy Bessie, Pegasus finally finishes his rendition of the gods, somehow quickly falling asleep in a wooden chair that does not look comfortable at all. But he didn't expect his instant PTSD caused by the gods using their Dream Eater attack, revealing the destruction of the entire world as seemingly laid out thanks to Pegasus's actions. I'm just wondering, why would they start with their own land? You think they'd attack a neighboring country or something? Or like Detroit. Shawty says Pegasus was never meant to take pics of the gods or draw them like I said he could, and now they're really pissed because I'm good at my job. Why did he scream that while transforming? Like it's been a good at least 60 episodes since they've done that? The episode ends with a 2-minute warning that the next duel is about to begin before Ishizu starts monologuing so badly that even Shawty gets bored and leaves right away. Well, that's it for this episode. I want to thank you all for watching, and of course a shout out to all my patrons. It was my birthday over the weekend, so if you forgot to contribute to the Fried Coconut Shrimp Fund, I'll leave the link in the description below so you can make up for it. It's okay. I understand. This has been the man from Earth with all the girls, ladies and gentlemen. Promise we get more episodes lined up again. It's coming. It'll happen. Later. Trap cards, monsters, trap monsters. As you can see, today's story is all about trap cards. And I know all of you Eldritch and Paleozoic fans are getting very excited right now, but I'm just gonna rip off that band-aid real quick. You're gonna have to wait another like 12 to 15 years first. Shuffle your opponent's deck into oblivion, all my fellow and future allies. This is this card game versus humanity, and I'm the NAKK Double G. Back with another recap of that Duel Monsters show. Can you believe we're creeping on 100 episodes already? I better get paid soon. As per usual, if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like, hit out the Patreon if you want to support me. Leave a comment telling me if you'd be just as scared as Joey if your opponent all of a sudden whipped out their huge golden rod right before the start of a duel. I know I'd raise an eyebrow at least. Hey, everyone, remember their numbers that we never gave you until just before this started? Remember those numbers because it's time to decide the next duel of the tournament. Activating the bingo machine go, it looks like number 2 and number 7 are up. Joey Wheeler and Odion, real, definitely not fake Marik. Immediately heading up to the dueling arena, Joey Wheeler seems to be at maximum anger mode already.
Gentlemen?
Ah, yes, a rage so blinding that he just flips his opponent's deck over and over again, so it basically just ends up back where it started at the beginning. That's very effective.
And stop shuffling his deck already.
Hey, lay off. There's no rule saying you can't purposely try and ruin your opponent's card value by shuffling their deck for 10 minutes straight. Everyone cheers on their friend Joey, realizing this will actually be the first time his sister Serenity has watched him duel. Sure, nothing out of the ordinary will happen, or, nothing story-altering. I mean, it's not like someone's gonna get struck by lightning. Joey says he's got this duel all figured out already, and he will end it in 9 turns, aka basically how long it takes him to draw into Jinzo. Just then, fake Marik whips out his large golden rod, holding it erect in front of our hero, scaring him greatly because he's never seen one that big. Asking pretty please, will you just put that away so we can duel fairly?
Marik must have realized that Joey's mind is too strong to be controlled. That's why the Millennium Rod didn't work last time.
What the hell are you talking about? It literally took over 4 episodes for you to break that spell. You don't just forget that kind of pain. Hello, my name is Marik, and I'm the evil villain of this season with an evil plan so well thought out that no one could ever see it coming. It'd be such a shame if someone looked over in my general direction for 2 seconds and saw that I was holding the Millennium Rod behind my back. That would actually ruin my plan with little to no explanation. That'd be such a shame. Bakura says to his brother that this Marik dude must have a ton of rare cards in his deck. Kaiba retorts by saying he only cares about the Winged Dragon of Ra, and hopefully Joey can last long enough for him to actually see how it works. I'm more or less just surprised he actually responded to his brother. Holy crap, the beginning of this duel is taking forever to start because of course Marik has to monologue to himself for about 5 minutes straight before telling Odion, if you lose this duel, you're going back to the Shadow Realm, aka he's getting janitorial duty back at their base. Everyone cheers on Joey while Duke asks if he ever got his Red Eyes Black Dragon back from Yugi, as he says no, he didn't. Whatever will our hero do without a 2 tribute monster with 2400 attack and no effect and no dex synergy? Just then our hero gets very excited when he knows he's gonna get famous knocking out this person out of the tournament that no one's ever heard before. Unfortunately for Joey, Kaiba paid off the weather earlier today, and now he decides to make his move. What would you even do then? Are you just completely fucked? Those were some good reflexes, though. After only 10 minutes, the first turn of this duel officially begins. An exciting turn where Joey plays Gear Free the entire night with no back row and then ends his turn. What the hell, Joey? I said exciting. Ah, yes, luckily Odion decides to listen to me playing one of my favorite cards of all time, the Temple of the Kings, a card that lets you...
To protect the king's treasure, it limits the number of magic and trap cards you can play in one turn.
No. That's not even close to what it does, nor did you even remotely specify how many cards it apparently limits you to. Like, withhold information all you want like everyone else, but don't just start making shit up. This is an exciting finals match. Fake Marik sets 2 cards face down before ending his turn, leaving our hero Joey in a predicament. Should he follow Tristan's advice and just blindly attack, or should he follow Duke's advice and wait because he just wants to devastate him with those trap cards? What are you ever going to do? You should follow Duke's advice. Luckily, our hero Joey has a master plan to win this duel already set up in his head. He's gonna summon a few more monsters like Tiny Guardian and Hayabusa Knight, but not attack because that's not committal at all. And he's gonna play Giant Trune to blow away any and all magic and trap cards on his side of the field. And then he's gonna
Points.
He's gonna imagine him making a really weird groaning noise as he attacks him directly. Why did he imagine that part? Also, Joey's apparently at the Pharaoh now because he just top-decked Tiny Guardian this turn after he had already prophesized that he was going to use it to attack. Actually, before ending his turn and then letting Odion just place 2 more cards face down like he actually prophesized. It's getting a little scary. And back! There's a giant Trunade coming through. Joey is ready to activate his magic card and execute his plan and win the duel way easier than anyone thought. Unfortunately, doing so has activated one of the most devastating trap cards in Fake Marik's side of the field, Judgment of Anubis. A card that is activated when one of your back row is targeted for destruction, which it wasn't. Destroys all your opponent's monsters, which it should only be 1. Then takes half the attack points as life points away from the opponent, which again, it should only be 1. Hey, and Yugi are very scared that Joey fell right into this trap while Mai's neck is 50 feet long for some reason. Yugi says trap cards are the most trickiest and dangerous cards in the entire game, something that people today would probably have an argument or 3 about. Wait, never mind, hold the phone, back up that bus, stop the presses. Apparently Joey did this all on purpose, just to test him. That was all just a test. Now he's really ready to duel.
I knew it! Joey had this plan the whole time!
Will someone please buy this girl a clue?
You know your intelligence is in trouble when even Taya is putting you down for your blind levels of faith and friendship. Back to the duel, Joey I guess just ended his turn after all that happened, allowing Odion to just do the exciting thing and set 2 cards face down before ending his turn, pissing us all off because we realized later that if he just activated those cards now, he could have won the duel.
No, they call this game Duel Monsters, because you're supposed to fight your opponent with monster cards.
Huh. I can think of 2 words named Magical Explosion that would heavily disagree. Joey summons his alligator sword, but against 5 back row, he's too scared to attack and risk any more life points. Something I think most of us would probably agree with for once before just setting a back row and taking it easy on him for the turn. And now, folks, it's time for the most exciting part of this duel, and I hope you're ready. Odion draws a card and then ends his turn. Joey also draws a card and then ends his turn. Odion draws another card and ends his turn. I draw a gun and then I end my life. If this keeps up, we're gonna have another repeat of Smash 4 at Evo on our hands, says Mokuba. Luckily, Joey is the only one more pissed off than me watching this right now, cracking immediately and attacking with a rocket warrior, much to everyone's dismay. Oh, hey, by the way, Joey, I know this might be a bad time to ask, but what's your favorite Metallica song?
Seek and destroy.
Oh yes, thanks for taking the time to answer. I would have gone more with like Ride the Lightning or Battery, but respectable choice nonetheless. Unfortunately, Fake Marik counters with the Eye of Who Cares because it's a fake card. You can control the rocket warrior before being countered by Joey's own card and Simo's worst nightmare, Fairy Box. As he gets attacked, Joey gets cocky, saying he's figured out his strategy, that he has nothing but trap cards and no monsters in his deck, and once he wipes them out, it'll be smooth sailing. Oh wait, never mind, he has a trap that's both a trap and a monster, called a Trap Monster. Such a powerful card type with no real effect that basically just makes you wait a turn to be able to summon it. Oh wow, 1600 attack? That's, yeah, wow, that's not really impressive.
I must say I'm impressed.
Okay, now you're just being a spiteful bitch. Well, that's it for this week's episode. I want to thank you all for watching, and of course a shout out to all my patrons. I'm not really sure what I'm more annoyed about, Odion choosing to do nothing for like 5 turns when he could have just attacked with his trap monsters, or just any of our heroes' complete lack of back row removal. Yeah, I'm just pissed off. This has been the man from Worth with all the carrots, ladies and gentlemen. Be the character you know you're worth. Later. I said bye. In today's story, I'm taking bets from the audience on how long it takes these duelists to go from turn 1 to turn 2. Any takers? No? Just as well, none of you would have gotten it. Go into a catatonic state over 1 card negation, all my felon feature outlaws. This is his card gauge versus humanity, and I'm that, aka double G. With another week of recaps that life just wouldn't be complete without, be sure to share it with a buddy just to brighten their day. So as per usual, if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like, hit up the Patreon if you want to support me. And leave a comment telling me if you're just as annoyed as I am that Joey still has normal monsters with less than 1,000 attack in his deck. Because he definitely needs to get on that if he's just gonna go pure committal at every move. Just the kind of thing that led our hero Joey to where he is now. With only 1,600 life points left as he stares down these 3 towering normal monsters with no effect in 1,600 attack. Seems his only option is just to switch his gator into defense mode and set a card face down before ending the turn. I'm so confident that I'm pretty sure he doesn't even draw, or he's just so happy to finally have monsters on the field that he can't contain his excitement. Odion instantly attacks with all 3 of his snakes, seemingly only stopped when Joey activates his scapegoat magic card. Something that apparently can give him 6 monsters on the field, as well as apparently force his monster to choose which ones to attack instead of just the other monster. Such a useful card that anyone would like to have in the deck. Oh wait, never mind, he has Magic Jammer.
Magic Jammer trap card cancels out the effect effect of Joey's scapegoat magic card.
Thank you, Talking Cleavers, for spending 15 seconds wasting our lives explaining one of the most basic-ass cards in the game. Unleashing his assault once again, Odion strikes down all his monsters and leaves our hero Joey with a mere 200 life points. It scares everyone greatly except for Yugi, who says, "Hey bitch, you promised you'd help me, you owe me, don't you dare lose."
Joey, you promised to help me defeat Marik, and
I fucking hate Marik. Kaiba's the only one more scared than Joey in this duel right now, realizing that he may never get a chance to see Raw in this duel. Oh, by the way, remember that entire thing about Joey's mind being too powerful for the Millennium Rod? Turns out we don't even need that shit.
I'd suggest forfeiting to avoid humiliation.
One magic jammer to shatter his favorite card scapegoat, his world, and his chances of winning this duel, and it's been like 7 minutes already. Oh my god. Mai says he needs a confidence boost, so she does what any good friend would do and tells him to stop being a little bitch. Just is right here and she's watching this duel, so you don't want her to think you're just a little bitch for the rest of your life, do you? Well, this does remind Joey for the 117th time that people actually give a shit about him. He unfortunately makes the mistake of asking Odion if anyone's ever cared for him like that before, which instantly triggers a backstory flashback, which, you know, something I'm normally fine with, just not in between turns in a friggin' duel. Ah yes, under the glow of the red moon in the lands of Arcadia, this baby that was left for dead in the sands of Nazrad next to this well, the blanket, because it totally makes sense that someone would bother even though they're already a piece of shit. Luckily, this well has some stairs in it to allow this stranger to take this baby underground into a life of seclusion where everyone lived happily ever after. Luckily, this is Odion we're talking about, and for him, screen time is very limited. Bringing us back to the duel, and oh god damn it, Joey's just doing flashbacks again. I'm just gonna fast forward through this part. Only 6 full minutes pass, and Joey gets up off his feet, ready to play this children's card game like a true man. Ending up and saying he's ready to duel like we're all not supposed to make fun of him for basically going into a comatose state over one magic jammer. It's been 9.5 minutes into this episode, and we're still not into turn 2, so that's clearly 6 minutes too long for you to not have gotten any screen time. Appearing suddenly to give Joey a perfectly explained piece of advice.
Save the world.
oh yeah.
Ah, yeah, just save the world, man. No big deal. I totally forgot about that shit. Thank you, Yugi, man. I'm gonna save the world. I'm Joey Wheeler. What Yugi didn't tell him is that he secretly just wants Joey to beat him because he's actually sick of dueling Marik himself. He just really doesn't want to have to try very hard near the end of the final. Joey says sure, finally taking his damn turn, setting 2 cards face down before taking this opportunity to do his practice drills for his new job at the IRS.
Hope you're ready to say goodbye to everything.
Marik yells at fake Marik to attack, so naturally he does immediately without drawing or doing anything else. Being halted by Joey in the process, activating one of my favorite cards, Foolish Burial. A magic card that lets him put a card from his hand into his opponent's graveyard. Upon hearing this, I just can't help but think they got a few things wrong about the card, maybe like where the card's pulled from or where it's going. What do you think, casual audience member? Naturally, because it's a quick play spell card and sometimes Battle City allows that. You can use it during the battle phase using Grave Robber to pull that card back that he just put into the opponent's grave. Must have gotten giver's remorse. Oh, and don't think I didn't hear you, casual audience member. Don't think I didn't hear what you're saying. Grave Robber doesn't have a cost and you can't just use it like a fucking monster reborn to take any monster from your opponent's graveyard. Silly audience member, you're being rational. Because Jinzo is even more OP than you can possibly imagine, it destroys all 3 of his snakes in one single laser blast, leaving fake Marik with an open field and very little options.
I won Jinzo in my very first Battle City duel against a real opponent.
Yeah, Esperoba, a real opponent, the only one that actively cheated during the entirety of our duel that we had. One of those incompetent brothers that couldn't even read a card correctly. Yeah, I want real duelists like those. For some reason, Jinzo is 50,000 feet tall as everyone cheers on our boy for turning the tides of this duel. The only question is if that was actually 9 turns like he guessed and I just called that it would be when he got Jinzo. Must have been close at least. Although I'm pretty sure this is still Odion's turn because he never ended it. So he draws a card and summons a monster that no one knows why is still in his deck, the Battle Warrior. That 700 attack normal monster behemoth completes his team on the field, devastating Odion's life points all the way down to 400. Definitely not, you know, leaving his weak monsters open to attack on the next turn when he only has about 200 life points left over.
Joey Wheeler doesn't sit back and let people walk all over him.
That's the man who is literally half a second away from giving up on both this duel and his life because of the activation of one magic jammer. Starting to be the second evil character to use it, Odion activates Swords of Revealing Light, stopping Joey Wheeler in his tracks for 3 turns so we can listen to Marik bitch for a little while longer. Knowing that he can't attack, he sacrifices his Battle Warrior, thank God, to the legendary Fisherman before switching all his monsters to defense mode for the turn. Joey using smart plays, I'm not used to that. Back to fake Marik's turn, he draws a card and begins to freak out at the sight in his hand. Staring at the Winged Dragon of Ra that Marik slipped into his deck without him noticing before the duel. Secret tactic that he learned from his true master, Weevil Underwood. Despite claiming that he is unworthy of this card's power, Marik says shut up and just do it, Baldy, forcing him to obey and seal Joey's fate by placing this monster face down on the field spell zone on top of a field spell card that was already activated.
Good moves take time, but how would you know that?
Oh, god damn. Okay. That one was good. Joey refuses to care about any of this, top-decking into Monster Reborn without looking again, bringing back his alligator sword to be used as tribute fodder for his insect queen. Bringing together all his Battle City monster winnings on the field at the same time. Too bad all of them suck besides Jinzo. Fortunately for him, fake Marik has not one but two fake cards that combine with his great Temple of the Kings to summon a monster that you could just tribute summon for normally anyway. Don't be confused though, because the episode does end with the summoning of one of my favorite monsters of all time, the mystical beast of Circuit. I know what you're all thinking, and the answer is no. It's not just because he looks delicious and I love seafood. Well, that's it for this episode. I want to thank you all for watching, and of course a shout out to all my patrons. If you're all now kind of thinking what a mystical beast crab feast would taste like, kind of like me right now, just know that I don't have a pot big enough to cook it, but I will supply the butter. This has been the man for worth with all the girth, ladies and gentlemen. Be the character you know you're worth. I know you're over there. I know. Today's story is all about one very simple and important concept that every duelist should learn. If you're about to win the duel, don't just stop yourself to summon another cool monster instead. It never really works out well. Beat all your monsters to the giant beast, all my fellow feature outlaws. This is his card games versus humanity, and I am the aka Double G. Back with another recap of the most important duel we've ever had, clearly. Ignore half the episode being backstory, though. That was just a small mistake. So as per usual, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like, hit up the Patreon if you want to support me. Leave a comment telling me if it bothers you, just like me, that we see a monster with a 25 value of attack in this episode. Imagine trying to do the math on that shit. Imagine being Joey, who says he's not scared of this oversized crab with 2,500 attack points, but it being just enough to topple his monster. According to Odion, there's nothing in his deck that can overcome a massive 2,500 attack point monster with no protection to save itself. Man, it'd just be a crazy idea if someone had a fissure. It's been a whole 90 seconds already, so naturally Serenity is already asking if there's any chance that Joey can win. Which Yugi says yes, there is a chance that he can win. He just needs to find out that monster's weakness, aka any monster destruction in the game. Claims Joey needs to win before Marik has a chance to play as Winged Dragon of Ra by having no idea how he's even supposed to summon that thing from a box.
You must duel as I would, Odion.
So badly? Just a bunch of back row, or just badly? Marik says the Ra that he gave him is just a copy of the original. I guess Kaiba's system doesn't mind fake cards and will just recognize it anyways. I mean, it technically worked for that rare hunter in the manga, but we don't talk about that. Using their new 3D printer, they tested things until they got it just right. As in, they had many duels summoning the fake version of Ra over and over, resulting in many of them getting killed in horrific fashion.
I found you, faker.
The obedient servant is with these cards.
Why was the fire blue? Finally realizing that only people who have a connection to the plot can use the Egyptian god card. Claims that Odion should be just important enough to make that distinction, even though it's still a fake card, and that's definitely not the issue here. For some reason, Odion didn't attack in the last turn, despite having no restriction on it. Leaving with Joey with only one option to leave his monsters in defense mode to protect his life points before ending his turn. Attacking immediately, the mystical beast of Circuit destroys Jinzo for dinner, absorbing half its attack points and raising it up to a massive 3,700.
That wasn't the only side effect. It's bigger and uglier, too.
You may not know it, but he was actually talking about the rash that he has on his back that everyone keeps telling him to go get checked out. Because Joey's deck is so good, he draws again and then passes his turn. Standing by as the mystical beast of Circuit attacks the insect queen and devours it in a manner that's so gross that everyone cringes, apparently. Now up to 4,900 attack, it seems like there's nothing that Joey could do that could stop this almighty beast. Except fissure. It scares Serenity so greatly that just like my own sister at the hot dog contest he tried supporting me at, it's just too much and she can't watch anymore. Quickly being yelled at Joey begging her not to go. We really need you here to annoy the audience every time the writers haven't thought about anything exciting for us to do in this duel. Bring a level of comfort that's felt unknown to Odion for many years. Of course, this expression triggers another flashback sequence that we can't ignore. I mean, it's Odion, so it can't last too long, right? Right?
All was peaceful until the day I discovered my family's secret.
What do you know? That's like 83% of Marvel movies and 92% of anime. For generations, this family has watched over the Pharaoh's tomb in a shitty but loyal life. But unfortunately, that tradition is in danger because Marik's mom was off being a boss babe. Mother asks, why can't Odion carry on our legacy? But father says, bitch, please, that ain't my seed. Also, what exactly is the age difference here? I look like I'm 83 and you look like you're no more than 25. Oh, hey, look, father, I just had a kid. Aren't you happy? Yes, but this is a girl, so I'm only 42% happy. So you give me a strong baby boy instead of that cheap imitation that you found outside near the well.
How will this change me?
No, I refuse to believe that's how he sounded beforehand. Am I just supposed to believe this initiation turned him into James Earl Jones?
Mother, does this mean I'll be exactly like you and father?
Why is the audio quality so bad on only him? It's not just me, right? Oh, hey, look, father, I had another kid. Aren't you happy? Yes, says father. This time it's a baby boy, and I am most happy. Let me go immediately hold him up to the sky while you're sitting here bleeding out because we have no medical professionals here to help you with your birth. Yes, let's ignore mother dying while Marik already looks like he's plotting to steal another toddler's father's cookie. The roles now defined. Odion was now the protector and Marik was now the true son. Both of them are seen here playing base ball and having fun together before one of them gets bit by a cobra that was apparently running around. Having failed as a security guard, father holds up Odion against the wall as his son is sitting there dying from poison damage. Just ignore the scraps on his face because there was definitely no child abuse happening before we turned the cameras on. This abuse nearly causes Odion to dip into psycho mode. Luckily then Marik says, "You're my big brother, Odion," and makes him feel all warm and fuzzy inside his tum-tum. From that day on, he basically became the family slave, bringing him some New England clam chowder that he apparently doesn't like because he's a little bitch and doesn't know better. So fucking good. Marik is scared of the Tomb Keeper's initiation coming up. I'm just scared of how goddamn long this flashback is taking. Not wanting to spend his life underground, something I kinda can't blame him for, just waiting for the pharaoh to come back and finish his job. Odion offers to take his place so at least Marik can go out into the world and bring them back some hoes. Begging father for permission to take his place, he is denied for the inability of having the same blood as them. We'd even dare ask for my true son to not be initiated. You think I went my whole life without tasting ice cream and he's going to get to?
My life has changed forever.
My life has changed forever. I also have the best voice acting ever. I am so alone. I am so alone that my face starts stretching really weirdly. Don't pay attention to that. All of a sudden, present day, Marik bursts in telling Odion to stop taking up screen time. This isn't your show. This is going to be my show. No one actually knows whose turn it is, so Joey's just going to draw again like usual.
How am I supposed to beat that thing with 3 useless magic cards?
Oh, I don't know. You're the one that put them in your deck. Leaving his fisherman in defense mode before ending his turn, he claims that with his sister here watching, there's no way he's going to lose this duel. It's not like I can prove my right and let her think I'm a little bitch for the rest of my life. Amai that says, well, he has fought and well, she can't think of a move that would save him in this situation, besides any monster destruction card. He says that as long as he believes in the heart of the cheater, despite his tiny ass chance to win, he will win. As everyone looks on as they watch the mystical beast turn the legendary fisherman into an appetizer meal, raising its attack points to a weird ass 58-25, and is only outmatched by Panic's level of holy crap, I'm not doing that level of math. Back to Joey's final turn, he only draws one final card and passes again. Only 4 turns straight of not top decking a single useful card. It'd just be such a shame if his deck had any synergy.
Got this strange feeling that I'm gonna win this duel. Kinda like a voice inside my head.
That's called multiple personalities. Before Odion can unleash his final attack, Joey has something to say. Oh wait, no, something to flashback to. Sorry, that duel with Yugi, the one that was basically just flashbacks anyway. Claiming that Marik always had other bitches doing his dirty work for him, yet now you stand here fighting an honorable duel this entire time. Something just doesn't seem to add up, says the voices in my head. Odion and Marik are stunned while Kaiba says that Joey must be insane. That man has to be Marik, he told me so himself, and of course he's an honest guy that didn't kidnap my brother, so wow, Joey, you must be insane. Everyone starts to get suspicious, especially Yugi, who says he doesn't feel the same leather-loving force coming from Odion that he felt from all his duels that he had from Marik in the past. And if you just look behind that guy's back in the corner, you'd probably figure it all out. The episode ends with Odion going in for the kill really slowly before Marik tells him to stop his attack. So of course, a hologram hears him somehow and he stops 2 pixels before Joey's neck. Imagine if he just took a couple steps forward. Also, Marik wants him to summon Ra. Well, that's it for this episode. I want to thank you all for watching, and of course, a shout out to all my patrons. If you're all like me and you're wondering how Odion got to take up so much screen time with just a flashback, no less, honestly, I'm just as confused as you are. This has been the man from Birth with all the girls, ladies and gentlemen. Be the character you know you're worth. Later. In today's story, something that never seems to happen comes to pass. Remember when I said that, no one was going to get struck by lightning or anything? I was wrong. Succumb to your evil half, all my fellow future outlaws, as this is Card Game vs. Humanity, and I am the NKK-double-G. Here with a recap of the final part of this duel that doesn't even have a turn taken in it. I mean, you gotta try real hard to pull that off. If you enjoyed, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like, hit up the Patreon if you want to support me. And leave a comment telling me if you're as full as much rage as I am that a 5th of this episode is just flashbacks from shit we saw last episode. At least show me you're trying. But trying would be too much to ask for on this show, as Odion begs Marik not to have to summon Ra. And it's too dangerous, and I'm literally about to win in the middle of this battle phase and can't take it back, so don't ask me to do it. Marik dangles the family carrot in front of his face again, being all that's needed to convince him and then giving us a flashback of shit we just saw last episode. He raises his giant golden rod directly towards Joey and says, get ready to face a power that you've never seen before. Ridding the mystical beast that he was already about to win with to summoning the almighty creature in the middle of the battle phase, because apparently he can just do that.
Be very careful, Joey!
Ah yes, Joey, be very careful. You're about to face up against a literal god of this universe, and you have nothing to defend yourself with, but just remember to always be very careful. Great sound advice from best friend Yugimoto, ladies and gentlemen. If that's not the face of a young man seeing boobies for the first time in his life, I don't know what is. Odion really takes on the form of Marik, monologuing for a few good minutes. Ra just kind of sits there and wiggles around for a bit, claiming it'll retain the full attack value of the mystical beast, resulting in the same game state as before. Marik says Odion made his family proud today, but suddenly all the Millennium items begin to flash at once. Receiving a signal from the gods that that someone around here is a big fatty fat faker. They don't like people making copies of what's essentially a copy from Pegasus and some paint in the first place. They know that shit can get weird quick. Odion commands the big faker to attack, but it kind of just sits there and starts dissolving slowly, freaking out Marik as to what could be going on before all of a sudden a giant lightning storm appears.
Either this is the best Duel Monsters hologram I've ever seen, or we better take cover!
I mean, Slifer's lightning effects were so powerful it was destroying chunks of the ground, so I mean, it's pretty on par with everything we've seen so far. Odion hangs his head in shame, lamenting on how unworthy he seems to be, both to be a part of Marik's family and to be an actual main character. Man, they really just do kind of gloss over how much of a tragic character he is in this show, don't they? He kind of gets screwed a lot. Because this is a kid's show and life is fair, Odion gets struck in the motherfucking head by a bolt of lightning, shattering the Millennium Rod and he had in his hand into chunks of solid gold. Yugi notices a severe lack of dead souls exiting the rod as it breaks, so he knows that this one must have been a fake. Marik goes into a dreamscape, seeing his brother in arms fall down slower than anyone in history, hitting his face on the floor in front of our hero Joey, who naturally tries to go over to help.
Okay?
Don't move!
Wow, Yugi, all that top-notch advice you're just handing out today. I mean, I'm sure he's fine, right?
He got struck by lightning! He's definitely dead!
But the fact that both players are knocking on death's door, Tristan's attempt to scale the dueling arena is halted by the law of the card game still in effect, as both players have 200 life points left over. Kaiba then uses this opportunity to start practicing his speeches to the public for future natural disasters caused by his company.
This lightning storm is a freak act of nature and nothing more.
Because it's all he knows, Roland asks if he should DQ both combatants. Surprisingly, Kaiba is feeling generous, just saying, nah, they're just tired, give it 5 minutes or so. And if one of them stands up, then they win, because that's what card games are all about, seeing who can recover from a lightning bolt to the head. Everyone cheers on Joey except for Marik right now, who seems to be suffering from a severe migraine. Either that or he just got done creating a new TikTok account and just wasn't ready for what he was about to see. Because we have 5 minutes left to fill, Ishizu takes this time to flash back to shit we saw last episode, claiming that the evil in Marik may grow stronger, and apparently I knew about this the entire time, but I just never did anything about it in the last 10 years or so. Because this is the WWE wrestling match where both men are down for the 5-minute count. Odion begins to stir and leave the crowd in a wave of suspense.
And the winner is...
Well, that didn't last long. Let's head back to our hero Joey, who seems to be daydreaming right now. Surrounded by his friends in their school uniforms, you know something must be fucked up, because when's the last time any of us were at school together? Although right now everyone seems to be harping on Joey to get his butt in gear. Luckily he has the worst looking fanny pack ever with his cards inside, dumping all his cards out onto the desk and floor in a level of care that my younger self may know a thing or two about. Everyone helps him put a deck together, even Maya and Serenity, who are here for some reason.
You're dreaming, remember? And dreams don't have to make sense, so just be glad you're not skiing in your underwear.
I do like how often that they point out it's a dream and it doesn't have to make sense. Skiing in your underwear, though? And in his dream, Tristan puts Joey in a headlock, taking him aside to tell him something super important. At this note right here that was supposed to have a list of all his best cards, it's completely blank. Apparently, you don't have any good cards.
It's almost as nuts as that nightmare I had about the monkey and that bowl of vanilla pudding.
Joey, I am praying that is not a euphemism. This dream sequence that's definitely taking longer than 2 minutes gives Joey the warm and fuzzy feelings he needs to push through a lightning strike to the head. Telling everyone that he can't seem to get up right now and needs some help, but hey, I have like $2.8 million left over, so first person to reach their hand out and help me gets $10K. Being pulled out of the darkness and back into, well, the darkness because it's still nighttime, Joey wins the duel just like the voices in his head said he would. I'd be happier for him, but somehow he forgets who Odion is immediately and then flashbacks to about 6 minutes ago in the episode. I have my limit.
Looks like Wheeler's dumb luck saved him again. And I emphasize dumb.
You know your hatred runs deep when you genuinely have to reiterate your own emphasis to yourself just to get the point across. His hatred aside, though, he wonders what happened to Raw and why it didn't attack. His equipment is problem-free. I don't know about that. There's nothing wrong with it at all. I don't know about that. That card must have been a fake. That's the only explanation that makes sense because I'm not asking why it recognized it at all in the first place. So he holds on to Odion in a sweet embrace, saying, that was a nice duel, bro, but who the fuck are you? Luckily, Odion's in a delirious state and basically just spills the beans, saying, I served that sexually ambiguous guy over there. At least this finally causes them to notice the Millennium Rod in his hand after 4 frickin' episodes now.
Namu, he was a disguise to get me closer to Yugi.
Huh. So all that just to get closer to Yugi, huh? Someone better pick up that phone. Cause I fucking called it! Marik begins monologuing so heavily that Odion finally passes out, releasing the grip he had on his little buddy's darker side. Suddenly going SSJ2 and transforming before their very eyes. Marik's more sinister side is revealed with hair that even rivals Yugi's levels of what the hell, how do you keep it up like that? Unfortunately, this is the true version of Marik, so that still means he loves to monologue about the things you've come to love to hate to love to hate. Ending the episode with some words about the puzzle, I'll be the true pharaoh, you'll be in darkness, and well, it's honestly pretty much the same. Well, that's it for this episode. I want to thank you all for watching, and of course, a shout out to all my patrons. If you saw, like yesterday, your boy got some serious boxes coming in for some breaks on the channel. You know we're gonna pull a go, so don't you dare miss out. This has been the man for both with all the growth, ladies and gentlemen. 11 more episodes. Then we're at 100. Someone call Simo. I mean, I'll try. Later. Today's story, the new evil villain of the show, shows us how evil he truly is by nearly stabbing his former brother before saying, wait, never mind, I gotta do this later, I'm almost late for a children's card game. It's massive chest versus massive forehead, all my fellow and future allies, as this is card game versus humanity, and I'm that NKK double G. Back with a recap of the show where the fear of being tardy is the only thing that can stop the main antagonist, Duel Monster. So if any of you enjoy, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like, and out the Patreon if you want to support me. And leave a comment telling me if you would be upset as well if your friend didn't dream of you while he was nearly dying from a lightning strike. A lightning strike that brings us all to Odion's room all of a sudden. Just funny to me because I'm pretty sure they only had one elevator down from the dueling arena, which means they would have either had to ride with Marik or just politely take turns. The doctor says this man has been through a lot of mental trauma, which is I guess what you call a lightning bolt to the head these days, leaving everyone in a total state of confusion as they'll apparently never figure out who this guy was, even though I'm 94% sure he just told them at the end of the last episode before revealing Marik's evil side. Apparently Joey just figured it out that having friends is what saved him from the life of becoming a vegetable. But all his friends being together in the same grade definitely makes sense, and that's what saved him. Basically, if friendship was a monster card, Raw would be running scared.
That dream's almost as touching as the one where you were making vanilla pudding with that monkey.
Oh, okay, so it wasn't a euphemism? I don't know, man. I'm still skeptical. Everyone says, hey, isn't there another duel coming up? Let's forget Odion immediately and head out. Before Joey can exit the door, a hot woman asks him about that near-death dream that he had and if she was anywhere in it.
Most of my dreams are very manly. You know, driving cars, fixing stuff, eating donuts, you know, guy stuff.
Yeah, man. Guy stuff. Breaking shit, playing games, fixing shit, eating donuts, taking a shit. Joey sneaks away and says that was close. It'd be a terrible thing if this woman that I've already shared multiple intimate moments with thinks that I'm actually thinking about her. That could cause all sorts of problems. Well, he's not wrong, just mostly with the police.
Get up off of that thing!
No, I try hard not to repeat any little Kaiba jokes on this show, but this time I gotta break that rule because he kinda just hit the nail on the goddamn head. Why did she walk away like such a pimp? My name is Maya, and I'm very sad that Joey didn't hallucinate me during his lightning coma dream. Clearly, he doesn't care about me or my boobies. No one tells Maya what to do. I don't need friends. No one needs them. That's not definitely a setup for the rest of this episode. We head back to the almighty bingo machine where everyone but Marik and Ishizu have gathered together. Joey claims that Marik should be DQ'd because he used the wrong name, but Kaiba isn't hearing any of that. This is a competition of skill, not names. Just ignore the fact that I called you insane and made a whole big fuss of the fact that you called out his wrong name at the end of the last duel.
It means to get rid of the competition. You should be man enough to use your deck and not...
No, I'm just gonna come right out and say it. Why is Tristan black? I mean, he's like 34% cooler, but just... Really? The balls start flying around and the first duelist is chosen, number 4, aka My Valentine. He decides to take out before her opponent is even chosen because it's not like he'll have time to deck prepare anyway. Being all cold and bitchy and saying thanks to a certain blonde-haired monkey that didn't include me in his psychotic coma dream, we're not friends anymore.
Believe it or not, I was a good duelist before I met you.
We head back to the doctor who's finally locking the door to Odion's room. Oh, hey, it's Marik. Let me just take over your mind real quick and take that key card and go in there and tell Odion how cool I think he is. As he gets brought into the air, he claims he's going to finish the job and send this poor soul to the Shadow Realm. I promise there isn't a secret stabbing device hidden in this Millennium Rod. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, shit, what's that? My ball has been chosen. I'm late for a duel. This somehow stops me from doing the quick and simple task of stabbing this poor gentleman. I mean, sending him to the Shadow Realm. Now I must go or be late for a card game. Being on time is very important to me. The law of the cards must be obeyed, even though we have no idea who set them in motion at all still. I and Kaiba are already at the top of the arena impatiently waiting for the new big baddie to appear. Honestly, he gets there pretty quickly, so I have to applaud his honor to not being tardy, claiming that this won't take long. I agrees, thinking she's actually going to claim Raw from Marik, even though she doesn't know that minor characters are just not allowed.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Aw, that was kinda nice. Maybe this will be a pleasant duel where no one gets hurt. Ladies first, as Mai summons Dunamis Dark Witch to the field with no back row. Inigo turns so Marik can counter by summoning a monster that we've never seen before. Revival Jam and Defense Mode. Activating Jam Breeding Machine as well, making me wonder if I'm supposed to believe that he actually went back to where Strings passed out and picked up the cards that he lost. Everyone else arrives late because Tristan was busy taking a huge dump, ready to support My Valentine, claiming that she doesn't want them here and she doesn't need it. We then get a short clip of Taya seeing an Ojama for the first time.
Yugi! What's that thing?
Yugi tries to yell at Mai at max volume because you know he secretly just wants more screen time. Claiming he's just here to help, but unfortunately she refuses to listen, attacking the revival gem and allowing it to immediately just reform and come back. It's almost like she had no idea. It's almost like she should have just let Yugi talk for 3 more seconds and she wouldn't have wasted the turn. It's Marik's turn and he activates a magic card that allows him to draw 2 more cards. I'm not 100% sure what it was called though, like pot of weed or something. Getting a slime token before setting a card face down and pulling up Bakura, basically explaining that it's a trap card that will stop her attack, so you know you should go ahead and attack. Attack, says mine? Nah, I'd rather just top deck my best and rarest card, Harpy's Feather Duster. Just clear the field away before attacking your slime token for 1300 damage. Something that doesn't seem to affect Marik. Actually, he seems to be quite happy just sitting there taking damage, telling everyone that he's going to send them all into the great abyss. As long as it's not James Cameron.
I summon Melkid to the 4th-phase beast. I sacrifice, summon.
Okay, bro, you can't just double summon twice in one turn like that. You're not allowed to just card special summon with Son of a bitch. I was annoyed for that for so many years, too. And what has to be the quickest sequence ever where a monster this powerful is just taken care of without problem. Marik attacks with a mass beast only to be thwarted by the monster's disgusting reflection. Cutting its attack points in half from the mirror wall and being quickly taken out by the Dunamis Dark Wind. Massive Remnants takes over her monster and also allows him to shuffle his deck because apparently he thinks that's a good effect to have. Quite literally having to waste 3 more cards than mine did and having less life points, everyone's sitting there scared thinking that she's still in way over her head.
What's up with that creepy smile Marik's wearing all of a sudden?
Joey, what are you talking about? He's been doing that since he got here. Marik says playtime is over, coming to the dueling arena in a thick fog of grape jelly. I mean that they're all about to head to the Shadow Realm, aka a duelist basement room that's covered in nothing but posters of trap check monsters. Horror.
This is not part of the game!
Silly Mai, when Kaiba's throwing a tournament, everything's a part of the game. Yugi yells even harder, asking Mai to forfeit the match now, which I'm pretty sure would instantly cause her to be screwed by the Shadow Realm since it's, already too late and it's already out. Again, top-notch advice from best friend Yugimoto. Mai sets a card face down and summons the unfriendly Amazon, attacking her own witch right away. An apparent just 2k normal monster summon that begins to glow without warning, being told by Marik that every monster in her deck represents a memory in her life, a person that she cared about. And if that monster happens to be destroyed, so goes that memory of that person. Oh god. Imagine if that happened in a duel today, he'd be blank in 1 turn. For some reason, out of all people in her life, hundreds of people, family, and friends that she would have more significant connections with, Taya is the one that's taken from her memory. Nope, not people that she's known way longer or more significant, it's Taya. The episode ends with Marik monologuing some more about how this foolish girl has no idea what she's gotten herself into. That the Shadow Realm has the power to turn everyone you remember into John Cena every time a monster's destroyed. And as we all know, you can't see him. Well, that's it for this week's episode. I want to thank you all for watching and a closer shout out to my patrons. If you're all wondering where I'm going to be over the weekend, well, it's Mania season, and it's in my contract that I be a drunken asshole and powerbomb at least 3 of my friends, so that's where I'll be. This has been Man from Earth with all the growth, ladies and gentlemen. 10 more episodes. We're at Hondo. I'm hungry. Later. In today's story, a grown woman is thrown into the depths of the despair, forgetting all of her dear friends that she's known for maybe a grand total of 30 hours or so. I'd say that's way too short, but Taya's friendship power level is basically maximum at this point. Get ready to say the title of the episode inside the episode. All my fellow and feature outlaws, this is Card Games First Humanity, and I'm the NAKAK Double G. Back with a recap of the little show called Duel Monsters, only with 50% fluffer this time. That isn't flashbacks, it's just shit we really didn't need. As per usual, I'm pissed off because my fucking recording equipment didn't want to work, and I just wasted 20 minutes on this goddamn episode. And leave a comment and a like, a Patreon, and all that stupid shit. Leave a comment telling me if you find it absolutely hilarious that my Valentine technically was the first person to summon Ra in this series. Just as I find it absolutely hilarious that we find ourselves in a duel where Mai is firmly in control. Get completely dazed and confused because she can no longer see her friend Taya, who is now just a ghost to her because I guess just taking away the knowledge of someone causes them to not exist anymore instead of just turning them into a stranger that you don't recognize. By using like 3 cards every turn, Marik still has about 4 cards in his hand, hitting 1 card face down before summoning Makiora the Destructor, one of the most banned cards of all time and one of my personal favorites.
Next, I'll add this all-powerful magic card.
Marik, that's a black pendant. If that's considered all-powerful, I do not have my hopes up high for you right now. Marik then does his best attempt to warn the audience of what will happen if you invite one of your friends over to watch Yu-Gi-Oh's Exel.
Say goodbye to another one of your friends.
Mai is actually being a decent player this season, something I'm just not ready to handle. Activating a basic-ass trap card that reduces Makiora back down by 500. Being easily destroyed and taking away the memory of Strings, one of Marik's best friends of all time. You can still remember the time they stabbed that local store owner together and then hid from the cops inside the Shadow Realm. Now all those memories are gone and I'm all alone, and I guess at least I won't be lying when I say I actually forgot to pay them. As both Makiora and Black Pendant were destroyed, Mai takes 500 direct points of damage to her life point. While Marik is able to activate trap cards from his hand this turn because of Makiora's broken effect. And because plot armor is a thing, naturally the trap card is Rope of Light, bringing his monster back with 800 more attack and pissing me off greatly because they actually did this all correctly during the battle phase and I have nothing to make fun of. Well, except for the fact that Marik went -3 to destroy 1 monster again, but I guess that doesn't matter.
He's slipping away. I can barely see. I feel so alone.
I guess it takes all of 5 seconds to bring her back to her massive abandonment issues, even though she still had a family and just traveled a lot. I mean, that's kind of sucky, but compared to most anime backstories, you kind of got off easy, bitch. Since her parents were secretly Pegasus and Cecilia, they unfortunately never had time for little old Mai as she grew up as they were too busy working on Duel Monsters. Skip her entire childhood and head right straight to when she looks exactly the same. Her first job where poker tables would play with Duel Monsters cards, apparently, because that definitely makes sense.
As soon as I saw those guys, I felt something I'd never felt before.
Aye, those are teenagers. You might want to keep that to yourself. Marik curses the memory of Joey out of her life with his bare hand. As Taya tries to call out to her, only to be completely ignored like some dumb little girl. Yugi says she's not ignoring you, it's just that the Shadow Realm has turned you into John Cena. There's just no way for you to see her unless you're really close calling spots together in the ring. Yugi apparently just learned shadow magic off screen, can just choose when to use it now, helping Mai out by penetrating Marik's evil side and entering her mind, 2 men inside at the same time. Just another night from my Valentine.
Yugi? What are you doing up here?
Yes, Yugi, what are you doing here right now? Where here exactly is, as if this is an actual place and not just inside my head, is quite unknown, but what exactly are you doing here? Yugi tells Mai that Marik is nothing more than a big theater geek, and this is all just some big smoke and mirrors act, and if you win, it'll all go back to normal. You'll feel so alone and empty inside, Mai. Listen to the voices inside your head, and that's how you'll win. Marik is very annoyed that Yugi would interfere with his real-life Minesweeper attempt. This is supposed to be a one-player game. Luckily, it only takes a full 10 minutes for Mai to fight off her daddy issues and get back into this duel. Summoning Amazon as Chainmaster in attack mode, she sets one card face down before ending her turn in what's definitely not a bait. After about another 5 minutes of monologuing or so, Marik decides to summon some BDSM handcuffs to the field. Able to chain Mai's monster up for 3 whole turns without her consent, leaving her unable to attack or do anything. Marik then does his best impression of me during my senior year of high school anytime my mom left for the weekend and asked me not to have a party. Yugi says that if Mai loses, she'll be nothing but an empty shell, and Marik really needs to stop playing these mind games because, ooh, he said the title of the episode in the episode. That's so cool. Think you're so cool, says Marik. Am I really that bad for using my magic to win my duels just like you? You do it every fucking episode. I mean, I do it for evil. You just cheat everyone out of everything. I'm not really sure whose turn it is right now, but let's ignore that as Mai activates her Gravear magic card. Remember that monster destruction card with no cost, no restrictions, and apparently it's quick play? Yeah, that one.
Since I'm destroying her, my memory stays the same.
How does that even make sense? If anything, self-destruction is the most common form of memory loss. Since Amazon as Chainmaster is being sent to the graveyard, I get to activate its devastating effect by taking one card from the opponent's deck. Oh wait, what's that? It's supposed to cost 1,500 life points? Silly audience member, don't be silly. Actually, she chooses the all-powerful Winged Dragon of Ra, hanging it from his deck and somehow allowing it to just instantly appear in her hand. Don't need to like actually pull it out of the deck and interact and hand it over to her. Nope, none of that.
She now holds the most powerful card in Duel Monsters. But can she use it?
Most powerful card in the game? Graceful Charity is pretty easy to activate, bro. You just kind of play it. Oh, you don't know better. Kaiba says this is an interesting turn of events, that while Mai is definitely a good duelist, is she good enough to use Ra? But while I sit here wondering how much does Kaiba truly hate Joey if he respects duelists like Mai and Bakura that he's never actually seen win or really play before, but he must really hate Joey. Unfortunately for a would-be minor character level hero, I still need 3 monsters to be able to summon the golden chicken to the field. Using instead to summon Amazon as swordswoman to the field while setting 2 back row. And I mean, I gotta give her credit. She consistently has back row more than almost anyone. It's just, you know, it's definitely a bait again. A bait or not, Marik is unaffected by her strategy and chooses to attack right away, or being countered by the activation of Amazon Magician, switching the attack values of both monsters on the field. With his monster weaker now, she destroys it quickly before his eyes, as well as the memory of his dear sweet Arcana. You remember that burn victim he met outside of the hospital and manipulated for a few months? Yeah, that guy.
Allows me to draw 5 new cards into my hand, and one of my monster's attack points is decreased.
Not only is he using a card that literally says it can't be used in a duel, he's adding an extra layer of cheating by not even using it correctly. Kaiba, holy shit. You're right there. This trusty Makiora was destroyed again, and it's not broken at all. He can activate another trap card from his hand this turn. Using Nightmare Wheel, because apparently all he opened before this duel was LOD and LON. Now the monster can't attack, and you take 500 points of direct damage every turn. Oh wait, never mind, Maya has another trap card. Rescue Operation, I mean Dramatic Rescue. Firstly, why even change it? Sir, evade Marik's card and summon a new monster as place, to which everyone assumes it will be the Winged Dragon of Ra, but she says, nah bitch, I saw that shit worked, it'll have 0 attack. Don't you worry, I'm my Valentine, I got this hot cyberpunk chick instead. Immediately skipping the rest of Marik's turn, she draws the actual most powerful card in the game, Graceful Charity. And look at that, she just activated it right away. Told you it wasn't that hard.
You asked for it, and now, Marik, I'm gonna give it to you. Ready, sweetheart?
Marik Ishtar, luckiest man on the planet. The episode ends with the activation of Elegant Egotist, turning 1 harpy into 3, which allows for the cosmic twist of fate for my Valentine successfully being the first person to summon Ra in the series. Bad for her, it was actually Sphere mode in her hand the entire time, and she was supposed to tribute his monsters instead of hers. Big misplay. That's it for this episode. I want to thank you all for watching, and of course a shout out to all my patrons. If any of you are wondering why I didn't change my shirt color this week, it's because I haven't done laundry yet. Don't make fun of me. I'll do it later. I'm a busy guy. This has been Man for Worth with all the girls, ladies and gentlemen. Be the character you know you're worth. Later. In today's story, a 22-year-old woman is bound by multiple sets of handcuffs only to be roasted alive by a sick and twisted individual. What? This is a kid's show. Get ready to burn, 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 all my fellow feature outlaws. This is his card game First Humanity, and I'm that NKK double G. Back with a recap of that little lovely show called Yugioh. You know, the one where the god of all chickens finally gets his revenge on humanity for its sins. So as per usual, if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like, hit up the Patreon if you want to support me. Leave a comment telling me if you think it was actually necessary to have an entire extra episode where we had maybe 2 minutes of full dueling. It's like Vince McMahon wrote this shit or something. Enough about that, let's head back to the duel, shall we? With Mai having the golden ball in her court now. He seemingly now commands the strongest monster in all of Duel Monster. Unfortunately, Unfortunately, though, Marik is the only one that knows how to unlock the Wonder Ball hidden inside, which will allow him to regain control of his monster and trap her mind for all of eternity.
Your mind will be trapped here. Now, as for my...
Did he really just smile at that? Are we sure Yugi purged all the evil out of him, or is it like a situation where he needs a refresher once a year? Too bad for my only people with knowledge of the ancient scriptures can summon Ra. Those scriptures that were made by those people that set the rules for everything that no one ever talks about or ever mentions. Haven't you checked out the bottom of the card yet? It has some text on it that wasn't there before. Why don't you try reciting it? Weren't you alive 5,000 years ago? Kaiba really wants to know what's on the card, so he tells Mokuba to use the satellite to read and translate it for him. I guess technology of that power is able to just penetrate the shadow realm. We're just not gonna ask questions on that one. Also, I'm not really sure how Mokuba's able to leave when they're already inside it. I guess the shadow realm doesn't have a floor or something. The text was written in some super secret code that only high-ranking and wealthy scholars could understand. The Star family being one of them, the only other way to access this information is to be obscenely wished, so he just kind of assumes that Kaiba can read it as well.
Pegasus printed the words in an ink that can only be seen when the monster is summoned.
Oh yes, that ink with that special material that has a conscious awareness of the fact that it's on a piece of cardboard within the structures and rules of a children's card game. I completely forgot that ink existed. I finally realized this all along, that she was just too much of a minor character to be able to control Ra. That somehow Marik planned this all from the start because somehow he knew he was going to use one of the maybe 3 cards in the game that allow her to take a card from his deck. After 7 minutes of just talking, I finally remembers that she's in a duel and sets 1 card face down, accepting the fact that she'll have to end her turn. Luckily, that face down card is Gravity Bind, a card that will surely be able to stop a god with no issues whatsoever. Marik shows off what a real bad boy he is by summoning Holding Legs, another kinky piece from the basement, and unfortunately bounces Mai's trap card back to her hand before attacking directly.
And played alongside Holding Arm, it calls forth the sacred stone of Odion.
Okay, seriously, what is that tablet that just comes out when they're both normally summoned? What is this thing? Is it a magic card, monster, trap card? Like, generally, what in the hell is the point of this thing other than being a BDSM podium?
Hey, I can't move! What kind of hologram is this?
Were you not paying attention when Kaiba was speaking? He said he spared no expense. Actually, the most sexually dressed character in the show is the one that gets bonded up by Marik's monsters against this tablet thing that no one knows what the fuck it is. Attacking her with both monsters, bringing her down to 800 life points. Because I guess he'll just be able to recite the chant and summon Ra during the battle phase. A chant that goes a little something like this.
Drink yeast of the rye, taste so good I could die. Transform thyself from orb of wonder and bring me satisfaction to my hunger. Lock your flavor from deep within so that together we can surely appear in this kitchen upon my plate because I can no surely longer wait. Winged Dragon of Ra!
I might have got a couple lyrics wrong. Ra gets a devastating entrance and finally shows itself off in a duel. Now with a staggering 5,400 attack points thanks to the 3 tributed harpies by Mai. A Mai that's apparently being changed to this tablet that still no one will explain to be what it is. Oh, by the way, Mai, I know this might be a bad time to ask, but I was just wondering if you want to go out to dinner this weekend.
No!
Damn, girl, you didn't have to say it like the world was ending. Simple no thank you would have sufficed. Yugi yells at Marik to end this madness, that his feud is with me and not members of my faction. I promise if you stop, I'll sit here and listen to you talk about the tattoo on your back all day. I'll listen to you complain about your family's great honor that brought you nothing but pain and suffering. And to be fair, your father was a hell of a dick, so you're not 100% wrong.
I have to figure out the secret written on Marik's back!
You haven't figured it out yet? It says, Yugi, please marry me. Only 12 minutes into this episode that has far, far more talking than I remember, good God. So he decides he's finally had enough and runs up onto the dueling arena to save his beloved's perfect boobies. I mean, his beloved. And I mean, I understand. The world can't lose such a treasure. I mean, you know, my Valentine, the person, of course. Nolan yells at Joey to get off the stage, or yes, you guessed it, he'll be DQ'd. Unfortunately for him, Joey calls his bluff and doesn't give a damn, making him very sad because he knew that's the only card he had to play. Running quickly up to Mai to explain that, hey, yo, I got a lot of experience with these things, so I'll get you out of these handcuffs in a jiffy. Just ignore that fiery god behind us charging up its fiery attack to unleash upon us both. Unfortunately for Joey, though, the acid is starting to kick in real hard and Mai can't see anything in front of her face, forcing him to hold her face in what you think's gonna be a makeout scene, but he knows if he plays the friend Chad card right now that she'll be hooked for life afterwards. It's taking goddamn forever to charge, so long that Joey has time to tell a story and flashback to the time about the lightning coma dream that we've seen twice already.
No, I told you that you weren't in that dream, Mai. Sorry, but you were there.
I'm sorry I said you weren't there, Ma, but you were there. I'm also sorry my script was written by 4 kids. Miraculously, Joey's willpower, or just his lack of faith in anything but card games, is enough to shatter Marik's shadow magic, causing him to bitch about it for another 2 minutes while Ra continues charging. Ma yells at Joey to just run away and save himself before Ra finally attacks in a few hours. But Joey is ready to be destroyed together. I still want to know what the fuck that tablet thing is, though. Is it a monster? Is it a magic? Is it a trap card? Does it have an effect? Just What is it? Just before Moltres can unleash its fire blast, Yugi jumps up onto the stage and uses negate attack with his massive bulking shoulders.
I'll be able to destroy Yugi even sooner than I thought I would.
Yeah, but according to the rules that you're so goddamn caught up on, if you did that, you wouldn't be able to win this puzzle or his god card, and you wouldn't be able to rule the world anymore. You'd just be screwed. This attack from Ra is really lasting a long time, you think? I mean, it's been like a full 50 seconds already. No wonder my boy Yugi ends up face first on the floor looking a little crispy. Immediately, Roland announces Marik as the winner of this duel. Immediately heads over to Mai and Joey and definitely doesn't threaten him with some sort of stabbing item that he pulls out of his Millennium Rod. Instead, just using Thunder Wave to paralyze poor Joey while he heads over to Mai to have his way with her.
Enter a duel uninvited.
Joe!
Oh, what's that thing? A very sharp and pointy stick hidden within the Millennium Rod. I wonder where that came from. I mean, it's anyone's guess, but all I can say is naughty, naughty boy. It's Marik is a bad boy. He sits down in front of Mai, holding her chin before saying, hey, give me back my card, scrub. I do believe it's time for me to keep my promise and send you to the Shadow Realm, aka my basement. But wait, no. In a shocking M. Night Shyamalan twist, Marik actually decides to take us all to the beach instead. Except for Mai, who lost the duel and is forced to watch everyone look more attractive than her in a bathing suit, as this is a world where the bigger your chest, the less attractive you are. We then get a scene of Mai and Joey doing their best impression of me and my father.
Don't leave me here!
Later.
Marik says his power is growing with every person he manages to put in the hospital, casually walking away before the episode ends with Kaiba yelling at everyone to get those dead bodies off my dueling arena. It's my turn to duel. Well, that's it for this week's episode. I want to thank you all for watching, and of course a shout out to all my patrons. I'm not gonna lie, I don't have anything clever to say. I just want to know what the hell that tablet thing is. I just want to know. This has been the man from Earth. We love good. In today's story, we learn the ultimate form of being rich isn't having so much money that you can screw the rules, it's having so much money you can screw your own predetermined fate. Tell your historical past to screw off all my fellow feature outlaws. This is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I'm the NKK-double-G. Back with another recap of that show where people stand on top of a blimp and yell at each other for 2 hours. It's Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters, of course. As per usual, if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like, hit up the Patreon if you want to support me. Leave a comment telling me if you can see the future! Today comes with no recap because Kaiba wouldn't spring for it after being forced to wait till the 4th duel to advance. But let's ignore him because everyone else is in Mai's room, which also looks like a hospital bed because, man, this blimp sure has a lot of them. As we stand there, though, Duke uses this moment to explain to everyone the entire plot of Snowpiercer.
Because there's a mind-warping psycho on board? Just being honest.
Kaiba's been standing at the top of the dueling arena waiting forever because I guess he just sent everyone off to Mai's room. I guess he cleared the area for everyone to go back to Mai's room and then return in about 3 minutes. Luckily, he gets to spend some time talking to Mokuba, who's busy at work using their highly advanced supercomputers to look up everything they can about the card Ra.
So far, so good. The winged dragon of...
So sophisticated. Can't you tell how highly advanced these computers are by that Windows XP font style in the middle of the screen? All that power, all that computational energy focused on the single task of reading a children's trading card invented by a man who tried stealing my soul last year? I'm Seto Kaiba, and this is such a good use of technology. Everyone shows up again immediately because fuck death, card games are happening. As Yugi demands more screen time, yelling at Kaiba, telling him that he has something important to tell him. Kaiba responds by saying, I don't care how many people on this blimp are dying, I just want those god cards, bitch.
Wait a minute, someone's arriving. The 8th duelist is here.
I guess the 8th duelist must have just gotten scared of my addiction to dramatic theater. Happens every time. Wait. Is it? Wait. No, never mind. Wait, is that the... Yes! The 8th duelist is here! Ishizu finally appears on the opponent's side of the dueling arena, revealing herself to the others as the 8th duelist as well as Marik's older sister. The only person to care about Marik even more than Odion does, even though my presence doesn't seem to have any effect on him whatsoever, so you can probably just assume that I was a bit of a shitty sister. Kaiba is quite surprised, thinking that she made it all the way to the finals just to try and win her obelisk back from him, despite knowing that she gave it to him in the first place just to get this tournament started, and that really kind of wouldn't make sense right now. Also, why does Marik look derpy as fuck right there? Marik cuts into space-time like he's friggin' Bakura or something, feeling his good half in an hourglass just like mine because I guess he's similar to Piccolo where he can just summon those for some reason. Seriously, they never explain in either of those shows why they're able to do that.
Enough with the Millennium item. I don't believe in that nonsense. Is that clear?
Bro, you were literally turned into a trading card. It's pretty hard to come back from that and not be like, wow, this world's physics must be just fine. Unfortunately for Kaiba though, Ishizu has a necklace that lets her see into the future, already declaring that he will lose this duel thanks to the very card that she gave him in the first place. Something that Kaiba claims is completely foolish, and oh, by the way, I don't appreciate you using this tournament that you helped me set up to settle your family squabbles. Do that elsewhere. We then get a rare moment of Kaiba talking about his vacation time that he spent in Florida last summer.
I'm surrounded by superstitious nitwits.
The time for talking is over. It's time to duel. I don't care about you or your demented brother. Obelisk is mine, not yours. Don't you dare even ask for it back. There's no chance in hell. Take your hocus pocus nonsense to someone else's tournament, Ishizu, despite the fact that I've let so much shit fly in front of my face. But seriously, thank you for the card. I appreciate it. Kaiba goes first because of course he has more money, summoning the Vorse Raider and setting a card face down before ending his turn.
You will suffer defeat.
Kaiba.
Why was there a random laser beam noise? In a rare moment of foolishness, Yugi says that Kaiba is a good duelist, but he's not good enough to beat a Millennium item. I just gotta disagree with that, bro. This ain't season 1 anymore. He's got some shit to break the rules with now. Ishizu takes her turn, proving that her powers are not fake by summoning Keldo in defense mode without even looking at the cards, something no one else has done in the show before, trust me. This is all before following it up with the activation of probably the second most broken fake card you'll ever see, Michizuri of Doom. Oh, what's that? It's just a magic card that lets you discard 2 cards from your opponent's hand, then they get to do the same thing to you. No cost or anything, not at all broken card to get on the first turn. Dark Worlds wouldn't love this pure advantage card, nope, not at all. I can't see any problem with it. You know, despite the fact that the scary thing is Delinquent Duo is still better. Because she's a real psychic and not fake like the other 5 people we've already seen on this show's trope. Calls out the card in Kaiba's hand to discard without even looking at them. Something that Kaiba refuses to believe is true. She must be cheating. She must be using a satellite to spy on my cards just like I do to everyone else. Eric is amused watching his older sister troll Kaiba, as apparently she used to wreck him when they were small children. Somehow Ishizu hears this toss and says, nope, my brother will be saved. Don't you dare ask how I heard you. Back to Kaiba's turn, and he attacks with the Force Raider, showing the Keldo that he's super lucky doesn't have its 2022 effects, or else this game would be ending a lot faster and with no need for a necklace. The cards would just tell you them themselves.
I don't know what kind of imbecile you think I am, but your little mind games won't work on me.
That's right, Kaiba, you never back down. I say the same thing every time that stupid little teller at the bank tries telling me my bank account is 0. Bullshit. That wily bastard Kaiba has the crush card virus and the shrink card laid down on the field to devastate her in a combo on her next turn. Ishizu that draws into Exchange of the Spirit, a not at all broken card that's completely future-proof, before summoning Mudora in attack position to the field. Calling on her necklace to show her the ending of this match, she predicts that Obelisk will be the cause of Kaiba's downfall. I mean, he couldn't possibly be so rich that he paid off the gods, so clearly this is the path to victory. Now let me activate this shitty basic equip magic card called Sword of Dagra, increasing my monster's attack by 500 and going in for the kill. Unfortunately for her though, Kaiba's 2 face-down cards are powerful enough to cut his monster's attack in half and be used as a tribute for the crush card virus, devastating every powerful monster on her field, in her hand, and in her deck. Man, if only she could have seen the future!
I'd trade in that Millennium necklace for a crystal ball or something. Joey's right.
No, you done fucked up hard when even Joey is getting compliments for putting you down, now that every monster with over 1500 attack goes into the graveyard. Not just her hand, nope, she puts her entire fucking deck into the thing, despite that not being how it works. Imagine if that actually happened in today's dueling landscape, just graveyard effects. So many beautiful, beautiful graveyard effects. Actually, because she doesn't need a big baddie to defeat Kaiba, she just needs what every random antagonist in this show seems to have, Swords of Revealing Light. It's clear that fate dictates our moves, something that total non-believer dickhead Kaiba refuses to believe in, even though he ends up winning this match. Oh wait, spoiler alert. Ishizu sits her last card face down before ending her turn, letting Kaiba draw instantly, and by instantly I mean it was already in his hand, a not broken at all trap card called Virus Cannon.
Virus Cannon! Perfect! I can still play this magic card.
Oh, come on, man. We're almost 100 episodes in, and you're gonna make Kaiba do the one to screw that up? I'm legit sad now. Kaiba sets a gremlin in defense mode that I've never seen him have before sending a card face down and ending his turn before we get a nice series of exciting turns where Ishizu just draws and passes, draws and passes, draws and passes. Guess what she's gonna do next? She draws. That final draw being Sacrifices Blast, aka Blast held by a tribute. Seriously, why even change the name again? Powerful card though end up sealing this rich man's fate. A fate held by a fist, you could say. Held by a man named Kaiba, who ends the episode by drawing into the almighty blue god, ready to crush any foes in front of his path.
You can't win! Nothing can save you!
What's wrong with his fingers? They look like 2 traffic cones stitched together and painted tan. Well, that's it for this episode. I want to thank you all for watching, and of course a shout out to all my patrons. If any of you are wondering how much money you need to actually screw the rules so hard that fate bends to your will, just know that even Elon Musk only got like 15% there. This has been the Man from Earth with all the girth, ladies and gentlemen. Be the character you know you're worth. Later. In today's story, the IRS shows up at 4Kids studio door demanding all the back taxes that were never paid during the Duelist Kingdom arc. As a result, today's episode will have about 20% of its usual animation budget. Passive-aggressively accept your ancient past, all my fellow feature outlaws, as this is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I'm that etiquette KGG. Back with another recap of that show that just barely made it past regulations after that crippling blow from the IRS. Of course, I'm talking about Duel Monsters. So as per usual, if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like, hit up the Patreon if you want to support me, and leave a comment telling me if, just like Kaiba, the first time you saw Blue Eyes, you felt something strange inside that you just can't deny. You want to know something else we all can't deny? That's right, it's Kaiba boasting about himself at the beginning of the episode. I mean, that Ishizu is a complete fool, but trying to use a piece of jewelry to actually win this duel.
What if Ishizu does lose? Will the evil within Marik grow even stronger?
I don't have the heart to tell him what's about to happen in about 15 minutes. Eric says Kaiba is a total idiot for thinking that just pure skill can actually win this game. But if you look closely at the ancient scriptures, also known as the Duelist Handbook Volume 1, clearly states under Section 3, Paragraph B, all forms of magical influence are not only allowed but encouraged emerge within the confines of this game. You must accept this ancient past to gain access to the heart of the cheater, as they so say. Oh hey, I couldn't help but notice the magic cards in your deck. Let me fix that by activating Virus Cannon. A trap card that has no cost and just destroys 10 random magic cards from your opponent's deck. Arguably the most powerful type of card back then, even still today, just completely destroyed by one card that had no requirements to activate. Why doesn't he use this every fucking game? Unfortunately for our best buddy Kaiba, Ishizu counters with possibly one of the few trap cards that's actually even more broken. Also known as Exchange of the Spirit, switching all the cards in their graveyards and decks, leaving our hero Kaiba with only a measly 6 cards left to play with.
How could I have let this—
By playing Exchange of the Spirit,
Why is everyone derpy as shit on this show today? Everyone continues narrating what's going on because we're 5 minutes in and maybe 2 cards have been played. Don't worry, Kaiba has 6 cards in his graveyard that he's somehow gonna have to shuffle in a fair way and create a whole new deck with. I mean, there's just no way that you're not at least gonna have a small idea of what card you put on the top. It wouldn't be that hard. Another two-limit strategy nearly about to be revealed. Ishizu summons Kelbeck to the field in attack position before setting 1 card face down and ending her turn. Really? That's all you're gonna do after that?
This is my tournament! If I lose, I'll be humiliated!
I don't have the heart to tell him what's gonna happen in about 40 episodes. Mokuba finally arrives asking, hey big bro, are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay, big bro? Did you get hit by? Did you get struck by a smoothly activated trap card? Kaiba just says, shut up Mokuba, before drawing his next card like a decrepit old man. A card predicted by Ishizu to be Virus Cannon, which is less impressive when he has about 6 cards in his deck and you know he didn't shuffle it at all before he just put it on top.
I will not listen to any more of this nonsense! Activate Virus Cannon!
But not only does this card destroy 10 random magic cards from your opponent's deck, and apparently it has no cost and can just be activated straight from your hand. I mean, it ends up not mattering because she has another trap card called Muko, which I guess just negates it completely with no cost or explanation, but still, like, I don't know if I should be disappointed or proud that Kaiba's finally cheating. Kaiba ends his turn without attacking with his gremlin, confusing Joey greatly, so Yugi has to explain that Obelisk being his only chance to win this duel, he'll have to sacrifice Ishizu's monsters instead of his own. I mean, naturally, you should just ignore the soul exchange that's been in his hand since the beginning of the duel, right? Back to Ishizu's turn, she summons Zolga in attack mode to the field, but hesitates to attack because Kaiba's too busy being poorly animated and interrupted by Yugi, who says he's in way over in his head and this tournament has gone too far. I mean, don't you notice all the dead bodies that have been stacking up? Yugi and Kaiba then reenact their average conversation between the US president and the experts at the World Health Organization in 2020.
Have you not seen the damage caused so far? You might be next. That cannot be denied. And if you continue to ignore it, you're a fool.
Ishizu destroys Kaiba's gremlin before attacking directly with a frickin' laser beam to the chest, bringing him down to 1,400 life points before setting another card face down. Who wonders what it could be? It's Muko. Kaiba is super scared, wondering what that trap card could be. It's Muko. So he sits there and just talks about Obelisk some more. It's Muko. Kaiba draws a card and oh wait, look at that. It was Muko. I guess it's not only a magic jammer, but a drastic drop-off as well. So yeah, fuck that card. Not because it's been talked about for the last 5 minutes already. It's clear that Kaiba needs to sacrifice her monsters instead if he wants to summon Obelisk. Let me play this one face down card that's completely blacked out so no one knows that it's soul exchange, not even the audience. Don't ask why I'm going to be able to use a regular magic card as a quick play on her turn to summon my own god card. Back to Ishizu, who talks to herself some more, maybe the audience, no one really knows at this point. Getting a final trap card face down, blast held by a tribute. Kaiba sits there expecting him to survive this entire turn with just one face down magic card that could be so easily destroyed.
This trap card has already begun working.
Bitch, you just set that thing. It's not doing anything. That's not how it works. This powerful trap card will infect one of the monsters being used as a tribute for the mighty god, transferring that tumor and giving our god massive indigestion deep within his stomach. As we've all learned in anime, the only way to defeat a god is with disgusting food that they weren't expecting. Finally making Kaiba's dreams come true, she summons Yugioh, another monster that wish it had its 2022 effects, to the field in attack position. But wait, says Kaiba, what if she knows that I know that she knows that I know I was planning this from the start? I mean, never mind, I'm just gonna cheat. And by cheat, I mean tap into my ancient mystical powers and allow me to use a magic card on her turn to sacrifice the 3 monsters to summon my own Egyptian god. I mean, there's absolutely nothing wrong with the play that is happening before our eyes right now, besides maybe the level of animation on Obelisk. Good God. Kaiba goes into full Joker mode, laughing with a mouth so big that the kid from the old Honeycomb commercials would be jealous. Claiming that relying on a piece of jewelry to win this game is pathetic. What it really takes is skill, intelligence, and an extremely powerful deck, even though I just cheated about 2 different ways from Sunday right there.
This secret trap card infected Obelisk the Tormentor.
Oh yes, that's right. Those trap cards that just disappear from the field with no activation or even mention that it was played. I swear those cards were so rare that no one's ever actually seen them played before because they don't exist. Also, why the fuck does Kaiba have multiplication of ants in his deck? All characters in this duel go to an inner monologue so brutally boring that it creates a vortex of Ishizu spiraling into predicting the future again. Somehow being both a flashback and something new at the same time, something I didn't know was possible. God damn it, Ishizu. So boring that even Marik starts to walk away when all of a sudden his rod gets excited without his permission. Oh wait, never mind, it's actually just a short clip of Kaiba discovering dragon mates for the first time.
I feel something strange inside. I've never felt anything like this before.
All of a sudden the giant rock appears before Kaiba, revealing the stone carving of blue eyes that wants his lover back. Stop simping for Obelisk. You know he's just a big asshole Chad who likes to go to the gym too much. I'm your one and only, baby. With this overwhelming sensation now filling him, Kaiba decides that he's going to win this duel by denying his original plan. Accepting his ancient past that he completely denies to use this power that he's just deluding himself into believing it's his own gut intuition to win this duel and change his fate. I mean, it checks out. Activating Silent Doom, he brings back Gadget Soldier to the field in defense mode before shocking everyone else with what's about to happen.
Ridiculous!
No way, man!
What's he thinking?
It can't be.
Hey bros, can you guys give me some more room? I can't fit. Wait, what everyone, including the audience, thinks Kaiba apparently had this plan the entire time. I mean, he always knew better. He just loves that big moment of suspense. I told you he was addicted to theater. Proving once and for all that destiny and fate don't mean shit when you see your life points drop to 0 from the direct attack by Blue Eye. Kaiba secures his victory and moves on to the finals, all because of his superior intellect and dueling skills, and not because Ishizu was just addicted to the writers thinking that psychics would actually win a duel by this point. They're never gonna win.
Though I know the task will be more difficult than I can imagine.
Seriously, my god, what is the animation of this episode? We need money! That's it for this episode. I want to thank you all for watching, and of course a shout out to all my patrons. If you'd like to donate to 4Kids to get their budget back up to snuff, just follow the Patreon link below. I promise it's completely valid. This is Man for Worth with all the girth, ladies and gentlemen. Be the character you know you're worth. Also, I got some new flannel. You know you love it. Later. In today's story, our mighty heroes do what they do best on a show that's about playing a children's card game known as Duel Monsters. They talk a lot. Get ready to smash your head against the wall, my fellow feature outlaws. This is his Card Games vs. Humanity, and I'm that NAK Double G. Hitting you up with another recap of that show that literally took me an hour to get through a 22-minute episode of Duel Monsters. As per usual, if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like, hit up the Patreon if you want to support me. Leave a comment telling me if you would stab your father if he beat the shit out of your only friend in the world because you went outside one time. We're gonna ignore that because right now we're in the Kaiba lab doing our best to figure out everything we can about the last line of text on Raw. But what's this? Kaiba can already read the text as if it's already written in perfect English. I mean Japanese. I mean Egyptian. Fuck, this show is confusing. He collapses to his knees, assuming that Ishizu must be playing after-duel mind games with him still. Telling Roland to let everyone know that curfew is at 10 p.m. and there will be no duels until we reach our landing in the morning. Hey, since Yugi and Joey have some serious resting to do, it's very important they rest from all that card holding they've been doing all day. Bringing everyone into Mai's room before saying the same thing she says anytime she finds out one of her new friends is a liberal.
We gotta get her mind back.
Ishizu claims that there's still hope for Marik, who just used to be a regular annoying-ass child. I mean, he was stuck underground in what's basically a bigger solitary confinement for the entirety of his life while having to deal with his abusive father. But I mean, Ishizu can't imagine any single reason why he'd be angry.
What happens if there's no way to save your brother?
We all know what happens then. Tristan steps up. Yugi basically says, I gotta save the world. I don't really care about your brother. He's already done too much damage already. I'm gonna kill him. Being backed by Joey and the rest of the gang who agree that yes, Marik sucks and you can't just expect us to forgive him. Oh, well, I say you can't expect us to forgive the writers for this episode that's just all talking, isn't it? Young Marik was full of energy and just constantly bugged his sister to just take him out to the outside world at least once. She promised she would do it one day, and I guess she's already done it before. They never really make that part clear. Odion will cover for us, says Marik. He's a 6'4" giant of a man and we're two small children. But it makes sense that father, who isn't known for being a bit of a hard ass, won't notice any difference at all. Bugging his sister for a full 2 minutes before she finally gives in. Marik will finally get to live like a normal person in the sands of Egypt surrounded by criminals. Only 1 hour though, any more than that and you might get addicted to this whole outside and we can't have that.
This should work.
Yup, that should definitely work. Also, I'm pretty sure that's a fucking dead body. Oh my god, Marik is outside and he found a book lying on the ground. What's that, says Marik as he points at some animals.
What is that?
That's the cause of your future medical bills. Marik watches this badass Chad on a bike tell his hoe that he's got to ride off into the sunset before being grabbed by his sister, who's just now starting to realize this was a stupid idea. Asking about the magical box thingy he just witnessed in the vehicle in the magazine. Ishizu tells him it was a TV and a motorcycle as I sit there wondering how does she know this stuff if she's never been outside before. Someone's been a bad girl. As long as Marik is a tomb keeper, he'll never actually get to do anything cool in life, and maybe bringing him outside was a bad idea. Turning around to find a criminal standing behind them. Oh, wait, my mistake. That's just shoddy. He tells him that the pharaoh is coming, so do your frickin' job. You only got a few years left, bitches. He takes off right away because, like usual, there's more dead bodies to go clean up. Before Marik and Ishizu reenact your average conversation between two college chicks on Sunday morning.
We never should have come up here today. Forget about the stranger and let's go home.
Just before entering back into their sacred home, aka a random cave out in the desert, Marik straddles a piece of stone and pretends it's a motorcycle, somehow perfectly imagining what he's gonna look like in 7 to 10 years from now.
Remember, we can't wake father.
Unfortunately, these kids see the alarm system that was triggered as they exited the cave. They broke curfew, which is the moment they wake up every day, so they clearly knew better. They quickly rush down to the rooms only to see an Odion lying on the ground.
But my father had already weakened him with the Millennium Rod.
Ah yes, weakened him with the Millennium Rod that was still sitting on the podium as they walked in. I'm not sure a single kid on the planet understands the concept of an old man just beating the shit out of someone. This 90-year-old man said that Odion had to get his ass kicked because you guys went outside, causing Marik to transform on a literal frame skip, dropping his balls immediately, yet somehow you can still kind of to tell that he hasn't hit puberty yet. Taking the rod, now claiming that he finally knows what to do with it, using his first Thunder Wave attack on his father and Ishizu. Then he walks over to his father and sends him to the Shadow Realm. Luckily, Odion wakes up just in time, causing him to immediately revert back to his normal bro mode. And without his bro yo man dog, he just goes nuts. I get it, man. I feel you.
You have taken your first step, Marik.
Oh yes, by committing murder, you're slowly becoming more and more like me. Soon I'll show you how to control people's minds for fun. Gotti basically appears and just says, stop being a bad kid, before immediately leaving and ending the story that I don't remember how it started. So he basically says what everyone else is thinking, asking why we should feel bad for some spoiled kid who became an evil nutcase. Got my favorite set of titties in a time prison, and I'll never forgive him for that. Ishizu says it's possible to win a duel against my brother and not kill him at the same time, but it's lights out in 2 minutes, so I'll have to tell you the rest tomorrow. Now just try to pay attention to Tristan trying to sneak into Joey's room for the night. I'm sure he won't even notice him, right? But not having time to finish the information about her brother, it's time to walk over to Yugi to give him something. Take my jewelry, she says. You're a psychic now. You basically can just predict what cards you're gonna get next in your duels anyways, you might as well have it. Because this is a show about card games and not people talking, the last 4 minutes of this episode is just people talking. As Taya runs out into the hallway to ask Ishizu about Yugi's destiny, asking her that if he defeats Marik, will the world be saved, or is there other jerks out there that want to be all mean and stuff? And all I can say to that is, you silly girl, you think Bakura's even remotely ready to start his evil plan yet? Ishizu says, I don't know, bro, Yugi has my necklace, maybe he can figure it out, don't bother me anymore. Leaving Taya alone with a thought, oh wait, never mind, the less scumbaggish Marik is still inside her apparently. I guess he can just use the Millennium Ring to transfer his spirit into Bakura as well. You know, just any sort of how would be awesome.
Let me guess. If we trust in the heart of the cards, we can beat this guy.
Yes.
You watch that and you tell me they aren't just literally bored of winning. Oh look everyone, it's evil Marik standing above Odion, who's ready to stab him with this blunt cylinder. That fist you're making with that left hand, definitely not holding any sort of sharp object here. Nope, not at all. Bad for him though, there's a figure lurking in the shadows. That being Bakura, who is now double evil with Marik and the evil spirit inside him. 2 men inside him at the same time, just another night for Bakura.
I want my body back!
I hear you. I say the same thing every year after Thanksgiving, my friend. Bakura says if I defeat you, I get his rod, or your rod. I mean, you know what I mean. I get the rod, and the rod is what I want. Being the total badasses that they are, both men use Thunder Wave back and forth on each other because apparently that's the only move that the ancients were able to have time to learn or imbue in these items. And I guess that tiny display is all it takes for evil Marik to be impressed and think that they have equal levels of power, challenging them to a duel where the winner takes all. The episode ends with 3 men fighting over a rod. Well, that's it for this week's episode. I want to thank you all for watching, and of course a shout out to all my patrons. As I said in my community post, I'm going to be taking a big trip this week. I want to look out for a couple other Yugi tubers. They might pop in and out. They might pop here, pop there. Shit's popping. This has been the man from Road Through All the Growth, ladies and gentlemen. I'll see you all next week. You know, assuming I don't get in a car crash. There's like a 3% chance that'll happen. See ya. In today's story, nothing actually happens because everyone's asleep. Well, except for Kaiba. He's modeled himself after the only human being on the planet that will live forever off of only 3 hours of sleep a night, Vincent Kennedy McMahon. Get ready to rule the world in a vaguely established manner, all my fellow and future outlaws. This is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I am that NKK Double G. Finally back with a recap of Duel Monsters that I know you all missed. I've been a busy man traveling across the land. I didn't even mean to make that rhyme. So as per usual, if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like. Hit up the Patreon below on the link. It would actually really help me. If you can support me more, I can make more episodes. I really will. Leave a comment telling me if you can guess what new cards Marik claims he actually put in his deck, because so far they must be always buried at the bottom. Let's ignore that because exciting things are happening right now. Yes, that's right. Everyone is asleep. Especially Joey, who seems to be having some very confusing dreams.
You calling monkey boy, Kaiba?
Don't forget me, handsome. See you later.
Hi! Come back!
First off, Joey, that's my, not Kaiba. And secondly, they brought back that stupid friggin' tablet thing again. Monster, magic, trap, they're never gonna explain it. Oh yes, that's some nice fan service. Everyone, including even Ishizu, is finally fast asleep, except for that lovable scamp Seto Kaiba, who is still awake and very angry that he is able to read the text on Raw, but his technology can't. Yes, this is a man with levels of ego that are actually more full of themselves than others. Finally, to the duel this episode is supposed to be about. Both Marik and Bakura claim that in the Shadow Realm, the loser pays the ultimate price. So basically, they just talk about shit that even in canon, they should already know well. Just like Bakura now fully knows all the hidden secrets of Raw thanks to the other current man that's currently dwelling inside him. Apparently, the less shitty version of Marik overheard his sister talking about how the evil half was born while he was still inside Taya's body. I guess Captain Ginyu's body switch ain't got shit on Marik's ability to just go from person to person.
It was you who began my path towards darkness when you sent my father to the Shadow Realm.
Oh yes, when you sent our 94-year-old father out to the grave, and not the
Shadow Realm.
That was the day I swore revenge on the Pharaoh, despite having no actual proof that it was him that did things. Evil Marik, aka Marik, says it was your jealousy, hate, and rage that brought me to life, so you're just as guilty as I am, bitch. You can try that plea of insanity in the courts, but we aspire to a higher law known as card games.
Father, Please forgive me. Very touching.
You may not know it there, but he was actually being 100% sincere. Bakura is actually surprisingly well in tune with his emotions for a genocidal maniac. Only 7 minutes into this show about dueling, no one's actually began dueling yet because Bakura is too busy being pissed off at Marik for hiding secrets from him. That maybe, just maybe, the power of the pharaoh, that thing he's been talking about for, I don't know, 50 episodes or so, might have a magic stronger than the 7 Millennium items, neither of which have established power levels and have remained mostly vague. Only about 8 minutes in and no one's drawn a frickin' card yet, Bakura says he's about to summon the Shadow Realm before Marik says, nah bro, don't worry, I got it this time.
Prepare for a battle like no other!
Why did he look scared and confused when Marik put the Shadow Realm up? You think he'd have a handle on how these things work by now. In this Shadow game though, things are a little bit different. Because when you lose life points, you also lose bits and pieces of your body to the shadows, leaving you a smaller husk of the man you once were. And imagine using a life equalizer deck in that situation, you'd lose and then gain 150 pounds in like 2 minutes. Bakura finally begins dueling in a show called Duel Monster, setting one card face down before summoning Simo's best little buddy, Goblin Zombie. That's a normal monster for some reason. Marik says he finds this move highly predictable, just like the cards in his deck that he said he changed earlier, summoning Drago to the field before setting a remove trap face down. He attacks right away, but luckily for us, the viewing audience, Bakura has a lovely fake trap card called Frightful Earthbound, a trap card that causes a giant gross like bush of moss and teeth to try to bite and nip at you every time you attack with a monster. Drago destroys the Goblin Zombie, that's a normal monster, forcing the trap card to take effect and try to take a literal bite out of a criminal. Unfortunately for Bakura, this is the battle phase, so Marik is able to activate Remove Trap. Why was there a sound effect of it? Did he just murder a cow? Watching his body dissolve away thanks to Marik's magic, Bakura laughs it off and says he's quite familiar with how the Shadow Realm works despite being surprised by it twice already. Let's ignore that because something very exciting is going on. Yes, Yugi is sleeping.
Where am I?
Okay, I'm just gonna ignore the fact that we're supposed to believe that Yugi's both playing with both a rocking horse and a boombox at the same time. Mostly to point out how that has to be the smallest motorcycle I've ever seen in my entire life. That thing must get like 0.5 horsepower. Yugi says, wait a second, this is the inside of my own mind. To have actual thoughts inside my own head? What a trippy thing, says Yugi. But unfortunately, my thoughts aren't interesting enough, so let's walk over to Yami's dorm room because he refused to share one with me. Apparently, this is only the second time he's ever entered Yami's mind puzzle, who appears to greet him in front of the many confusing levels and pathways inside his twisted head. Not really sure why this is happening right now out of all times. Oh, right. Filler.
It seems like things are getting out of hand lately, and the danger's growing.
Don't worry, Yami, I'll help you figure out all your confusing memories, and I swear to God, there's nothing wrong with the proportions of my face. He's a genius and figures out that this labyrinth is nothing more than a representation of everything that Yami's confused about himself. Although if you look closely at most of the rooms, they all just kind of say the same thing, which is my sexuality. 13 minutes in, and we're at turn 2, finally. Marik claims that he knows every card in Bakura's deck after watching his fight with the Pharaoh. Bakura that says he has other plans, who is currently holding 2 pieces of the Destiny board in his hand, which makes sense because he wouldn't definitely pull them out of his deck if he had other strategies. Apparently less shittier Marik and Bakura talk off screen instead of having a 5-minute conversation about it, revealing now that they have a scheme, a strategy, a plan if you will. Bakura sets 2 cards face down, one of them being exchanged and the other being another fake card that you'll just have to wait for before summoning Gurnia in defense mode. Because he's a good duelist who says it doesn't matter what Bakura does, Marik says he has the ultimate plan to bring out his Winged Dragon of Ra.
Once I draw the Winged Dragon of Ra, Card of Sanctity, this should help me immensely. No!
Oh yes, all I have in my hand is this card that literally lets me draw a 5 when it's flipped up and these 2 crappy back row cards. Big top deck and a card of Sanctity and activate it right away before setting down these other 3 cards so I can only draw 2 instead of 5. Luckily for Marik, Bakura activates his other fake trap card, Multiple Destruction. A card that would make Empty Jar strategy the most feared thing in the land. A card that's basically just morphing jar in trap card form, forcing you to discard your hand and draw 5. The downside of this card, take away life points for Bakura, forces Marik to say the same thing we all said to ourselves in the last 2 years anytime we saw Kanye West doing anything.
Is this a trick? Why is he destroying himself?
Marik dumps his entire hand and draws into 5 cards, one of them being the lovely Pot of Greed, of course. Not really sure why he has Earl of Demise in his deck, and is that Gift of the Mystical Elf? That honestly looks like the artwork. I mean, at least we're finally seeing some of those new cards he talked about.
I see you still haven't drawn the card you need yet. How pathetic.
It's my turn to draw. Oh man, I see you couldn't draw the exact card that you needed in a 40-card deck. Pathetic. How the fuck am I supposed to have any control over that? Marik sets 1 card face down before we head back to the real storyline, Yugi and Yami talking about their flashbacks. Mostly because this duel is horrible and not allowed to reach turn 5. Wait, never mind, we're already back to Bakura who's tribute summoning for the Puppet Master to the field, allowing him to pay 1,000 life points to summon 3 monsters from the graveyard all at once. Unfortunately for him, Marik saw all this shit coming because maybe there's 2 cards in the game that can actually take Ra from him right now. I'm forced to hand it over to him when Bakura activates the magic card exchange. Episode ends with me being totally pissed off because Bakura could have set Monster Reborn on the field before activating exchange, leading to the exact scenario that leads to his demise in the next episode. Oh. Spoilers. Well, that's it for this week's episode. I want to thank you all for watching, and of course, a shout out to all my patrons. I know we took a while in between episodes here. I gotta get back up some of that momentum. I have been pretty busy, but we'll get back to it. You all know what's coming in one episode. Green hair. This has been the Man from World with all the girls, ladies and gentlemen. Be the character you know you're worth. Later. In today's story, we witness the actual ending of Season 2. Some say it goes out with a bang, others say it goes out with a whimper. Personally, I'm just glad we have one less villain on the show constantly rambling about his vague established plans to rule the world. Well, at least for a while. You better get ready to do a heel turn on my fellow feature outlaws. This is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I'm that NKK Double G. With a recap of the ending of Season 2 of Duel Monsters. I'm sure Series 3 will be nothing but a classic series of duels that everyone will thoroughly enjoy, and we will definitely not get derailed by any obscure plot points whatsoever. So if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like, and give me some fucking money on Patreon, why don't you? Leave a comment telling me if you're just as annoyed as I am that Bakura basically handed Marik over the card that he needed to win this duel. Like, seriously, man, He's just so bad at dueling. And if you need any more proof, then just look at how Bakura's way too happy right now to be holding Ra despite having no ability to summon it on the turn that he was actually able to bring out 3 monsters, because that's not a vulnerable situation. Marik tells basic bitch Marik that he should just shut up and thank him. That if it wasn't for him, that he wouldn't even know how to use his rod correctly, and after hearing this, I have to agree. If it wasn't for him, he wouldn't have been able to fulfill his desires of killing his father in cold blood and escaping to the outside world.
I'm sorry, Marik, but your ranting has become tiresome.
I could have told you that 30 fucking episodes ago. Only 30 cards into Marik's deck, and we finally see a new card activated, Vengeful Bog Spirit, forcing all monsters on the field to wait 1 turn before attacking, something that I'm sure Ra would definitely care about anyway. Speaking of Ra, Bakura makes his attempt to tribute summon for the beast, but unfortunately for him, Marik has what might be the single most fake-looking card that we've seen yet. Apparently called Joyful Doom, with an artwork that just makes you say, Jesus, they weren't even trying, were they? That takes away the attack points of the monsters that are about to be tributed, something that would be almost completely useless in any other situation besides maybe Great Maju Garzette. Also, don't pay any attention to why there's no sphere mode this time. Despite having 0 attack, Ra still has 3,450 defense, is unaffected by almost everything, and can still pop monsters, so I don't know about you, man, but I'd roll with it.
Why didn't you warn me that this might happen? I wasn't aware he was holding that trap card, you fool!
Well, that's because it's a fake card and doesn't actually exist, so I guess that means I have to give you a pass on this one. Just then, without warning, we get a sneak peek of your average 2 a.m. conversation between Yugi and Taya.
It's kind of late, Taya. Can't this wait till morning?
Boy, you know it can't. Marik takes his turn and attacks with Julago, the actual MVP of this duel, destroying Bakura's Puppet Master before ending his turn. And because he totally wants to, and not because Kaiba did it first. Bakura tributes a literal god of a monster with invulnerability and monster destruction for Dark Ruler Hadad. A decent beat stick of a monster that kind of ends up doing nothing. So look at the freaking cards that Marik has in his hand right now. Pot of Greed, Bakura's dumbass Monster Reborn, Card of Last Will, and Maki Aura. It's almost like Kaiba should have set some rules and regulations for this tournament. You know, just a couple. Ra has 0 attack, so it must be useless. Giving up on it already despite using a monster called Puppet Master with 0 attack that just summoned 3 monsters to try to bring it out in the first place. Maybe it would have been a good idea to assume that Ra had other useful effects, but now I'm just going to tribute it and then bring out Dark Necrofear instead.
Next, I shall activate my magic burial card.
Say it with me now. Premature burial. Premature burial. Say it with me now. Say it with me now. Say it with me now! All these decent monsters with no back row removal to speak of. It would be such a shame if Bakura committed all these summons on a turn that he can't attack. Surely that he wouldn't be such an idiot to do something like that, would he? Having another man inside him for too long already, him and Marik start bickering like an old married couple. I mean that it's Marik's fault that they weren't able to summon Ra, even though they did, and Marik just had the fakest card in existence to halt it. It's just in, it seems this duel is being put on hold as new challenger John Cena has arrived to fight Marik. I believe we have some footage.
I can barely see you over there.
We head back to the Kaiba lab, where Seto is doing his best to figure out any weaknesses to the Winged Dragon of Ra. Using this highly advanced supercomputer to run the numbers, he discovers that the Crush card combo only has a 13% chance of victory. This is definitely a computer program that wasn't a waste of taxpayer money. Conveniently, Kaiba is now going over the very special abilities of Ra that not even high-ranking members of the Ishtar family knew about. So it makes perfect sense that the Kaiba Corp database has information on them at the exact moment that Marik is about to unleash them.
And winning Slifer will be simple.
You sure about that? In the equivalent of a card that you created yourself at home, Ra has special abilities that aren't even on the text of the card. So luckily, the Kaiba Corp database knows all about it, or else we'd all be in a real bind trying to figure it out. Conveniently learning about it at the same time that Marik's about to activate it, Instant Attack, an ability that clearly needs more explanation to explain what it does. Despite wanting to do nothing more than sleep, Taya and Yugi are seen riding in the elevator together looking for Bakura because he's taking up screen time, and that's just not allowed even if Yugi's busy off-screen sleeping. We reach the top of the dueling arena to find a giant ball of purple fog surrounding the current duelist that must be Marik and Bakura.
Yugioh!
Oh man, it's been like 23 episodes since he screamed Yu-Gi-Oh during a transformation sequence. You know this must be an important moment. AKA he tells Taya to back off, bitch. The main characters are fighting right now. I don't care if you refuse to leave. You have no powers for anything. Back to our exciting duel that's been maybe 5 turns. Marik activates the monster reborn that a certain dipshit should have never kept in his hand, bringing back Raw, that shitty beat stick with 0 attack points that you gave up on, telling them both to get ready to witness instant attack, because I guess you just have to say it and now you get to do it, and that's it. Without warning, those shadow effects start to fly off of Marik's body like he's got his own pyro crew or something, activating the second hidden ability of Raw known as point-to-point transfer. It does sound like some cool new quantum mechanics process, but it's actually just a life point effect, giving it all but 1 to the mighty creature, raising the winged dragon of Raw's attack points all the way up to 85-49, pissing everyone off at the amount of math that they're gonna have to do after this battle phase. Marik launches his powerful attack, destroying all of his monsters right away before completely incinerating lesser Marik, because I guess Bakura just left him on the field and didn't tell anyone about it. After that attack though, Bakura seems to be fading away into a dark fog, claiming the same thing every emotional teenager has written down in their journal at least once in their life.
Don't you realize that I am the darkness? It means I can't be destroyed.
Disappearing into the shadows, he drops a Millennium Ring on the ground, just right when Yugi decides to enter after everything's already done. I can pretend I just got here. Oh, by the way, Marik's body switching is so good that it literally stays in the previous host like he's a tuffle or something.
So, how long have you been here?
What are you talking about? Yami Yugi just got here. I wasn't talking with Taya for like 10 minutes. Head back to Ishizu's room where she seems to be having a very bad dream right now. Luckily for her, Taya is very slutty and shows up at her room for their 3 a.m. booty call. Oh wait, never mind, it's actually Marik, who is just as slutty, but he's in a bit of a pickle right now because his only spirit is left inside of Taya and he's not sure how long he can go inside a woman's body and remain confused like this. Then it's revealed that the spirit of the Millennium Ring is still around, hidden inside the puzzle, trying to figure out his deepest, darkest secret. Don't you remember when I did this 45 episodes ago? Don't you remember that we can just put our spirit into anyone or anything that we choose? Marik goes into Odion's room to finish the 15-second job that he couldn't do twice already, only to find him missing. However, will I find him on this blimp that only has maybe a day's worth of hiding options? But wait, it's almost dawn already and we're heading to the Battle City final. The island where Seto left his father in ruins, aka killed him in cold blood. Also, that giant phallic tower over there, that's a reminder of my power. I don't have an issue or anything.
It won't be long now, Mokuba, before I prove to the entire world that there is no one on Earth who's superior to me.
And that, my friends, is literally how Season 2 ends, with Kaiba saying I'm better than everyone. Sounds about right. Well, that's it for this episode. I want to thank you all for watching, and of course, a shout out to all my patrons. I hope you're all ready for the next episode. You know, the one where we all land on Kaiba Island and everything just goes according to plan. Nice couple duels. World gets saved. Nothing gets derailed. Can't wait. This has been Man from Earth with all the girth, ladies and gentlemen. Screw the rules. I have green hair. In today's story, our heroes wake up at dawn just in time to arrive on Kaiba Corp Island when—
There's nothing wrong with your television set. I'm in control now.
Bitch, I just started it and you're already interrupting me? Of course you know. This means war. Dye your hair a nice shade of green, all my fellow and feature outlaws. This is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I am the NKKGG. Here with that recap that you knew was coming, but you weren't sure if you wanted. Yes, it's too late to turn back. It's Season 3 of Duel Monsters. So if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like. Hit up the Patreon below if you want to support me. And leave a comment telling me if you're wondering why Yugi is in cyberspace, Exodia seems to be really under the weather right now, and why everyone is focusing really hard on this penguin. But you know what penguins love? Water. So let's start there, as Lugia is about to be summoned as Kaiba's aircraft is only 1.4 miles away. Not really though, it's actually a massive underwater facility that somehow hasn't been noticed or talked about by any country on the planet. Yugi wakes up claiming that he couldn't get any sleep last night, and with Taya on board this blimp as well, we all know why. I really wish you didn't have to take the time to recap about how big of a piece of shit that Marik is, though. We kind of already know. All of a sudden, without warning though, the blimp starts to shake violently. It must be an earthquake. Oh wait.
We better veer back on course before my brother—
What's going on?
Good God. He moved faster than a dad who sensed his son and his friends were about to touch his own beer. The ship's autopilot seems to be reprogrammed and is going off course. Naturally, everyone inside arrives at the same time to come up to complain about it. Except for Marik, though, who I guess is at the top of the blimp and can somehow hear everyone talking all the way down there.
What an unexpected and amusing turn of events.
Yeah, you might change your tune on that after you find out how long this shit's gonna last. Kaiba pays his lackeys very good money, so naturally he just yells at them to make it respond, by having no guidance on how to actually help them in the first place. Veering away from the island of garbage that everyone sees in front of them, aka Duelist Island, the tower in the middle of the island symbolizes the triumph of new over old, which is kind of just how technology works 99% of the time, usually. Mokuba says that Kaiba Corp used to be a company that sold instruments of war, and when Seto took over, he tore it all down to turn it into a gaming company instead. I'm sure there's not a single country on the planet that had a problem with the billions of dollars of weaponry that just got abandoned and tossed aside. I'm sure there wasn't a single bit of pushback from any country because of this contract breaking. Seto gets pissed at Mokuba for providing care character detail and story building, claiming that that's all in the past and my shit is way better, so screw him. Once I win this children's card game tournament, I'll be totally over all my daddy issues. All of a sudden, everyone goes flying forward into the ocean, causing Joey to say the only 4 words in the English language that can bring Seto Kaiba true fear.
Can you say lawsuit?
Without warning, some weird green-haired kid appears on the TV screen and says, "What's up, duelist? Heard you're having a little card game tournament. Mind if I completely fuck it up? Every move you make, every step you take, I've been watching you, and I'm gonna use this tractor beam that has no light animation and apparently somehow exists to bring you down to my massive giant underwater fortress." Everyone is very scared and upset at this rapid turn of events. Well, except for Marik, though. He's just having fun taking the ride and is excited to see where this goes. He hasn't really done much.
I'll make that little brat pay.
I want first crack at him. Easy, he's just a kid.
You know you just said some fucked up shit when Duke Devlin's the one telling you to settle down. Our heroes head down this weird video game elevator that looks like a ripoff of an old Metroid game, landing in a giant room only to be locked in place with seemingly no escape. And because he just finished his training at the local police academy, Noah tells everyone to exit the vehicle immediately or I'll shoot you without hesitation.
Thanks to my stun phasers.
You know, I'm not even gonna point out the hilarity of these things being called stun guns because I have one question and one question only. How the fuck are those guns even aiming at them properly? Like, they weren't even close to a clear shot, and honestly, all of them could have just went deeper into the blimp and probably found at least one reinforced room just to ignore this completely. Kaiba's lackeys try to exit the blimp but are shot at immediately because this is a duelist invitation only, despite the fact that Tristan, Serenity, and Taya are there. I mean, you're literally leaving 3 other duelists on the blimp with Ishizu, Odion, and Marik. I don't know, bro. It seems a little racist. Everyone walks down the long-ass hallway where Noah has some friends that are waiting to greet them. Oh yeah, it's these 5 guys. I remember them. Totally. Hansley, Lesbit, Dunk, Johnny Boy John, and Spectre. How could I have forgotten any of them? As Kaiba Corp's previous board of directors that magically turned themselves into dragons that were killed in a video game ended up becoming lost in the virtual world. Not the digital world, the virtual world. That's something completely different. Apparently they just wandered cyberspace for what seemed like an eternity because I guess that's possible when you're not even coded properly into the game anymore. Luckily Noah doesn't care about physics and one day just said, "Oh hey, what are these things? Let me upload them into my system and see what happens."
Our minds have been trapped in this virtual prison for so long, we've lost our body.
AKA we starved to death in the pod, so we want your fresh, young teenage bodies instead. That definitely won't raise any questions once we get back to the real world and try to run the company again. All of a sudden, someone activates Dimension Fusion, sending everyone off to the not digital world where they land in what must be the jungle part of Angel Island. The first area is always the jungle or forest.
It sure smells real.
That was me.
Tristan, that's gross!
Motherfucker's been here 5 seconds and he's already ripped ass. Like, did they have to actually program the ability to both do and smell a fart? Like, how much time went into that process? Naturally, because they landed in the jungle region, the first enemy they encounter is a giant T-Rex. Scaring everyone off except for Giga Chad Kaiba, whose evasion stat is completely maxed out, so he just stands there and lets that monster attack and swipe right through him, missing completely. All of a sudden, the clone version of Kaiba comes out of nowhere, freaking Tay out because he's actually wearing his Duel Monsters outfit.
Why duel yourself?
Who better?
That's one of the few times where Kaiba says something where I'm legit not sure if it's badass or just kind of sad. Oh shit, it's Total Defense Shogun. I love that guy. He's here to fight Clone Kaiba in a duel as there's new rules to learn as Master Rule 2 is coming into effect. The admins have clearly had enough of all the broken cards being thrown around and finally decided it's time for a ban list to be put into effect. Each player not only chooses their card, but a deck master as well to represent them during battle. Each one has special abilities that we mostly won't explain and just kind of expect you to know about. Also, Total Defense Shogun is such a baller that he's his own deck master and apparently doesn't need cards or a duel disc. Clone Kaiba summons the Lord of Dragons before activating the Flutus Summoning Dragon as well. I wonder what other 2 monsters he has in his hands that he wants to summon with this magic card. I wonder. Yeah, it's Blue Eyes. Then because it's Kaiba and he must summon a bunch of monsters in one turn, he brings out his deck master to the field as well, naturally having the perfect hand set up to summon the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon as well.
Thanks to his deckmaster's special ability, this new fusion monster can attack immediately.
So you tried balancing the game by giving even more decks the ability to FTK. Are we sure Konami didn't write this series? Bad for Clone Kaiba, Total Defense Shogun doesn't care about having monsters or, you know, back row in the field to defend himself, as he comes built in with his own Mirror Force effect, reflecting the attack back at the Ultimate Blue Eyes Dragon, destroying it immediately. I gotta give the programmers credit. That was only slightly less dramatic than the real Kaiba. Everyone is told that if your deck master is destroyed at any time in the duel, you automatically lose, giving us even more ways to break this game in a manner that no one saw coming. Our heroes are sent back to the big room that they never seemingly left. Now trapped inside this virtual prison, they all must duel to have a chance to escape. Just giving them a chance to escape at all definitely makes sense with all the time, money, and effort that you put into this. Just then the episode ends with all the big 5 getting really, really big and even less animated than before. Well, that's it for this week's episode. I want to thank you all for watching, and of course a shout out to all my patrons. If you're wondering why it's called the virtual world and not the digital world, just know that Konami was already kind of dealing with this whole magic card lawsuit bullshit at the time, so even they have limits with their copyright infringement. This has been the man from Earth with all the growth, ladies and gentlemen. 2 episodes away, almost at triple digits. Later. In today's story, our heroes test out the new wild Yu-Gi-Oh! MMORPG released by Kaiba Corp. Unfortunately, though, everyone forgot to get on TeamSpeak before downloading the game, though, and now everyone's on different servers. Get ready to level up, all my fellow feature outlaws. This is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I'm that NAKAK Double G. Here with that recap that you know you can't live without. I think it's usually about card games or something. Now, possibly it's Digimon. I'm not 100% sure. So if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like. Hit up the Patreon if you want to support me. Leave a comment telling me if you'd be just as pissed as Taya was if the admins had done you dirty by dropping you off in the desert wasteland area, forgetting that all the enemies there are way too high level. Just like these level 40 bosses known as the Big Five, who claim none of them have a chance to escape, even though they could have just challenged like 5 novice duelists instead so they could actually get their bodies back and into the real world. Like, it probably would have been a lot easier to exact your revenge on Kaiba after that fact. Separate all the players onto different regions of the map by dropping them down these holes that magically appear, giving only Duke and Tristan some time to spend together while the rest remain alone. Just then, though, the acid that Duke slipped into everyone's orange juice while they're on board the blimp starts to kick in. You know that must be some killer shit if even Kaiba's making those kinds of noises. So he catches a break and starts off in a nice castle-like area. Taya does not and starts off in a desert wasteland because they mostly just wanted her to get hot and possibly take her clothes off. Being the lowest level character, Serenity naturally starts off in a boring forest with a lake and no enemies, while Duke and Tristan are inside a hallway that I'm fairly certain is from Mario 64. Being equally boring, Mokuba and Kaiba are sent off to another part of the forest, being watched by Noah, who watches everyone sitting atop his Zuckerberg chair. He's clearly got everyone right where they wants them, doing nothing but trying to farm EXP. Too bad as the boss of this game, they'll never be able to attain the same level of stats. So I wonder who will be the first to suffer. I wonder. Oh, look, it's Yugi. Yugi's the first one they choose to duel in this season. Who could have guessed that Yugi would be the first person to duel?
Are you familiar with the phrase, "It's time to duel"?
Bitch, do you know who you're talking to? I don't think he knows who he's talking to. I don't think he knows who he's talking to, bro. Yeah, you don't know who you're talking to. Don't you recognize me, Yugi? I'm Gansley. We've had maybe 3 minutes of interaction before you killed me off as a dragon, but I'm kind of hurt that you don't remember me. But I guess we'll ignore that because Yugi decides to go full sassy mode, saying that this feeble old man could never win a duel against him if his life depended on it. Y'all know how much I love sassy Yugi.
But I will have to change that haircut of yours. This must stop.
Oh, he's done it now. You can threaten the world, you can harm his friends, you can take his god cards, but no one fucks with the hair. Yugi puts up his fist because he's literally ready to fight after that last statement, being told that now is the time to learn your new rules and choose your own deck master. Broken ass cards aren't valid in this world, so choose it from the scrolling list of cards that you see before you. You only get one chance to choose them though, so if you miss a staple, it's too bad, it's too late, sorry bro.
For the entire length of the duel.
Did he just pick Harpy's pet dragon? About 10 seconds later, Yugi's already done putting his deck together, only about 4 seconds longer than it took him to choose all the dice combinations when he went against Duke. Just about to choose the Dark Magician as his deck master, this little Karibo smells some delicious fish in the water that needs to be devoured, jumping out of the card like a malfunctioning Pokeball.
Hold on, I didn't choose him.
Yes, but just like every duelist in Master Duel that has ever misclicked and Ash Blossomed his own card by mistake, we must learn. We have to accept these consequences, it just happens. Actually, the Big Five hate Kaiba so much they use this dual disc design even inside the virtual world. Gansley takes the first turn, summoning a monster face down before ending it quickly. He says Yugi doesn't have the skills to wheel and deal with a business mogul like me, a business mogul that apparently spent most of his time playing a children's card game instead of earning money. Yami Yugi is still pissed off about that hair comment, telling him to stop wasting his time with corporate-like speeches. Duel Monsters isn't about business, it's about ban lists and broken FTKs and the money needed to afford them.
Slash attack!
I tell you, I couldn't be happier. 51 episodes I've been waiting and the bison noises are back and more obnoxious than ever. Yugi sets one card face down and attacks Gansley face down monster, revealing it to be some garbage looking parrot named Shinigami. A lovely fake card that not only forces your opponent to discard one card from their hand, but also special summons another one from your deck in face down defense position. Honestly, out of all the fake cards that we've seen so far, I don't hate that one. I could see it being real. Let's head back to Serenity, who's hanging out down by the lake with her friend Goose Howard.
If this place is some kind of virtual illusion, how can I feel anything?
Oh, don't worry about that, silly girl. Once the real metaverse comes out, you won't be able to feel a damn thing. Despite being happy for about 15 seconds, Serenity does a 180 and says, I hate this place and I want to leave right away. Well, honestly, all I can do is see her and wonder what the hell they were thinking by having her hair like that. It's not just me, right? Speaking of hair, that doesn't make sense. We head back to Joey, who has entered the castle grounds looking for some duelists to challenge, because of course the gym leader's inside the castle, right? Oh, unfortunately all that seems to be left is this weird metal statue that he promptly starts talking mad shit to. Maybe the writers were correct in choosing Joey to be the one to mess with occasionally, because I'm not really sure what his end goal is here. We head back to Duke and Tristan, who may or may not be in the same castle, but seem to be stuck in this hallway that never ends. Being an avid Super Mario 64 speedrunner, Duke says that this shit is just gonna endlessly repeat itself. We don't have enough stars and we need to break the game's physics somehow. But because plot points in this show last 60 seconds if we're lucky, we're already back to a Mokuba and a Seto Kaiba that's currently ignoring his brother like usual as he rambles. A rare moment where even Kaiba doesn't have an answer to who Noah is or where he came from. He just defaults to basic anime logic and forgets that this isn't an episode of Dragon Ball Z.
I'd say he wants what's mine. Just like everyone else, he wants to be as powerful as I am.
Back to the actual duel on a show about duel monsters. Kinsley takes his turn and summons Imperia, a monster that's at least real about 10 years later. A monster that lets him draw one card before flipping up that fake-ass bird again, forcing Yugi to discard one more card from his hand. And while I hate the fact that he's talking about boring business crap, I actually like that he's talking about how important resource management is in Yu-Gi-Oh! And how discarding cards from your opponent can be completely broken. What I don't like is how Yugi is just dumping his magic cards instead of a 5-star monster with 1800 attack that I'm sure he won't just top tech into polymerization for. Back to Tristan and Duke, who is still trying to explain that it doesn't matter how much faith you have, bitch. This hallway will never end unless at the very least you can start doing some reverse long jumps.
Look, if you can touch them, then they're real enough to break down.
I've always said that the mysteries of the universe are revealed when you break stuff. I can't find a single flaw in that logic. Because he's basically Escanor, Tristan picks up a two-handed axe with one arm and starts swinging wildly at the wall. Before we're instantly transitioned back to Teo, who's got the worst start of the bunch. Luckily for the viewing audience, we get this completely unnecessary angle of her thick thighs and her titties sticking straight out before being stalked by what I can only assume are pre-concept enemies from Hollow Knight. Turns out they are very friendly, and just like Mako, they say hi by throwing a very sharp axe in her direction. What lovely fellows. I love how it literally ends the scene with us thinking that she just got killed by a goblin. It's like, just ignore that. Here's the brothers Kaiba sitting in a forest where they find a magical door where there must be some treasures inside. Oh wait, never mind. It's actually you're adopted. Back to this duel that had about 2 turns in 18 minutes. Yugi is struggling because Kuribo is a deck master that can't even communicate its abilities to you because that's apparently something we programmed into this game to be possible. Of course, Yugi has to be a little bitch and prove me wrong, drawing into polymerization, combining his 2 monsters to summon Chimera, the flying mythical beast. Activating the set down card, which apparently was quick attack because he knew he was just going to draw into polymerization the next turn. He attacks Imperia, but Gansley's Deckmaster effect triggered, limiting 2 monsters on the field anytime he's attacked for a magic cylinder-like effect, reflecting it back at the opponent, which honestly, that's not terrible. The episode ends with Yugi saying, "You haven't quite put me out of business yet, old man. You're gonna have to team up with Walmart for that." Well, that's it for this episode. I want to thank you all for watching, and of course, a shout out to all my patrons. If you're wondering if I have anything special planned for the 100th episode this week, just know I will do something. This has been the Man from Earth with all the girls, ladies and gentlemen. I better fucking see you here this Saturday. It's gonna be a fun time. Later.
It's time to duel!
Yeah, I know, dude. I just got back home. I haven't had any time to make my deck yet. Just give me a second.
You stupid idiot.
It's time to duel!
Dude, what did I just say? I just got back. I have to have a proper deck so we can actually play. God.
Release the hounds!
Release the hounds?
It's time to duel!
Whoops, wrong intro. 1 sec.
Ah, funny.
Get ready to celebrate 100 episodes, all of my fellow and future outlaws. This is his Card Games vs. Humanity, and I am the NAKAK Double G. Here with that centennial recap of Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters, now in stunning HD quality that I haven't upgraded at all. So if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like. Soon you can become a member once I hit 1,000 subs. And leave a comment telling me, dude, Kitty, what are you doing? No, don't step up!
Oh, change of heart. Don't think you hear this enough. But you are definitely waifu. And I love you. You saw nothing.
No, I can't even argue with that one. Change of Heart is pretty hot, and you know she's my kind of freak. Enough interruptions. This is my 100th episode, damn it. My screen time, no one else's. Let's also just ignore the fact that the 100th episode of Yu-Gi-Oh! Contains the most important duel of all, Yugi versus Gansley. A Gansley that tells this young whippersnapper to just give up already and let me take control of your body. I mean, you've clearly lived long enough now. Why don't you give this old man a chance? Why don't you? Yugi attacks and kills the Guardian directly, bringing Gansley down to 2,600 life points, which is exactly what he wanted him to do, allowing him to access even more fake cards like Ruklanda. And a pair of 8-star monster with 1,000 points of attack that you can special summon anytime you take 1,000 points of damage.
It's not how many monsters you have, it's how skillfully you use them that counts.
So basically you're saying that it's not the size of your deck, but how you use it. Gansley is a man who's always maintained a high amount of sweatshops, illegal labor force. Always having someone new to pick up the slack in case he has to fire some insubordinate employee. I think the thing I hate the most about all this is that he's not even wrong, and that's legitimately how it's worked for decades. Head back to Noah, who's sitting in his Overwatch chair, pretending it's not completely creepy and lazy to do nothing nothing for the first 20 episodes of the arc. Don't pay any attention to Taya being literally knocked unconscious and draped over a large ogre's shoulders. I'm sure nothing bad can come of that. Pay attention to Duke and Tristan, who are currently beating down this wall while Noah does nothing to stop them. The brothers Kaiba are seen standing in front of an orphanage that neither of them ever wanted to see again, apparently needing Seto to narrate to Mokuba exactly what happened and how they got there.
After our parents disappeared, there was no one left to take care of us.
I'm sorry, but do you really have to avoid the concept of death so thoroughly on a show that you already showed Tristan Taylor's name on a gravestone like it was no big deal? If anything, saying that they just disappeared is worse, because it made them seem like they had a choice. Because this virtual system is a very positive human creation. You want to make sure it came in with a painful, traumatic therapy session, so that when you're lost to cyberspace forever, you've already reached enlightenment and it's not so big a deal. Mokuba was a sad and lonely kid just sitting on the swing all day, barely even going up and down. I mean, at least get some height, kid. No one seemed to care about him except Seto, who knew that one day he was going to become one of the best Smash players in the entire world.
Hey, Moki.
Hey, Seto. How'd you know I was out here?
Lucky guess.
Oh, little Moki misses his mom and dad. It's not very fair that they just left him here all alone. Because I guess everyone just continued to lie to this kid and not explain the concept of death and act like it was maybe not his fault in the first place.
Come on, no crying. We've got to get tough. Emotions will only get in the way of our survival.
Yeah, screw those emotions. I'm only 12 years old, but fuck that shit. There's no crying in baseball or duel monsters. These painful visions continue for the brothers that have no current last names. Noah laughs, saying, I bet you've never actually had a virtual reality system that interacted with your memories before, have you, Seto? Something that I would just kind of assume would be a requirement for something that is that immersive and keeps you locked in the first place. Oh shit, these kids actually own a TV, and it's currently showing this garbage CEO that owns countless machines of war that's accepting an award for being good at chess or something. Immediately playing at the same time that little Moki and Seto are playing, because I guess this is news. Oh wait, never mind, silly me. He's actually a very good guy. He's donating money to the local orphanage. This is definitely news. So they never really make it clear if it's the orphanage that the one they're currently at, or if he just has done this multiple times. Arriving at the orphanage about 60 seconds later, Mr. Kaiba says the same thing I do anytime I'm invited to a family function.
I don't want any of these brats touching me.
Mini Seto says this brick-shaped man is our meal ticket out of here, so literally just follow me and do as I say, bro. Naturally, this 12-year-old thinks he can beat the world champion in chess because he's just beaten his 5-year-old brother over and over again. I'm sure there's nothing misguided about that. I'm sure he will win.
Wait till the newspapers find out you're scared of a kid.
What's that? You wouldn't dare tell them that.
If you don't play the game, I'm gonna tell everyone you're fat and smelly.
What? You wouldn't dare? For some reason, the news would take a 12-year-old seriously and I'd lose billions. I accept. Since Gozaburo Kaiba's ego is so ridiculous that even Walter White would look at him and be like, whoa, bro, calm down a little bit. He can't just refuse a challenge from anyone in the world, no matter how young they may be and how much time it may waste. Seto says he knew he would win that day because he wanted it far more. That he wouldn't take a kid seriously and let his guard down in this intense chess match. He said he studied all his matches because I guess he had access to those resources at an orphanage, telling Mr. Kaiba that he left his left flank exposed. Is that a chess term? I have no idea. Miraculously enough, Chibi Seto wins the chess match against the 60-year-old world champion, who must now adopt him and raise him as his own son. Remember when the show was about duel monsters? Neither do I. His memories start to hurt Mokuba because that was the last day that Seto ever called him Moki, shattering his hopes for one day becoming one of the best Fox players around. I mean, you can't just build him up like that and then never hand him the controller, bro.
At least back then, you actually smiled once in a while.
Wait a second, Mokuba. Get a grip, please.
Mokuba, please. You don't think we should actually start smiling, do you? Like, this is all clearly a trap from Noah to turn us against one another. Even if everything Kaiba says here is valid, he's somehow still a bit of a dick and it almost kind of had nothing to do with Noah for the most part. Although making Mokuba fall off a cliff was a bit of a dick move, I gotta give him that. Also, weren't we in a duel or something? Yeah, we were. We should probably talk about that. We should talk about how Gainsley summons Yao in attack mode. Another card that's actually real about 10 years from now, forbidding Yugi from drawing a card next turn and actually impressing me that they gave such a good deck to such a shitty character.
Now I'll play the magic card. Premature burial.
Never mind, he's actually my favorite character now. He said the name of the card right. I told a certain someone in the comments that I wouldn't stop making fun of it until they got it right. Now we can bury this meme prematurely and never speak of it again. Bringing back Imperia, he draws another card and now has 3 monsters on the field that Yugi has to get through. Constantly talking back and forth in his head, couple flashbacks, sure, why not, about how if he attacks, he'll instantly lose this duel. It honestly takes quite a while, so let's head back to Duke and Tristan. Duke and Tristan that have already busted through the wall within 1 episode, sporting the biggest mace I've ever seen in my life. Seriously, those things are meant to be one-handed. That's ridiculous. By escaping the wall, they continue bitching at one another until they hear a cry in the distance. That being the cry of a level 1 Serenity being chased by the level 6 Horned Turtle Beast. They said that was at least a 20-foot fall onto a creature with razor-sharp horns that could have pierced him easily. Good thing that was Tristan, or that might have actually hurt him. Duke is totally not a scumbag, just taking Serenity's hand and running away, leaving Tristan to deal with the beast. Luckily, it's an idiot, though, and just runs into the lake, a turtle's biggest weakness. Leaving us all really wondering how big of an idiot Serenity must be for getting chased by this thing and also falling for Duke's, you know, Chadness. Back to the duel that's had less than maybe one turn, Yugi is very sick of story time. But with no cards in his hand and no options, he will have to take damage to destroy all of Gansley's monsters and gain back tempo. We're then treated to a scene that I can only describe as, how the fuck did this make it past? So, this was a kid's show, right? Back to the duel, Yugi's vision is all blurry. Is that an illusion he sees? Nope, it's Wall of Illusion, one of my other favorite old school monsters that gets summoned by Ruklanda's other effect. An effect that allows it to tribute itself to summon up to 2 monsters with 2,000 or less combined attack. They really did give such a shitty character a great deck, didn't they? Now, the episode ends with shit.
Wow, you are the most beautiful thing in this world. I love you so much. Hey, what are you guys looking at? Get out of here.
How does everyone keep getting my fucking number? Well, that's it for this week's episode. I want to thank you all for watching, and of course, a shout out to all my patrons. I just want to give a huge thanks to all the subscribers and supporters of the channel, honestly. I've been doing this whole YouTube thing since 2017 with varying degrees of success. More ups and downs than I ever really wanted, but this is the most fun I've ever had doing it. It's the most consistent I've ever done it, and if we can hit that 1,000 mark, that's going to be a huge boost to the channel. I got a lot of ideas, membership ideas, Discord, you know, all the, like, it's not going to just be a place to hang out. We're going to do stuff. So stay tuned. I'm excited. Thank you all again. And yeah, I think today we're just going to keep it simple. This has been the man from Birth with all the girth, ladies and gentlemen. Be the character you know you're worth. Later. In today's story, I get confused and angry because despite not actually cheating, our hero still manages to leave me with a feeling of, oh wow, that really just was total BS, wasn't it? Get ready to battle for your body, all my fellow and future outlaws. This is Cards Games vs. Humanity, and I'm that NAKAK double G. Finally back with that break. I know you all missed me. Don't worry, we got over 100 more episodes for me to make fun of, because I know you love it. If you enjoyed, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like, hit up the Patreon if you want to support me. And leave a comment telling me if you too can see that double rainbow flying high over the sky over there. I didn't take any drugs today. But enough about that, let's head back to this duel, shall we? One where Yugi is only 500 life points away from defeat. He says he's been in tougher spots before, but honestly, this is probably the most lockdown we've ever seen him up until this point. Oh look, it's Gansley's turn and he draws another card that I'm sure actually exists. I wonder what this one's called. Oh yes, Rainbow Snake Agana, a card so powerful that he could just win the duel right now if he summoned it. But I guess he's not in a hurry to get his body back or anything, so he just decides to summon Melkid the Four-Faced Beast instead. Knowing Zelda's biggest weakness is a basic headbutt to the face, destroys Yugi's monster in the process, causing him to take a massive 100 life points of damage and being ultra weirdly super dramatic about it in the process. You then get a scene of your average white woman waking up after day 2 of Burning Man.
This world is supposed to be a total illusion, so why does my face hurt?
Man, they're just not even trying to hide it, are they? Back to the duel, Yugi's still lying on the ground from that devastating 100 life point attack he just took. Seriously, the motherfucker's been to the Shadow Realm and back, but apparently a minor cut inside of a virtual world is the most brutal thing he's ever experienced.
Once I take over your scrawny body.
Yeah, I just don't think there's a single context in which that line of dialogue is acceptable. Back to Yugi's turn, he draws the Rainbow Blessing magic card. Something he claims isn't powerful enough to get him out of the situation. Obviously, it was a good idea to put the card in his deck to begin with. Oh, you actually want to know what the card does? Too bad. Rainbow begins to do this happy dance, and Yami isn't having it. Forcing little Yugs to step in because he's well versed in interpreted dance, claiming that Karibo's actually trying to talk to us. He's not just hungry again.
Well, I have nothing to lose.
Yeah, nothing to lose, except this duel, Yugi's body, and just any chance of not spending eternity in f***ing purgatory. Instead of actually listening, though, Yami just sets Rainbow Blessing down before ending his turn. Something I would definitely make fun of more if they didn't immediately cut over to Joey, who just burst into a random hallway to talk more mad shit to it. Joey gets no screen time today, apparently, as we're already back to Taya, who's getting ready for dinner time. The gangbangers are very particular about their spices and will not add the meat to the soup until the consistency is just right. What exactly happens if they eat her, though? Will the Big Five just not get a body? Will she just get sent to the stars? Oh wait, that's GX. We're not there yet.
I gotta get out of here, or I'll be Taya soup.
Oh, trust me, girl. That already happened. Because this is a show about a teenage girl getting eaten by giants and not a children's card game, everything you're about to see makes total sense and you should have no question. How will Taya get out of this hole? Here's a penguin with a vine. Why is it a penguin? Trust me, you don't want to know. Holy crap, Kaiba's been holding on to Mokuba for an entire episode. I guess that does make sense, though, that is his dueling arm. Despite successfully pulling his brother Mokuba back up to safety, Kaiba yells at Noah saying, "How dare you add the sensation of touch to the virtual world? This should be cold and unfeeling. I will make you pay."
I don't know what kind of game Noah's playing, but it's not Duel Monsters.
I know, right? There's no such thing as other games. Despite Mokuba having a literal tear-felt emotional thank you to him, Metal completely ignores that and says, "You're about to see some dark shit, possibly a few bodies left behind that this kid knows about. Just know that I did it all for us and to have a better life, and I'm still a good person. The past is over. It doesn't matter. We can't learn from it." Back to the future, Duel, where Mr. has a good deck, draws another good card from his deck. Offerings to the Doom, straight up destroying Yugi's Chimera and leaving him wide open for... Oh, wait, I forgot about Baphomet. I always forget about Baphomet. Too bad for Yugi, his recursion monster won't last long. As Gansley tributes two monsters for a giant multicolored reptile, aka a basic bitch snake that just sounds like the Great Leviathan when it comes out because the show's budget was definitely drying up at this point. He attacks the Baphomet that I'm pretty sure was in attack mode, before going in for the kill on a duel that he's legit outplayed Yugi at every turn. Unfortunately for him though, little Yugi steps in and asexually reproduces Kaiba all over the field, saving him from the direct attack and saving the duel, even though Yami's still kinda pissed that he took screen time from him without asking.
One more blast could have destroyed you, so I jumped in.
What does that even mean? Does that mean his body just disintegrates into the void and Gansley misses out on a perfectly good teenage boy? Man, this show is f***ed up. Now see here, this little Kaiba here is the best deck master here that we could have chosen here. Because it was all fate, it was all destiny, it was all heart of the cards, and I definitely made this decision and I didn't slip up at the beginning of the duel. Little Yugi immediately collapses from just one attack that didn't even take life point damage because I guess he has one hit point. That's just sad.
Those one-eyed freaks are still coming!
Really? Because this is a kid's show, these giant monsters throw axes at a teenage girl that's trying to escape, with seemingly no other option other than this rickety cricket bridge. She falls off, she'll go into the rapids and probably die, whatever that seems to mean in this virtual world. It's just a shame she doesn't have her friends by her side to help her out and save her ass like usual. Wait a sec, she says, that permanent ink that we drew in our hands, that one that dried off one scene later, yeah, that's a representation of how strong our friendship is. Yeah, they're here, they're always here. Ain't nothing gonna break my stride, ain't nothing gonna slow me down, ain't nothing gonna make me walk faster across this bridge either.
Someone help!
Someone help! In a scene that honestly takes up more of this episode than it needs to, crappy bridge finally breaks under the weight of the gangbanger. Luckily for Taya though, her veins are still pumping with the power of friendship, allowing her to hang onto the bridge that somehow stayed together as it crashed into the cliff. I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of missing commentating card games.
Misjudging the power of the small can be a big mistake.
I hear that. The final turn of the duel arrives when Yami draws into Swift Guy the Fierce Knight, saying that regardless of Gansley's Deckmaster ability, it's all over, I'm about to get cocky and you better watch out. Revealing the Rainbow Blessing card when combined with Kaiba, a great power is released. Yes, that's the description of the card. You can just go with it wherever you want afterwards. Kaiba takes the LSD from the Beatles-inspired magic card, tripping balls so hard that he forgets who his partner is, heading immediately over to Gansley, creating a rainbow bridge in the process. That's not because of the effect, he just legit forgot. This is the only card in his hand. Yugi's able to summon Swift Guy the Fierce Knight to the field without a tribute. A beautiful horse that makes its way across the rainbow arc. Really, really slowly, mind you. Like, honestly, it takes a while. Unfortunately for though, Gansley's Deckmaster ability doesn't work on direct attack, something that Yami apparently learned from Kaiba, a creature that's unable to communicate anything. Since he knows he's going down, Gansley reveals the line of dialogue that was used as the final piece of recorded evidence versus Jeffrey Epstein.
You little brat! I was so close to winning your body!
The episode ends with a new door being revealed to Yami now that he's defeated the first boss of the area. Now at level 22, he's only 2 levels away from learning Dark Magic Attack and really kicking some ass. Well, that's it for this week's episode. I want to thank you all for watching and of course a shout out to all my patrons. Sorry about the delay in episodes there. I've been a busy bitch with real world stuff. I promise I won't make a poor decisions like Gansley and just have 1,000 other people who don't care about it do it for me. This has been the man from Earth with all the growth, ladies and gentlemen. We're in the triple digit episodes now. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? I got nothing clever. I just felt like singing. Later. In today's story, we learn about the humble and majestic penguin. Enjoy. Get ready to flap your wings uncontrollably, all my fellow feature outlaws. This is his card game versus humanity, and I am that NAKK Double G. Back with a recap of March of the Penguins 2, now with that Duel Monsters crossover we've all been waiting for. Honestly, I can't even believe they had the budget for this. If you enjoyed, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like, become a member of the channel soon if you want to support me. And leave a comment telling me if you think Noah got a little obsessed with the whole Mario 64 Infinite Hallway thing. It's like, seriously, man, he forgot to code like half of the room. And wouldn't you know, that happens to be exactly how the episode starts out, with Yugi running down a tunnel that will never end unless Noah wants it to. But he can't stop us, we'll just keep running and break the game. Oh wait, never mind, we've been teleported. Sitting happily in his must chair, Noah is interrupted by the one and only Crumb, who is ready, willing, and able to make up for Gansley's failure. And she hasn't had it bad enough already, Noah decides that Taya will be the next victim of his game. Little do they know that she's never lost a duel and she doesn't plan on stopping that anytime soon.
I need a nap.
Wow, I can't believe 4 kids would just zoom in on our chest like that. What a bunch of sick freaks. Oh hey look, we're back at school, so we must be inside a dream right now because we know that never actually happened. Remember that time that Yugi handed you the Dark Magician girl even years before he knew about the Dark Magician? You'll need her for your next duel that I somehow know about, that you somehow know about inside your dream, inside of a virtual world.
Well, not really, but this is your dream, so just go with it.
Excuse me, if this show keeps making fun of its own contrived retconning, then I'm just gonna be out of a job, and I don't even get paid for this crap yet. But then treated to this lovely play of Dark Magician girl flying high in the sky wearing shorts that definitely weren't there on the original version, before all of a sudden she transforms Taya into a slightly sluttier version of herself, taking off into the sky while both versions of Yugi gawk at her nether region. Hey, wake up! It's a penguin! You're late to be dinner! I mean, for dinner! For some reason, Taya is able to understand this creature and decides to go off on a Rambo-like style montage across the entire world in about 5 seconds, leading to a boat with more of its hungry family waiting. I mean, more friends to hang out with.
Well, what do I have to lose?
Why does every protagonist in the show say that about 60 seconds before they do something really stupid? 60 seconds later or so, we join our feathered friends down the foggy river. Millions of penguins now surround the outskirts of the cliffs. I think maybe they're gonna need more Tayas if they expect to feed everyone. She starts complaining about the temperatures because, of course, she didn't think that of all the places that a penguin might lead you, of course, it might be somewhere a little f***ing cold. Taya then does your best impression of your average American traveling literally anywhere.
I'm gonna climb 2,000 stairs. There better be someone up there who speaks English.
Now, at the top of the penguin temple, Taya is introduced to the headmaster of the bunch. His name is Danny DeVito, and he was the sole accountant for Kaiba Corp. Because, yes, a billion-dollar company only needed one accountant. Just one. Don't underestimate him. He's got all the important numbers, like Taya's height, Taya's weight, and the circumference of her areolas. But despite his love of the feathered kind, the only thing he's ever wanted more was to be a hot teenage girl, demanding that Taya duel him right now so he can escape to the real world and somehow think he'll be able to continue that job on in her body. Unfortunately for him, Taya is cold as ice and not willing to sacrifice her body for his deranged dreams and flees immediately. Wait, never mind that. I guess Danny also has mild reality warping power, turning the forest into 2 glaciers stuck out sea amongst the freezing cold water. Oh, look at that. She has the duel disc now. I guess she must be ready and consenting and willing to duel. Use your cards and choose correctly because you only get one chance, my dear.
That one actually looks sort of familiar.
Dude, her first choice was Mirror Force. Yugi's first choice was Harpy's Pet Dragon. Taya's secretly the f***ing best. Taya chooses Dark Magician Girl as her deckmaster because she knows that the writers will never let her suffer an actual loss. Striking a pose because I guess talking shit is all it took for her to start getting into this. Getting back to Yugi, who is now surrounded by the 4 doors of the apocalypse, the hero must try and figure out how to progress further and try to save his friends. Since he spent a great deal of time in Egypt where racism was all but his decree, Yami knows full well not to touch these doors without giving an offering to the other side. That must have been a white supremacist. Anything you offer is never enough. Naturally, it's ladies first as Taya draws into the Mirror Force, showing off her amazing abilities to not know how to shuffle. Either that or it just gives you the cards in the order that you pick them, which would be a horribly broken game mechanic. Summoning Ancient Elf to the field and sending the Mirror Force face down, Danny takes his turn and then summons the giant red sea snake to the field. Showing off his Tournament Pack 2 super rare luck, his monsters increased to 2,000 thanks to his Deckmaster ability, which increased the attack points of all water monsters on the field by 200. And continuing the trope of crappy characters using actual good cards, he activates the magic card Cold Wave, using all magic and trap cards on the field before destroying Taya's elf with his giant red snake. Apparently this duel is basically a shadow game, as the more you lose life points, the more your body becomes encased in ice, causing Taya great pain that somehow Yugi can hear thanks to their friendship bond. Yugi claims that Noah is letting them hear her as some sort of cruel trick, but the truth is we all know it's just the power of friendship. Just then Yugi tackles the door, forgetting there's a white supremacist behind it, getting his ass laid out on the ground like a boy who didn't know better. Looking up at the door, they see 1 star above it. Turns out this is supposed to be the training session they were supposed to have before the boss fight with Gansley, but Noah messed up the sequence of the game. Actually, because he's overleveled now, Yugi summons a 4-star monster, Winged Fortress of the Gaia Wing, to do what he does best. Randomly shoot a fireball into the void and hit what I'm pretty sure was a sinister serpent. I mean, it's just gonna come back next turn anyways. Wow. Yes, that's right, Yugi. Wow. 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 Seriously, nothing happened. Back to the duel, Taya sets a monster face down because Cold Wave is broken. And that's about all she can do before Danny says, "Aw, poor baby, are you cold? You should have dressed better for the occasion," aka a bikini. Danny takes his turn and, like most accountants, takes about 5 hours to decide his next move, instead just talking about it out loud.
Dark Magician Girl isn't much of a risk to me on her own, but if you added other cards, she could become more of a threat.
Wow, it's almost like you can apply that to literally every single card in the game. Mr. DeVito sets 2 cards face down and chooses not to attack this turn, making Taya think that he must be planning something big. But let's ignore any of those thoughts because she continues to be awesome by activating Magical Space Typhoon. Another solid card, destroying the mirror wall on Danny's side of the field. Unfortunately for her, he had the most specific counter trap card on the planet, Driving Snow, letting him destroy her Mirror Force in retaliation and ultimately lead into a 2-for-2 situation that I kind of think favored her anyways.
Taya, wait! My Deckmaster ability allows us to communicate mentally.
That's great! Thanks for not helping and saying absolutely nothing for 3 full turns. I'm so glad I have you to guide me. By having a fickle-ass Deckmaster, Taya plays a 3rd great card, Offerings to the Doom, destroying the giant red sea snake before flipping her own monster into attack mode. Don't ask why she never played Pot of Great or summoned another monster this turn. Also, don't ask why a monster is able to affect the temperature of the player who summoned it. Taya then breaks my heart a bit using her lame-ass effect, discarding 2 cards that do 800 life points of direct damage to Danny Boy over there. I swear that last card better be Pot of Greed or I'm gonna be a little pissed. And continuing to show no mercy, Taya attacks directly with a Fire Sorceress, bringing that crispy penguin down to 2200 life points already. Unfortunately, Taya makes the mistake of actually asking questions about his penguinism. obsession, causing him to go into character development mode. Apparently, I had only a child to parents who were too busy being workaholics, aka any middle-class family in the 90s. Seeing these birds for the first time saved this man's poor life. To see the OCD developing at an early age, to see the love and bond and care that the penguins shared for their young. They actually give this character a genuine shred of empathy to turn him into a total creep later on. I guess that's Yugioh. Too bad for him, though, his passions of counting and penguins were never realized by Seto Kaiba, who rejected them all because it definitely makes sense to think that a company that used to sell weapons of war and now gaming equipment would care about a penguin-themed theme park. Then he takes his turn and summons the flying penguin, combining it with a magic card that definitely exists called Penguin Sword, raising him up to 2200 attack points to destroying the fire sorcerers for a massive 1200 life points of damage. The episode ends with Yugi picking up the coin that he threw out the racist door earlier because it's definitely surprising that they've just been running in circles in a world that Noah controls. Well, that's it for this week's episode. I want to thank you all for watching, and of course a shout out to all my patrons. I actually just got channel membership and partnership started today as I was editing this, so you can expect some membership perks coming soon. Discord, trust me, all the ideas are coming. We're gonna start it. I'm giddy. I'm excited. This has been the man from Earth with all the girls, ladies and gentlemen. I'll hopefully get 2 episodes out next week. You know how it goes. Later. In today's story, after an astounding 102 episodes, we're reintroduced to the most powerful character in the entire series. That. Get ready to freeze your manhood off, all my fellow feature outlaws. This is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I am that NKK Double G. Back with another weekly recap of that Duel Monsters series. I know it'd be hard to tell from the first 7 minutes of this episode, but trust me, it is Duel Monsters. So if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like, become a member of the channel, and join the Discord. We're going to be doing a lot you don't want to miss. And leave a comment telling me if you too are ready for a virtual tour of your most painful moments of your entire life. Unfortunately for the brothers Kaiba, though, MySpace wasn't invented yet, so they'll have to suffer in a more unique way, as both of them are seen walking through yet another forest area. Bakura claims he is somehow very hungry and hopes there's a pie on the windowsill on that house in the middle of the woods over there.
A house in the middle of the woods. This seems a little too convenient.
Clearly, Kaiba's not much of a horror fan, because as we all learned from Cabin Fever, Blair Witch Project, Cabin in the Woods, and about 20% of any Walking Dead episode, finding a random house in the middle of the woods is absolutely guaranteed. Actually stepping into that house, that's something you probably shouldn't do. Inside the flashback, okay. Can we just talk about Hobson's face for a second? Can we just talk about what the writers were thinking that day when they made him? Like, what they were smoking? Or maybe why they thought a human being could possibly be shaped like that? It's like Kirby swallowed a giant egg and it just never quite went down.
Wake up!
You know, I'm not gonna lie, there's not too many things in this show that make me literally drop my jaw. You know that thing he somehow has 12 of? But that was one of them. Other Kaiba and Seto are sitting at the dinner table discussing how he is not satisfied with Seto's studies. He must work harder and learn everything in the world so he can crush his enemies that he somehow has at age 12. Even going so far to take away his toys like a cruel best. Wait, those are his toys? Chess? Checkers? Backgammon? Those are like barely toys. Apparently little Moki here was completely secluded to another separate mansion all by himself, littering in the hallway like a naughty little boy so he can hand this gargoyle a textbook that Seto left behind. In and inside was a fake Blue Eyes card that Kaiba definitely started using in duels before he had a real one, as well as his crappy DM cards that were probably still better than Joey's deck at the beginning of the series.
Well, they're not the greatest cards, but they're mine.
I gotta say that we don't get too emotional on this show very often, but that one just pulls at the heartstrings, you know. Without warning, no, the illusion shatters to pieces as Kaiba and Moki step onto a piece of grass with enemies in it. Oh look, a wild Noah appears. Unfortunately, before Seto has a chance to catch him, though, Noah starts going through Kaiba's old GameFAQs account.
Get ready to relive every painful moment of your entire lives.
The wild Noah then uses scary phase and flees from battle. We head back to the Yugis who are still stuck in this training session room, finally figuring out that the doors have to be finished in a proper sequence in order to progress. I guess they were just a bunch of lazy bitches and just kept fighting the one-star door over and over again. Yugi summons Legend of the Bison Cow's Awakening to the room, charges for what definitely just looks like the 4-star door, completely ignoring what they had just said they had learned, destroying the firegrass in front of it quickly to progress. Really? Firegrass? Out of all monsters, you choose firegrass, really? Only 7 minutes into an episode about card games, we get back to the actual card game between Taya and Danny. He draws one card and is forced to set one monster face down because apparently Flying Penguin is just too strong of a monster at a massive 2200 attack point. Also, didn't she play Offerings to the Doom? She shouldn't have been able to draw.
You revealed my Skull, which lets me draw one new card.
Yeah, that's not a skeleton. That's not Skull Angel. That's not even a regular angel. That was a random JPEG of Cupid that you just killed, and I refuse to believe it had the effect of drawing one card. That was fucking Cupid.
You are a weird little bird, Crumb. I'm in the mood for a barbecue.
Damn, Taya, secretly good at dueling and a deep hatred for birds? I might have a new favorite character. Our main protagonist draws the monster Mahavilo, an all-powerful card that proves that she's the best player all along. Wait, never mind, she doesn't even know its effect, so I guess we're just gonna have to flash back to a time about Yugi telling her about a card that he's never used or talked about. The fact that we're at school is a clear indication that this entire scene is BS. Telling her the effect of the monster like 99% of all monsters in the game now. He just says he has a hidden power deep inside if you look closely. Kinda can't tell if he's telling him about the card or just trying to get her into bed, honestly. Either way, she summons it to the field, equipping it with magic formula, raising its attack power all the way up to 2550. Destroying the flying flying penguin with probably the coolest attack animation we've seen since Summon Skull. Back to Yugi, who's finally at the 3-star room, even though he definitely just did the 4-star door earlier like a bunch of cheaters. Our hero decides to go full Chad mode, just summoning Swift Gaia to the field before noticing the 3 back row behind the monster on top of the door. Unfortunately, Gaia is destroyed by what seems like a Mirror Force trap card, and Yugi suffers no consequences. Like, what happens if you deck out? Do you just lose while you're not in a duel and no one gets your body? Like, they really do just skim over a lot of little details, don't they? Regrouping, Yugi summons Gazelle only to encounter Dark King of the Abyss, quickly countering it by fusing it with Burfamet. Burfamet. Make Chimera and quickly destroying the monster, advancing to level 4 much faster than they got to level 3. Better watch out though, this 4-star monster comes equipped with 5 back row to protect him. It would take some sort of perfect miracle to have all the necessary cards to deal with this situation. Wait, strike that, just play Heavy Storm because I guess not a single one of those back row cards had negation. Good job, Noah. What's behind the final training door? Well, it's the Flash assailant, of course. Because the door has no cards in its hand, because that's genuinely not possible. Flash assailant has 2,000 attack points while Yugi is low on cards.
All 4-star monster!
Okay, I'm just gonna ignore the fact that Yugi didn't even set that monster, he just kind of threw it out like some insect remote mine. Point out how Flash Ass over here has what's easily the most brutal kill ever depicted in the show up into this series. Like, he took actual time to die from what seemed like poison. Unfortunately for Yugi though, Noah screwed up the order of the game again, as the end of the training mode exercise just brings you to a part of the ice map that you can't escape because you don't have fire moves yet, basically forcing our hero to watch Taya to do much better in a duel than he normally does. Despite destroying Danny's lightning penguin easily on her next turn, our feathered friend counters with, yes, you guessed it, another fake card. Also known as Revenge Sacrifice, that allows you to tribute the monster that destroyed your monster for a special summon on their turn. Fake as but I kinda like it. Tributing her best monster for the almighty Defender Ice Master 2450 defense monster with no effects and no ability to advance the game state. He then backs it up with a devastating creature known as Torpedo Penguin, a monster that can apparently attack your life points directly. Something most monsters can do when your opponent has nothing on their side of the field to defend themselves. The ice rises higher on Taya's body, making her nipples making her very cold while she attempts to draw a card.
These 2 cards won't help.
You better be trolling me, girl! Because I'm 100% convinced that Tay is just screwing with the audience at this point. He puts Dark Magician Girl out on the field, then it ends her turn immediately so Danny can take what ends up being his final turn of his duel, reviving the Penguin Torpedo and actually attacking directly this time, leaving Taya with only 750 life points and 1 attack away from defeat. Defeated, cold, and hungry, Taya doesn't even know what to do anymore until a deck master finally decides to try and help again. Thinking that she does have 1 card in her deck that can save her, and I'll try to use my deck master ability to help you get it.
I have formed a soul circle with the 4 monsters in your card graveyard. This allows you to draw 4 new cards.
Are you joking? You had an ability that let me remove monsters from my graveyard from play to draw cards? One of the most broken OP abilities that I've ever heard of, and you were just now telling me this. Are you f***ing kidding me? Because she's the best duelist in the world, Taya draws the cards that she needs, Sage of Stone. A magic card that, according to Dark Magician Girl, allows you to summon Dark Magician not only from your deck, but any nearby player's deck as well. And, I just have a couple questions about that. What exactly is considered nearby? Yugi was like a good quarter of a mile away when she played the card. Does the person have a choice in the matter? If they grab the card, will they go flying off into the distance like some sort of random Potara fusion? Just so many questions. Both magicians attack the gross short penguin at the same time, destroying the frozen giant, the rest of Danny's life points all at once, sending him back to primary village. The episode ends with Yugi getting some serious titties and not knowing what to do about it. Well, that's it for this week's episode. I want to thank you all for watching, and of course a shout out to all my patrons and new channel members. New members like Warship, Pyrista, Gopdalau, Cameron Gaming, Yugi Dude, probably someone else I'm forgetting, I'm sorry. I'll remember. ADHD, but yeah, I'll remember. Thank you, seriously. Really, thank you. This has been the Man for all the growth, ladies and gentlemen. You should join the Discord. No, seriously. Become a member. You should join. I'm going to do a lot of giveaways. I'm going to give a lot of packs away. And we're going to actually do stuff together. Close-knit family. Only family. In today's story, our hero Joey is summoned to the most dangerous occupation on the planet, as well as a job that I managed to avoid for 35 years. Jury duty. Better Call Saul, my fellow feature outlaws. This is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I'm the NKKGG. Back with that Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters recap that you know you all love. Remember when I actually used to do these things consistently? So don't forget that sub, that bell, that like, become a member of the channel, and join the Discord, or why don't you? And leave a comment telling me if you think it's a bit suspicious that Johnson chose to take the form of Joey's comatose ex-girlfriend just to get his attention and start this duel. But before that, we must head back to Noah, who is very disappointed in the performance of the Big Five. I'm not really sure why he thought corporate scumbags would be good at a children's trading card game, or why he structured the world around that game in the first place. Kind of a mistake on his part. Justin appears in front of Noah, trying to convince him with his slick lawyer talk that they deserve another chance at redemption. Despite being ready to delete them all right here, right now, Noah is convinced by his lawyer mode and gives them all another shot. But don't pay attention to that, because we're back to the brothers Kaiba, who are, yes, you guessed it, walking into another forest. Wait, don't pay attention to them. We're already back to Joey, who is still wandering inside this castle trying to call out the Big Five. Realizing now is the time to show off his training with legendary master Shawn Michaels, he reveals his new technique, the sweet chin music. Jesus Christ, if that's what he can do after only a couple months of training, I really need to find Shawn Michaels quick. You know, before he dies. Let's not even ask what the chances are of a hidden wall being behind this one random part of the building that you decided to kick. Let's not ask why the castle has a giant hidden room with a blimp in it that's actually bigger than the castle itself. Let's definitely not ask why the very first thing that Joey chose to do was to go into Mai's room because no one was there to stop him. Because he's scared that another character who is sleeping, a flashback is automatically triggered. Before Mai all of a sudden wakes up in a strangely similar manner to The Undertaker.
Why, you're even less intelligent than you look, Joseph.
Oh my god, her voice is completely different and kind of sounds like a guy. I accidentally load season 4? It was him, Joey. It was Johnson. It was Johnson all along, Joey. Here, take my card if you don't believe me. Just do me a favor and explain how the fuck you swiped it so fast that you somehow created a thought bubble. Joseph then reveals he's actually been living a double life as Britney Spears' father this entire time.
I'm taking you to court so I can claim your body.
Just leave Britney alone! Joey has about as much patience for all this lawyer garbage that I do. Admitting that they duel right now, pretty much forgetting what's on the line and how dangerous all of this is. So, yeah, exactly how I would have acted in court, too. Paul Goodman says dueling is quite like the courtroom, constantly fucking with your opponent so they don't know what they do and they just want to give up and leave because they're bored.
Hey, why's the room spinning, Johnson?
I gotta give that voice actor credit. You can literally taste the Brooklyn accent in those words. All of a sudden, our hero is inside a courtroom because who saw that coming? Watching his opponent become the judge man right before his very eyes. I can't wait to see him use cards like Solemn Judgment, the Judgment Hand, and just about any card from Judgment of the Light. For some reason, Joey's so full of Brooklyn rage that he starts going SSJ before Johnson knows exactly what to do to calm him down. Show him some picture of some dice. Not so he can choose his deck or anything, it's just he knows reminding him of gambling in any fashion will always put him in a good mood. Despite not caring about the rules or the general situation at hand, so he goes ahead and chooses his deck master, the Flame Swordsman. I also heard somewhere that his name might be Frank, but that just might be a rumor.
You have my word as your deck master.
Awesome. He talks.
I love how Joey is super excited to have a deck master that can just actually communicate with him. I also love how he has literally the most anime Chad voice that I've ever heard in my entire life. Like, seriously? I'm a little turned on. This duel finally begins, and Judge Judy takes the first turn. Summoning Hysteric Fairy to the field, a decent monster with 1800 attack that's basically just some hot chick in a business suit with some wings. Which, according to Joey, is apparently the most annoying monster he's ever seen. Personally, I would have gone with Yatagrasu. I just fucking hate birds. So he draws Gearfield, the Copper Warrior, summoning it to the field. Before the Flame Swordsman immediately tells him his Deckmaster ability, instantly becoming more useful than both Karibo and Dark Magician Girl combined. An ability that allows you to transfer his attack points to any other warrior monster on the field, raising Gearfried's attack point all the way up to 2300. Johnson sets one more monster face down before all of a sudden...
You've destroyed my skill angle. This lets me draw one card.
No, goddammit, look at it. Look at that. Does that look like a skeleton? Does that look like an angel? A fully grown angel? I don't think so. That's barely even Cupid. No, it's not a skeleton. One of these things is not like the other, and somehow you've made me hate them both. After destroying that creepy little bastard Cupid, Joey goes in for a direct attack with Gearfried for a massive 2300 damage and making this duel look way too easy for a Joey duel. Unfortunately for him, Jensen over here is all about the stall. Heading Mystical Elf to the field before setting one more back row and ending his turn. Let's head back to Yugi and Taya, who are as cold as ice together, struggling their way through the tundra.
Beat one of those creeps in a duel, then so can they.
Wow, Yugi, grow up. Do you have to, like, pee or something? What kind of a child just hops up and down like that? I haven't done that in, like, 2 years. Now we're back to Serenity Duke and Tristan, the latter of which apparently caught a cold from swimming with the Lady of the Lake. Now we're back to Yugi. Wait, now we're back to Tristan, who was trying to molest Duke because he gave up on Serenity, I guess. Actually, scratch that. We're with the Kaiba brothers again now. Seto is doing mostly what he does best, screaming at the sky, calling Noah a complete pussy for not willing to face him. Noah says, I know you are, but what am I? And I'll just create another door for you to go through. Why don't you open it? I wonder what could be behind this one. Another forest? Nope, we're actually back at the office, where Seto feels most comfortable.
You just can't admit that I invented something you never could. Right.
And that, my friends, is what we like to call there will be no character development today. Father Kaiba does not approve of this virtual gaming system. It's very clear that we make war machines, not game machines. Fire and destruction, not fire flowers. Controlled explosives, not game controllers. Okay, I'm done. Back in the forest, Kaiba says this must all be an illusion and he can't keep letting it get to his head. He knows that Noah must have gotten help from someone because he's using his virtual reality system as the basis, and he goes off into a Dennis Reynolds-like Golden God rage because of it.
And who's helping you? You'll never succeed!
I'm not gonna lie, he should probably become a rock star if he could just make his voice naturally echo like that. Back to the duel, Joey summons Rocket Warrior to the field, ready to throw the book at Johnson and end this duel once and for all. Too bad for our hero, he finally decides to activate his Deckmaster ability, something I guess he can just do during his opponent's battle phase. Also known as clearing the courtroom, he merely has to pay 1,000 life points to not only destroy all of his opponent's monsters, but inflict 500 life points of direct damage for each one that was removed. I don't know if that's more broken than DMG, but goddamn, that's close. I mean, you know, there's just like maybe a small disparity between the power levels of these Deckmaster abilities. Just a little. For some reason, Joey chooses now to finally notice the bottomless strap hole in his hand, displaying the card completely before setting it down on the field in the most heavy-handed way possible. Without warning, though, Yugi and Taya bust through the tundra into the courtroom because that's definitely a sentence you thought you'd hear today. That's just a pair of fucking arms. Mr. Goodman fuses this almighty creature with a mystical L, summoning a creature that Joey is rated to bottomless on the spot. Oh, too bad it only has 1,300 attack points, because that's definitely worth it for a fusion monster. The episode ends with Camion Wizard attacking Joey for 1,300 direct damage, healing Johnson for 800 thanks to a lovely fake card called Sinister Judgment that I'm too lazy and uninspired to make fun of right now. Well, that's it for this week's episode. I want to thank you all for watching, and of course a shout out to all my channel members and patrons. We've had a few watch parties on the Discord already that have been a blast, and your boy's gonna have some serious box breaks coming up, so don't you miss out on that shit. It's gonna get good. This has been Man from With All the Girls, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully we can pick shit back up here pretty soon. Later. In today's story, our hero Joey finally comes to grip with the chaos that his gambling addiction has caused his family and friends. What better way to seek justice than to force him to stand trial in front of a rigged court system that can decide his fate like a flip of a coin? We sure this is a cartoon? Hails never fails, all my fellow and future outlaws. This is his Cards Game vs. Humanity, and I'm that NAKAK Double G. Back with that Law and Order crossover that everyone's been waiting for. I guess after 8,200 episodes, even Yu-Gi-Oh characters start guest starring. So if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like. Become a member of the channel if you want to join the Discord. Join the Patreon if you want some monthly TCG product. Leave a comment telling me if you can guess how many cards used in today's duel actually exist. If your guess was anything not pushing double digits, then you were wrong. Want to know who else was wrong? Why, definitely not Joey, of course. Definitely not wrong for thinking that using new cards would be an effective strategy. Let me just draw into Skull Dice before summoning Panther Warrior to the field, because those are just two cards that none of us have ever seen before. What's the point of quick fusion in your hand if you already have another fake card on the field that does the same thing, only better? Also, we seriously not going to talk about the painful choice and those other broken cards in your hand that you chose to do nothing with and just sat there? Sultan reveals this other face down card leading me to have a question as to why he didn't actually use it last turn and just do another 800 points of damage when he attacked or Camion Wizard. So he rolls the dice, but unfortunately even dice games are considered gambling in this courtroom, forcing him to roll the lowest value. Since Joey lost the monster, Johnson's fake card activates, causing him to gain another 800 life points before Taya does her best to describe to Joey what's going to happen to him when he goes to prison after this duel.
You almost had him beat once until he turned things around and whooped ya.
The judge makes fun of Joey for using all his best monsters in the first few turns of this duel. You know, all those kick-ass cards like Little Wingard and that other guy. Joey still hasn't learned his lesson though, drawing into graceful dice before summoning Swordsman and Lansard to the field in a combo that we've never seen before. He rolls a 6 because gambling is awesome, kids. Oh wait, never mind, he actually got a 1. Gambling is not awesome, kids. Don't do it. Okay, I tried to imitate those faces. I really did try. I tried my hardest, but it's just not possible. Despite the fact that he could have won just by attacking, the judge uses his absolutely broken ability on just one monster with 500 attack points, pretty much just taking more damage than Joey did in the entire process. Luckily, being an idiot allows Joey to set 2 cards face down before he ends his turn, before we see the judge draw into Pot of Greed because he doesn't have enough broken cards in his hand already. Joey Wheeler then says his favorite 3 words in the entire world.
Die activate. Gamble!
A very risky play indeed for our hero, as when the opponent has 6 cards in their hand and you have none, an activation requirement that honestly isn't as difficult as you think it would be. You get to flip a coin, and if you call it right, you get to draw 5 cards, but if you call it wrong, you skip your entire next turn. Potentially lose your body over the gamble of a single coin flip. Joey must be in heaven. He's just about to flip the coin, so let's naturally head back to the Kaiba brothers instead, because they finally got a change of scenery at the beach in the middle of Fallout 4 instead of just an endless series of Pokemon Forest.
If you get upset, then you're letting Noah win. Noah, show yourself!
Pokemon, please calm down. If you get upset, that means Noah wins. You hear me, Noah? I'm not gonna get upset! Shadow says you can try and tear us down all you want by toying with our emotions, but too bad for you, I paid to have those removed 2 years ago. Back to the duel and the coin flip that took 5 minutes to land in Joey's hand. He calls heads, but unfortunately lands on tails. This is Johnson's courtroom, and he decides the fate of all who dare to step up and challenge him. Also, he can control the fate of chance in this duel, which isn't only cheating, but it means it's legal cheating, which makes it far more despicable and almost makes Yugi want to mind crush him on the spot. So he plays the scapegoat card as a last resort to protect his life points, before the judge draws into another powerful card that I've never seen before. I think its name is Rota. Yeah, that sounds right. Activating it quickly so he can add this Armamil to his hand. Really? Fucking Armamil? So he can fusion summon another monster into Dragoness the Wicked Knight. We all just take a step back and make fun of the fact that he's the only Big 5 member that's still using cards from LOB. I mean, fuck, I would have taken Labyrinth Tank at least.
Dragoness the Wicked Knight!
Why does every 4th monster on this show have to sound exactly like the Great Leviathan? Like, you can use other sound effects, you know? Like, here's some sound effects. Those are some good sound effects. Actually, because Joey has monsters on his side of the field with 0 attack and defense, it's very bad timing that Johnson's fusion monsters get an attack boost from this fake card on the field, doing absolutely no more damage than they would have in the first place. I mean, of course, he takes the 2 turns to destroy all of Joey's scapegoat tokens instead of playing any of the 5 broken cards that he had in his hand or summoning another monster. Despite all of his 4 goats being destroyed, Joey refuses to give up. And despite Taya giving him the worst pep talk ever, Joey refuses to give up. And despite the fact that Yugi is a master cheater himself, he's sensed a powerful force ever since he entered the courtroom.
I've been sensing it since the beginning of this duel. This judge is cheating.
You may not know it, but Yugi's not actually upset that he's cheating. He's upset that he's doing it legally and with no imagination. You're supposed to just make up your own shit, not just actually break the actual rule. Angels sang in an immaculate chorus, and down from the heavens descended Chuck No- Oh, wait, that's just Noah. He demands that this duel be stopped because Johnson's been using the programming of the virtual world to fuck with Joey's luck stat, making him find no good gear. Hearing this atrocity, Joey slips up and reveals his future plans to move to Gotham City and become a jester of some sort.
How about I tamper with your face, Mr. So-called man of justice?
Noah claims that if Johnson cheats in these duels, that it means that I'm not actually better than Kaiba, somehow, because I guess just not facing him directly is the most direct way to actually find that out. I mean, it makes sense. He should be the president of Kaiba Corp, not Seto. He should be the one with the massive daddy issues, not Seto. Wanting to prove to Gozaburo Kaiba that he should have been the one that was chosen all along, leaving the audience in a state of mystery and confusion. You know, if the show didn't come out 20 years ago. Too bad for that, though. Mr. Willa has already unlocked his inner Heath Ledger, saying that he wants this duel to continue so he can deliver his own specific brand of justice. Noah says, sure, fine, why not? Uses teleport like a good little Abra and leaves immediately, allowing Joey to draw into the best card in the entire series.
Yeah.
That was the single smoothest piece of animation I've ever seen in my entire life. I don't even know how you twist your fingers like that. And actually, because Joey draws into 2 fake cards that we've never seen before, he'll finally win this duel by choosing something different for once, before putting his flame swords of Finalist into the field and equipping it with a burning soul sword. Another fake card. With this card, he's allowed to tribute another monster and add that monster's attack point to the one that's equipped, probably permanently. I don't know if it's at the end of the turn. It's probably permanently. Anyways, don't pay attention to that. Pay attention to this other card that doesn't actually exist called Arduous Decision. Card, according to Yugi, that is very risky and wouldn't work for anyone else, allowing you to draw 2 cards from your deck before your opponent is forced to choose one of them at random. If it's a monster, then it's immediately special summoned. If it's not, then they're both sent to the graveyard. I promise this card would not be pure advantage in today's dueling. I promise it would not be. Joey draws into 1 magic card and 1 goblin, holding them both out in front of the Johnson for him to choose. Of course, surprised, Johnson actually chooses the left one containing the magic card. But of course, this experienced lawyer with thousands of victories in a real courtroom is outwitted by a teenager with no high school diploma yet, just simply saying, "Are you sure? Are you sure?" It's like playing Wave Race 64, I swear. Despite slamming the gavel down on his decision, he immediately changes his mind and Joey just flips up the card right away, so there's no chance for him to respond again. Summoning Goblin attack force and tributing them so Flame Swordsman can go all the way up to 3,300 attack points and getting a sweet new Golden Frieza form. Destroying the shitty fusion monsters on Johnson's side of the field that he didn't bother to protect at all, brings his life points down to 0 and wins the duel that was genuinely the worst of the 3 so far.
Did you say dueling them? Who's dueling?
Did you say dueling them? Who's dueling?
I don't know, man. Those kids over there? I was just walking by.
Who said they could do that?
I don't know. They were just there.
Well, I just have one question.
Is Max C banned? Well, that's it for this episode. I want to thank you all for watching, and of course, a shout out to all my channel members and patrons. If you enjoyed, become a member of the channel. We do some watch parties on the Discord. It's becoming a lot of fun. I do a lot of giveaways as well. Oh, on the Patreon, by the way, it's actually set up to where if you want some free packs, maybe a mystery box every month, check it out. You might like it. No contracts, though. I'm not dealing with any of you broke. He's taking me to court. This has been the man for both all the girls, ladies and gentlemen. Be the character you know you're worth. Later. In today's story, we, the audience, learn a classic tale as old as time itself. That both in real life and in card games, trying to impress a lady by being the nice guy not only doesn't work, but just ends up with you falling to your death in a pit of radioactive acid. Happens every time. Get ready for a 4-way, all my fellow future outlaws. This is His Cards Games vs. Humanity, and I'm that NKKGG. Here with a recap of that card game series that just loves to interject one arc with another and completely forget about the previous villain, Duel Monsters. So if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like, join the membership, join the Patreon if you want to support me. And leave a comment telling me if that 3 grown men and 1 teenage girl in the same room that is almost completely controlled by one of them doesn't sound like it could turn into a bad situation real quick. A bad situation is something our heroes are used to, though. Being caught in another goddamn forest because that's apparently half of this world map. Tristan is doing his best to be a white knight to make sure that Serenity feels calm and protected, while Duke is a pure bad boy who's mostly just upset that this is the first time that 5 men want him all at the same time, but for all the wrong reasons. We then head back to Tristan's inner thoughts, who has this to say. Claiming that the Big 5 are so desperate that they will in fact come after minor characters if necessary. And we really need to be on guard because both of you are garbage duelists. Ignore that fact for now because we're back to the more important characters who are now inside this random cave. Oh yeah, that courtroom is just a cave now? We're just gonna change up the scenery with no explanation in between. Just Okay. Oh, sorry, silly me. I forgot. Don't ask questions, casual audience member. Just be like Serenity, who ignores everyone's warning to not open this door because she hears some kitties meowing on the other side. Fortunately, it was just Nesbit using a soundboard to lure her and her friends into this giant room so they could have a friendly conversation together. Before that can happen, though, we get a line of dialogue that I'm not sure is 4 kids writing or just Tristan.
It's some kind of giant robot or something.
No, normally I go with my gut, but I'm kind of 50-50 on this one. Nesbit, the tech expert at Kaiba Corp, a position I assure you wasn't generic and general as fuck and can be applied to almost any sector inside the company. I promise you I was important. I did very important things throughout the company. I used to design Kaiba Corp's advanced machinery, you know. What's that? No, they weren't weapons of mass destruction. They were just fun little toys that, you know, a few governments wanted to play with. Because every member of the Big Five wants to become a teenage girl more than anything, immediately challenges Serenity to a duel for her body, forcing both of the slightly less minor characters to step in. Unfortunately, though, Nesbit has already said the worst possible thing any female duelist can hear at her local tournament.
I have challenged the female to a duel. We shall begin our battle immediately.
Duke says he can't let either of these scrubs duel alone, as much as he wants to see Tristan just die. He'd rather see the look on his face when he makes out with Serenity in the real world more right in front of him. He offers both Duke and Tristan to duel against Nesbit at the same time. Quite a gamble if I've ever heard one. Nope, screw me apparently. That's too little a challenge, and he demands that all 3 of them go against him at the same time, because that's definitely not an overzealous thing to do, even if they all suck, because having that many resources against you is definitely not a big deal to contend with. Like, it would truly take bottom of the barrel players and cards to not outpace at least one player in a game like that. Like, oh god, it's gonna happen, isn't it? Nesbit makes duel disappear on everyone's arms and says that anyone who is wearing one must duel. Don't you even dare thinking about taking them off over and over again, so I'd have to materialize them over and over again to make this shit start. Unfortunately, when they're showing their decks, though, they barely show off any of the cards that they choose, so I have nothing to make fun of. Luckily, now it's time to choose your deck master, of course. Duke Devlin selects the Strike Ninja, the literal MVP of the Dungeon Dice series. Serenity chooses the Goddess of the Third Eye, the literal MVP of the Cyclops series. Tristan selects Super Robo Yarrow, the literal MVP of the worst fusion monsters with actual effect. Oh, by the way, here's a pool of radioactive ways for you to turn into a superhero after you lose this duel, because it totally makes sense to have a sense of death in a world where if you lose your mind, it's just banished and you can't do anything anyways as you're digitized. Jesus Christ, that sentence I said didn't mean anything. The female shall begin the duel. Ironically, she has some good burn cards in her hand as well as Witch of the Black Forest. Good job, Serenity. Oh wait, you decided to play Shadow Tamer instead in attack mode. Bad job, Serenity.
I'm terrible. Sorry.
Don't worry, pretty much everyone but Duke in this duel is as well. It's Tristan's turn, and he plays an even shittier monster in hopes that Nesbit will attack him instead of Serenity. A very effective strategy, though, will definitely help the 3 of you instead of just trying to win the duel outright. Also, Duke plays 13 Graves. I'm not even going to point out how much I already hate this duel and the fact that all he did was summon a 1200 normal monster with nothing else. Mainly just to point out why was she the only and first person to get knocked down when her monster was destroyed in the virtual world. Like, just seems a little overdramatic, you know? It's been 1 turn and Duke says they're no match for this guy and his absolutely garbage deck master ability. It allows him to discard machine monsters from his hand to inflict 500 points of direct damage to all 3 of them instead of just taking them out one by one. Hitting them all with laser beams in a super unnecessarily dramatic fashion, he sets 1 card face down before he ends his turn. How will Serenity retort?
I summon the Forgiving Maiden in defense mode.
Sorry, little girl, you put your card on the disc in the wrong way and you are not allowed to change it. It doesn't matter if this is your first and most important duel of your life. You just Ash Blossomed your own Rhoda and there are no takesy-backsies. Because I definitely don't hate this duel with all my heart. We follow along with Tristan, who uses the very important move of activating block attack on his friend's monster to try to put it back in defense mode, instead of actually doing anything offensive to the 1 monster on his side of the field that has no protection whatsoever. I hate it even more that Nesbit bothered to negate this card with the activation of Roroku Field. Roroku Field. They're just killing me with that one, aren't they? A card that negates any magic card that has an effect on any monster on the field, as if this one was gonna have a significant impact. But enough about that, let's head back to the Kaiba brothers, who are now in a desert despite just being at the beach. Again, don't pay any attention to the fact that we're changing scenery every episode with no explanation, where we used to just put everyone in a forest. Oh look, it's conveniently Nesbit's old lab being shown to Kaiba at the same time that he's dueling. That's not convenient or anything. Showing us all how Kaiba said the same last words, that 90% of supervillains all here before they try to take over the world.
This company's heading in a new direction. That's why I'm shutting down your lab.
Naturally, because this is a gaming company, I'm not addicted to mass destruction and chaos. It'll just nukes the whole fucking laboratory instead of just tearing it down and actually using it for future plans like a normal human being. Because he's definitely still not upset, he begins immediately yelling at Noah, who's still busy sitting in his Dyson Sphere chair. Still sitting and waiting to reveal his master plans that I guess he takes all his cues from Bakura, because you are allowed to not take 200 episodes to do something, you know. Back to the duel, it's Duke's turn, so naturally he's gonna do something impactful, right? He's not just gonna summon that stupid red guy in a chest with 1300 attack points and not attack Gig Attack Wolf, even though it has no back row and there's nothing you can do to stop it, right? He's not just gonna switch to Robo Bitch's turn so he can tribute that monster for a far more dangerous Machine King, right? Did I mention I hate this frickin' duel?
I gotta save her!
Did he just throw his monster in front of the attack because that's possible and he wanted to. Like, is that a monster effect you want to tell us about? Why didn't you use that last turn? I may or may not hate this duel. Duke says he could have saved her without cheating, and all I can think is, why didn't you? Last card played activates first, bitch. No excuse. Never mind that, though, because of course Nesbitt has Card of Sanctity as his last card on the field, allowing him to draw 6 cards while everyone else draws maybe 4 in total. I just want you to let that sink in for a second. Back to Serenity's turn, she plays the Lady Panther in defense mode and actually sets it down properly on the duel disc this time. Tristan takes his turn and sets Command Angel to the field in defense mode. Duke says, don't worry guys, he can't activate his ability again, we're very safe. Oh wait, no, I was wrong, he activated Backup Soldier. He can activate his ability again, we are not very safe. Following that up with, yes, I was wondering when we'd see them, 2 more fake cards. Clockwork Machine, turning all monsters on the field into robots and lowering their attack. Short Circuit, basically a final attack orders for machines only that allows him to go after Serenity, because you know he wants that female body more than anything on the planet.
There's gotta be something I can do to save. I got it!
I mean, there must be something I can do. Oh wait, my brain is working! The episode ends with Tristan just apparently sending his Deckmaster out into the field during the damage step, allowing him to play this 1 trap card before his monster is ultimately destroyed and he is sent off into the radioactive acid below. Congratulations, bro. You just killed yourself to play a trap card. Well, that's it for this episode. I want to thank you all for watching, and of course, a shout out to all my channel members and patrons. You may have noticed that I said that I hate this duel, and I just want you all to really, really know from the bottom of my heart, sincerely, truly, I frickin' hate this duel. This has been Man from Worth with all the growth, ladies and gentlemen. Be the character you know you're worth. See you on Friday. I know, 3 episodes? I'm fucking crazy. In today's story, we learn that the only thing more powerful than a giant killer robot is a teenage anime girl with no self-confidence. I'm sure there's other examples that could be found, but none of those involve card games, so you know I just don't care. Domo arigato, all my fellow and feature outlaws. This is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I am the NKK-double-G. Here with a recap of that show that just can't help but fill me with endless amounts of rage because this duel should have never went past turn 3, Yu-Gi-Oh! If you enjoyed, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like, become a member of the channel or the Patreon if you want to support me. Leave a comment telling me which fact pisses you off more. The fact that Tristan's cards were still on the field with absolutely no explanation. Or the fact that Serenity and Duke won this duel after only about 2 attacks. Nah, I'm joking. I love this duel. Love this duel almost as much as the main characters who are seen running through this cave, hearing Serenity scream in the distance with no explored reason. Tristan's been dumped into the radioactive waste, and Serenity says it's all her fault for being such a crappy duelist. I mean, that part's true, but he kind of made every attempt to self-destruct in the least effective way possible. Nesbitt says, shut up and duel, we need all of your bodies, and Tristan's kind of smells funny, so we're not sure about his yet.
Thanks to me, Tristan is... who knows where?
Exactly. No one knows where, especially the writers. Duke yells at Serenity like a pip always should, saying that if they work together, they can defeat this robo-bitch and save Tristan. Unfortunately, though, she's still in emo mode from losing her pseudo-boyfriend and skips her turn, even though legally I'm pretty sure she still has to draw a card at least. Oh my god, it's Duke's turn, and he finally decides to start doing things. Activating 2 fake cards that became real later down the line, so this time I'll let it slide. The field spell Dungeon Dice, turning the battle step into a more complex-looking situation than it actually is. Dice rolls to determine the amount of attack points that monsters will have as they engage in battle. Monsters like Orgoth the Relentless, who finally makes his real debut, not that silly dice game one, a real one. Stepping onto the dice board and rolling a 6 for a massive double attack boost of 2,500.
Are you making these regulations up as you go?
Why, yes. Yes, he is. I mean, technically, that's actually how the card works, so he's not actually cheating, but this is 2003, so we'll call that 50%. Duke does 2,900 fucking damage in 1 attack, almost winning the duel outright, even though they never showed it, because God forbid we give the audience any sort of progression. That would just be silly.
Excellent.
Okay, that is without a doubt the worst card art I've ever seen since Yugi used a JPEG of the fucking moon. Can we at least attempt to get our artist to be not just graduated out of preschool? Nesbitt calls himself to the field because he's got a secret. He's got a secret. Using a recycling plant to bring back the Machine King from his graveyard and then fuse it together with himself to create the perfect Machine King. A card that definitely wouldn't be a Cyber Dragon's deck wet dream or anything. Now more powerful than ever, he gains 500 attack for every machine monster on the field, bringing him all the way up to 5,200. His heart is humid, his blood is boiling, his braid IBM, he is now the perfect fighting machine. Rolling the dice for his damage step dungeon dice game, he gets a 5. That must be good, right?
Yes, a 5. That must be good.
Don't interrupt me.
What? There's no logic to this dice game at all.
Yeah, and that's why no one fucking plays it. Unfortunately for the master of dice, Duke, he only rolls a 1, bringing Orgoth down by 1,000 attack, leaving him wide open for a massive 2,350 direct damage when it's destroyed by the perfect Machine King. Also, I'm not really sure why this is the only duel where when you attack the monster, you still have leftover missiles to go and hit the player. Like, how would you even emulate the pain of disintegrating? Now, with Orgoth leaving the field, the dungeon dice map goes along with it. And with Serenity unwilling to reboot her processor, she is useless in this duel, while Tristan's cards still remain on the field with no real reason reason. Like, his life points went to 0. I don't understand why his shit isn't just gone. But never mind that, because just then we get a brief sneak peek of a conversation between Noah and Elon Musk.
You know you're not a real robot. Actually, it's quite sad. Deep down, you're nothing but a scared little man.
Nesbitt made the mistake of just thinking about Seto Kaiba in his head, so of course we have to actually go to where they are right now. Luckily for him, they're conveniently still in the desert, thinking about the time that he got rid of that disgusting defective human.
We make games now, not vehicles for battle.
Yes, that's right, Nesbitt. We make games now. It doesn't matter if we had multiple governments with contracts still in place. It doesn't really matter if they would probably go to great lengths to make sure that we were shut down entirely because we did that. Just gonna build them all some sweet-ass virtual holograms so they get addicted to online gaming and forget about it instead. Back to the duel, no one's even paying attention to Nesbitt's monologue because they're too busy trying to get Serenity to stand the hell up and play a card, telling her that Duke and Tristan need her just like Joey needs her in all of his duels.
No one needs me. Oh, wait.
Hello there, my name is Bipolar Disease. Nice to meet you. Thanks to a flashback of Joey and Odion, something I promise we've never seen before, Serenity starts to get some confidence back as we've seen our main character heroes running through the cave that still hasn't been explained. I mean, of course, this cave is just gonna lead to a giant mechanized room with a huge boss battle inside. I mean, if I wanted that, I could just probably play Metroid Prime. Everyone is so happy to see them, but wait, guys, where's Tristan? Wasn't he here with you? Oh, but unfortunately, he's not here anymore because he spent the entire duel not attacking and cheating in a way that pretty much only helped the enemy. So we kind of got what he deserved. Serenity finally stands up after only, I don't know, 15 minutes and draws a card. Unfortunately, it's magical reflector, so that doesn't really help right now.
You already know everything you need to in order to beat this guy.
She learned nothing. She's done nothing. Anyways, that doesn't matter now because we're thrown into this flashback during this very important episode of Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monster. At least this time it's one we technically never saw before, so I guess again I'll let it slide. Mainly because it definitely never happened and it's just a 2-minute section of the show that tries to explain tribute and fusion summoning. Two concepts that may have been helpful to explain to the audience about 90 episodes ago. Not to mention tribute summoning would have come out maybe a few days beforehand this flashback happened because Kaiba just made Battle City and I guarantee Tristan was not paying attention.
Maybe this game isn't so tough after all.
Oh yes, I just learned one of the most basic concepts of this game. Maybe it's not so tough after all. Maybe there literally isn't thousands of rulings and interactions that I'd have to learn to be a master of this game. Oh, you sweet summer child. Trinity summons Marie, the Fallen One. Oh, excuse me, Dark Lord Marie. What was the point of even changing it? I refuse to accept that. She looks for polymerization in her hand because, you know, that wasn't something she probably should have done beforehand.
As your deck master, I can't.
Oh god, that voice is like Microsoft Sam and the Green Goblin had a child together. Naturally, because deckmasters take 10 fucking turns to finally explain what they do. Well, except for Flame Swordsman, that sexy bastard. The goddess of the third eye finally decides to help her deckmaster with the exact kind of power that she needed. A polymerization at the cost of a discard of a magic card. Finding the forgiving maiden Marie into St. John. Arguably one of my favorite simple fusion monsters from back in the day and just generally an overall badass card. Luckily, its 2800 attack is boosted up to 3200 thanks to Tristan's illegal Command Angel card that's still on the field. And man, it's sure a good thing that Yugi both fucking knows that that back row card is Tristan's last card play as well as the exact thing they need to help them in this situation. Watch it be solemn judgment. We must use that card, says Duke. It all comes down to that card, says Duke. Let me use my awesome deckmaster ability right now. Can you guess what it does?
Card.
Okay. 1. Did you have to do 10 frickin' simples that long to activate a simple effect like that? 2. Did he really have to discard 2 cards just to use that? And 3. What the hell is the actual ability of the Deckmaster? Does it let you steal your opponent's trap card? Does it only use your friend's card? I'm just so many questions surrounding what looks like the worst ability I've ever seen. It all pays off though, because look at the card that Tristan played. Rare Metal Soul. That's a card we've all seen before. It 100% exists. Raises St. Joe's attack points all the way up to 4200, matching the perfect Machine King. Before getting the most epic battle sequence that we've seen in a long time. Like those angel wings and that double KO is kind of the only thing I like about this duel. The episode ends with the awakening of a great evil. Well, that's it for this week's episode. I want to thank you all for watching, and of course a shout out to all my channel members and patrons. Gonna have a sweet ass live stream tomorrow at 7 p.m. EST. Rise of Destiny, first edition, Euro, special edition boxes, 30 packs at least. We're gonna pull some multis. I'm pulling the creator. It's mine. Or someone else. This has been the man from Earth with all the girth. I'm so glad this duel is over. The next one is actually one of my favorites. In today's story, we get to enjoy one of my favorite duels in the entire series. A duel between... I haven't even gotten to the intro, man. Like, I had this whole thing planned, dude. It's just like, really? I had a whole thing. Roll it. Get ready for the best episode ever, all my fellow and feature outlaws. This is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I'm that NAK Double G. Here with a recap of that episode I've been waiting for quite some time, and I promise you it has nothing to do with the copious amounts of violence that somehow made it past. So if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like, become a member of the channel or the Patreon if you want to support me. And leave a comment telling me if you, the viewing audience, have any questions regarding how our heroes are outside this warehouse already. One of them simply being like, how did that happen? Where are they exactly? And weren't they just in a robot factory? But look, the Kaiba brothers are here too, because of course the desert area leads to a warehouse facility. It's just strong logical world building right there. Can I get a world map?
Look, Seto, it's Tristan. Finally, a friendly face.
Mokuba, I'm like 99% sure that you two have never even interacted before. Hey, watch out, because Tristan's got a stick and he's jumping off this 2-story building in an attempt to slice Kaiba in two. And no, the fact that Tristan just jumped off a 2-story building and took no damage doesn't really surprise me anymore. What does surprise me is the high level of violence that the show seems to be getting away with right now. Now I know what you're thinking. That tactic worked on a rare hunter in the real world. Why was it so easily blocked by a stick in the virtual one? You're also thinking what kind of a total loser throws a card in the middle of a fight. And you know what? You're fucking right. Turns out that it's not Tristan at all. It's actually Nesby here to take revenge on a Kaiba who grabs a metal pipe to defend himself. Unfortunately, this is not a card game or a highly advanced hologram, so it is easily parried out of his hands as everyone else shows it conveniently right now to watch. Due to his natural must, Tristan tends to attract all kinds of vermin, just like this robotic monkey that comes out of nowhere to attack him. Luckily, the actions of this crazed individual manage to save Kaiba from destruction. And even though it's quickly thrown to the side, an unexpected hero manages to swoop in and save the day.
This is getting too weird!
First of all, Joey definitely cheated because he didn't even have 5 seconds to hold down the B button. What you just saw was the result of that sweet chin music training with legendary master Shawn Michaels at a mere 50%. Rumor has it if he goes at 100%, it crashes the virtual world immediately. Because this is the most violent episode I've ever seen, Tristan finds a motorcycle in about 3 seconds, turning it up and nearly running over everyone before definitely not brutally punching Mokuba in the face and riding off with him in the distance. Hey, what's that weird monkey doing over there behind them? Serenity wants to love it, Duke and Joey want to kill it. Not at all a giant difference of perceptions between characters displayed in about 5 seconds or anything.
This little guy risked his life to save Kaiba.
I guess that's a good thing.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Another example that his hatred for Kaiba is the only thing on the planet that can make Joey actually sound clever. That legitimately was funny, though. Back to Kaiba, who's back to being a badass again after losing twice in a row. Chasing after Nesbit on his own bike and just casually jumping over this bridge that had no ramp or elevation for him to do so. Unfortunately, though, Mokuba will have to wait as Kaiba has to make an emergency stop. Turns out there's a Snorlax on Pokemon Go nearby in the middle of the road. I believe we have some footage.
Hey, you, get out of the road!
We're just gonna pay attention to this weird guy in a trench coat that definitely was not standing there in the middle of the road when Kaiba yelled at him. And at the moment, it already seems like a fake Tristan and a dead Mokuba are way up the road already being interrupted by Noah. A Noah who himself doesn't understand why Nesbit stole this small innocent child, unfortunately in the process slipping up and revealing his ties to the Catholic Church.
Hand the boy to me.
Okay, did they really have to cut to Kaiba and trench coat man for about 2 lines before we head back to Mokuba, who looks like he's about to have a therapy session with Noah? I mean, I'm not gonna say he doesn't need it, but it's just like, time and place, dude. Mokuba says Seto will rescue me. Noah says there's no chance in hell. Mokuba says he's already done it like 22 times already, so you really want to bet against that? Heading back to the duel that isn't actually a duel yet, Kaiba finally recognizes who this man in the trench coat is. And of course, it's actually Lecter, a very important character with very definitive qualities. Seto chooses the almighty Lord of D as his deck master, as Lecter has already taken the form of one of the most powerful monsters in the game, Lester the Molester. Equipped with a trench coat that protects him from all school zones and libraries, mainly because you know he already has a court order. Going first, he sets the monster face down with 2 back row, allowing Kaiba to take his turn and attack with Spear Dragon without even drawing. Attacking the face down monster hero Shadow Scout, where he'll be forced to, oh no, draw 3 cards, and oh no, discard the magic cards to the graveyard, and oh no, keep the rest. That couldn't backfire 90% of the time, oh no. Kaiba sits a back row face down before ending his turn. Oh wait, no, I was wrong. Lecter actually activates Sullen Wishes in the end phase. Actual strategy in this duel, that's just not something I'm used to. Increasing his life points every time he draws before setting another monster in another back row because control strategies make me horny. I mean happy.
Activate Trap Pop! Mask of Perplexity! What is this? I can hardly see!
Alright, I'm gonna attack with Spear Dragon. Could you stop it? I'm gonna activate Mass Perplexity. Okay, what's that do? 1 sec. I forgot the thing. I'll go grab it. Where are you going? Alright, now put this on your face. What? Yeah, right on your face. What is that? Just put that on your face. No, I'm not gonna do that. What card is? What are you doing? Face. Because that entire situation was completely useless and basically amounted to what ended up just being another attack guidance armor. I was actually quite pleased, saying that he wanted to destroy his giant germ so he could activate his crush card virus. Even though that card has absolutely nothing to do with the monster being destroyed and only needing to be tributed, so he could have just activated it before he attacked. Unfortunately, though, his crush card is destroyed immediately by the effect of Lecter's Deckmaster ability. A monster that can destroy traps? Why, it must be Cliff the Trap Destroyer, right? Kaiba only knows of 1 monster in the entire game that has the power to destroy traps. It must be Jinzo. Yes, the 1 monster in the entire game, even though back then there was definitely more than 1. But not only is it Jinzo, it's Lecter, the former right-hand man of Father Kaiba, who was set to take over the company. Set to take over the company before he was forced out by a Kaiba who was not 18 yet. We introduced a new character, so it's flashback time. Back to a time when Father Kaiba said that Seto's formal education is now over. It's time to learn some street smarts, aka being a deceptive asshole that no one can trust. Setting him 10 million of his own money and saying, as long as you bring me back 100 million a year, it's all yours. Nepotism. It's almost like life is a random game of chance at Monopoly. Despite being like 15 now, if he cannot pass this test, he will relinquish the Kaiba name and be sent back to the orphanage because they definitely accept him at that age. He quickly accepts and gets to work on finding a company with Lecter that he can completely destroy. I mean, take over.
10 million.
No one else can ever have more cards than you as long as you own.
Wow, Seto, you sure had a lot of good cards back then already. A lot of cards that other characters really liked using too. Like Jinzo, Revival Jam, Mask of Brutality. Somehow you had a Crush Card virus already. Oh, look, it's Big Shield Gardna, Obnoxious Celtic Guard, Insect Queen, Rocket Warrior, 2 Destiny boards, and are those Exodia pieces? No one's ever been able to summon him before, right? Seto realizes that the magic number to taking over any business is 51, demanding Lecter put all of his 10 million into a company that doesn't make a lot of money but will be forced to run it in his way. Luckily, in the middle of this flashback, we also get a sneak peek of that conversation that Jeff Bezos had with the local children's hospital.
I'll shut this place down, leaving all your employees jobless.
You are horrible.
Despite the fact that this company didn't make a lot of money, it was able to buy itself back at 10 times the value, making Seto 100 million all in one day and taking all the glory for himself, something that Lecter did not approve of. His disapproval is shown greatly when Kaiba attacks that face-down monster and it's revealed to be the sexiest monster in the land, Cyberjar, destroying all monsters on the field and replacing them with even better ones like Vorse Raider and Twin-Headed Behemoth. Lecter himself gets to summon Injection Fairy Lily to the field.
3,000!
A not at all phallic or suggestive monster that grows really, really big when you give it money. I mean some life points, raising its attack points all the way up to 3,400, destroying Kaiba's Vorse Raider for nearly 2,000 damage. Back to Kaiba's turn, who doesn't play Pot of Greed. Seriously, it's right there. Instead, setting one monster face down before ending his turn. This allows Lecter to tribute his face down monster for the ultimate penis-shaped creation, the satellite cannon. Flying so high into the sky that even Joey, who is somehow being allowed to drive this truck right now, sees it off in the distance. The episode ends with Lex Luthor's satellite targeting Kaiba for having nearly as much money as him. Well, that's it for this episode. I want to thank you all for watching, and of course a shout out to all my channel members and patrons. I don't really have anything clever or bitchy to say about this episode. It's honestly one of my favorites, and I genuinely look forward to Wednesday. What? I can have some normal endings sometimes. This has been the man from Worth All the Growth, ladies and gentlemen. Be the character you know you're worth. Later. In today's story, we get to see something that we've never seen before. A duel that ends completely clean with no tomfoolery, no interference, and no manipulation of the rules. Now, I know some of you just fainted, but for the ones who didn't, you just gotta trust me on this one. Get ready to spank your robot monkey, oh my fellow and future outlaws. This is Card Game vs. Humanity, and I am that NKK Double G. Back with another recap of that little old show called Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters. I think we're still on a Kaiba episode, so you know I'm just gonna be a little more excited than usual. If you enjoyed, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like, become a member of the channel, the Patreon if you want to support me. Leave a comment telling me if you're just as disappointed as the writers were when they realized they went through this entire episode and no one actually cheated. But you want to know who isn't disappointed? That's Tristan, who is highly enjoying being a creepy monkey spending all day against Serenity's titties, scratching his head over and over and accidentally turning on his real voice because for some reason that's a function of this robot. Everyone hears him talk mad shit about Duke and how he's way cooler than him. Before Joey does what he does best and attacks the poor creature with no level of mercy, saying that it must be a spy sent by Noah, even though he has full control of the virtual world and can just watch or listen in on them at any time that he chooses from the start. Back to the duel, Lecter has 3,600 life points and Kaiba only has 1,200. Oh wait, never mind, Lecter breaks my heart by spending 2,000 freaking life points on Fairy Lily just to destroy a defense position monster that just comes right back.
Emergency provisions!
What the hell is a card like Emergency Provisions secretly a weird gross slime mold that has to eat the card like its last desperate meal or something? Not gonna lie, honestly, it kinda looks like Morphing Jar. Just then Yugi and Kaiba finally reunite, causing them to slip up and reveal their other secret anime identities.
Kaiba! Yugi!
Inuyasha!
Kagome!
Everyone watches from the other side of the bridge, super scared that Kaiba's up against Jinzo, one of the most powerful monsters you could have as a deck master. Rumor has it that Joey secretly had a boner, but just wasn't telling anyone about it. Just then, the pills that Kaiba took this morning before they got off the blimp finally kick in.
Oh well.
Those are the kind of eyes that just make you have a couple questions, you know, like where are the bodies and how many? Kaiba activates heavy oh wait, never mind. This is the episode where Hero Servant takes over and he activates Imperial Order. Now Kaiba can't activate any magical trap cards whatsoever, and I gotta say, that's fucking annoying. Everyone is very scared for Kaiba except for Noah, who's just happy that one of the big five can actually hold his own in a duel. Probably why I like this episode, honestly. Heading back to Lecter, who gains 500 life points for Solemn, 1,000 for Life Absorbing Machine, before losing 700 for Imperial Order. Of course, all this is before he loads up his giant cannon with magical white energy.
My wicked worm beast!
Anyone else find it funny that a 5-star monster got an attack animation more epic than the God card? Leaving the sky in two as it comes down from the heavens, all just to destroy a wicked worm beast in defense mode and not really change the game state much. And I love Pyros more than almost anyone on the planet, but that was just so much epic for so little. Kaiba is super scared and doesn't know what to do against this massive piece of weaponry. A monster who can attack from outer space? Who's ever heard of a card like that? Also, who's complained about it when they summoned the card in and just instantly rocketed off the table into orbit and didn't come back down until the end of the duel? Lecter says, "This is what you get for using me and everyone else in order to take over the company, even your own brother. Which is an exact line I'm 99% sure that I've heard used in a WWE storyline before. Then get a flashback of Seto Kaiba doing his best impression of a son talking to the illegal workers that his father hired to build their house.
You are all very talented men, yet my father treats you like dirt.
Because following the plan of a 16-year-old who probably still has less money than all of them was a good idea, they all started buying up shares of Kaiba Corp, but unfortunately getting to that 51% proved difficult, because it turns out the real world isn't just a simple game of, hey, if you can buy all these shares, they're automatically yours type of deal. Turns out someone was leaking all these plans to Father Kaiba. It turns out it was Mokuba, the mastermind all along.
You see, Mokuba owned 2% of Kaiba Corp.
Pretty sure a 9-year-old can't own stock. At best, he has a contract that says he gets it when he turns 18, but yeah, 9-year-olds can't own stock. He's 9. Early Seto and the Big Five confronted Father Kaiba saying they were about to take over the company. Just like Gozaburo, they only could procure 49% because I guess he thought it was a good idea to leave that window open. It's when it seems like everyone's about to be fired, Mokuba busts in dramatically saying he's gonna give his 2% of Kaiba Corp that he doesn't really own to his brother. Again, he's 9. That's right, Father Kaiba, Mokuba, and Seto are a team, even if sometimes they have to beat the crap out of each other like brothers. But looking back on it, me and my brother have hurt each other for far less and far more creative ways. Like there was this one time he hit me in the back of the head with a railroad spike. The president of Kaiba Corp is now 16 years old. Shocking fact that either sends Gozaburo to the Shadow Realm or gives him the Mind Crush. It's not really made clear. Lecter reveals that it was never Mokuba at all who was the snitch. It was actually Seto himself. Making Gozaburo Kaiba thinking he was winning even though he knew he was an idiot for giving part of his shares to a 9-year-old. Truth is, while Seto was planning on using the Big Five to gain footing in the company, truth is the fight they saw between him and Mokuba was actually just over some cards that he tried taking from him, and it was just ended up being convenient timing, so he rolled with it. Even though everything Lecter just said about both using him and his brother as pawns in his little scheme was completely accurate.
Life is a game, and if you can't win it, then don't play!
That's right, life is a game, and if you can't play or were born with a horrible abnormality that stops you from living more than a week, then just don't play. That's right, it doesn't matter if I deny anything you just said, despite it all being perfectly true, and I should probably buy Mokuba that pet panda that he's been asking for years. So instead of acknowledging literally fucking anything, Kaiba just summons Spirit Ryu to the field and immediately attacks the Lily, seemingly looking like he's about to give up on the game right there. Oh wait, never mind, I was wrong. Turns out he's discarding 2 dragons to the graveyard to power up his Ryu to 3,000, so he only takes 400 points of damage. And of course, everyone's standing there thinking, why would he do something like that? Everyone but Yugi, who instantly knows better, watching him attack with a behemoth right away. As Lily's effect is not till the end of the turn, and you must pay 2,000 life points per battle because she is a hoe for show.
Goes down the drain. Down the drain.
You think I didn't know, but I saw you sneak in that gross Joey face. Back to Lecter, who sets the monster face down before attacking the behemoth with a satellite cannon, who has a much quicker animation this time. This allows Kaiba to counter with one of the worst animated monsters I've ever seen possess Sark's soul before finally activating the pot of greed card that he had in his hand this entire time. Do you see that? Do you see how bad that animation is? It's basically Fire Blast with a face and some movable animation. Unfortunately for Kaiba though, the face down monster is Dream Sprite. The monster able to redirect the attack to the satellite cannon, forcing it to fizzle out because the animators didn't want to pay for it to go up to the sky. What's Kaiba gonna do, says everyone. Does he have a monster capable of reaching that thing? Kaiba well known for having 3 of some 8-star dragon that I guess a few people have seen before, maybe, probably. Does anyone else find it funny that Kaiba's supposed to be the most serious character, yet just can't help but making poses like this when he draws a card? So then decides now is the time to activate the power of his massive D, setting a monster face down before paying 500 life points to special summon any dragon from his hand. Why didn't you use this earlier? I felt like it probably could have helped at least once. That doesn't seem to matter though, as our boy summons your boy, the Blue Eyes White Dragon. Silly taking off into space because apparently today is the day I learned that dragons don't care about breathing air or atmospheric pressure. Blue Eyes does his best impression of me looking really hungry before destroy the satellite cannon in an epic fashion because this 5-star monster doesn't know any other way of doing things. And I gotta say, as a man who absolutely loves pyros, yeah, I get it. The episode ends with Noah then revealing his secret identity.
We're family, and nothing's gonna separate us.
I'll show him family.
Well, that's it for this week's episode. I want to thank you all for watching, and of course a shout out to all my channel members and patrons. If you're not doing anything tomorrow and want to chill with me on a massive live stream, I may or may not be opening an absurd amount of packs, pretty much to the point where my battery's going to run out. I might even make that the title of the video. Yeah, I think that's a good title. I'm going to do that. But it's going to be like 200 packs, so come chill with me. You should do it. Meow. In today's story, I nearly turned off the TV twice because this is probably the creepiest episode in the entire series. Seriously, how do they even get away with some of this shit? Get ready to hold your close family members inappropriately, all my fellow adventure outlaws. This is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I'm the NKK-Double-G. Here with a recap of that Yu-Gi-Oh show that you all know and love. Well, love might be a strong word after this episode in particular. So if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like, become a member of the channel or the Patreon if you want to support me. Leave a comment telling me if you'll need a level of therapy comparable to Mokuba after you ask yourself, how the hell did everything in this episode make it past censorship. Nearly as much as Noah can't believe that Mokuba is still loyal to his older brother Seto after all the vague memories he's shown him. Saying that he deserves to have what Seto has, saying that he will take it all for himself and he's gonna start with his little brother. I mean, if that's your starting point, I really don't want to see the finish line. He then asks Mokuba what he thinks Seto is thinking about right now. Considering he just won a duel, I can confidently assume that he just has a massive erection right now and no other thought. Turns out Kaiba's right over there, says Noah. He's not still on the screen. That's definitely not a copy and paste file that just materialized in front of you.
That was fast. I knew you'd come get me.
That's right, Mokuba. I'm not here to rescue you. I just showed up to tell you that if you ever try to hug me again, you're gonna get a pimp hand to the face. Will you please get out of my way? I'm sick and tired of this princesses in another castle bullshit. Don't ask questions why this horrible fucking illusion that maybe took 5 seconds to put together worked better than all the memories I've been showing you for 15 episodes.
I am the only one in this world you can trust.
Gotta give him credit. This is the closest I've ever come to not wanting to watch the show anymore. Seriously, there's no age in which 2 family members doing that pose is acceptable. Back to everyone on the bridge who's still just loitering around on the bridge, not really knowing what to do now. I suddenly hear the voice of Noah over the virtual megaphone claiming that he has Mokuba all to himself now. Yugi says, please don't go, my love. It could be a trap. Kaiba says, stay out of my way, bitch. I'm a Gallagher and this is family business. Tristan then shows us the appropriate way how to greet a woman.
Thank you, Serenity. I knew you.
You know, just because it's a robot monkey doesn't mean it's not technically still Tristan and any less fucked up. Like, I refuse to believe that this episode was reviewed by a single person. Yugi immediately takes off to follow his lover, so Taya does the same thing to follow hers. Well, Joey and Duke refuse to move a muscle because Kaiba still hasn't paid them off for all the help they provided thus far. There's like 3 different layers of bullshit involved with that statement, so I'm just not even gonna get involved. Rare sight indeed as we watch Seto Kaiba doing physical activity running down the tunnel until he reaches a fork in the road. Turns out Noah just copied the file from the Lost Woods and Ocarina of Time and just reskinned them over them with a tunnel system, forcing Seto to listen to the screams of Mokuba cry for help as they get louder so he can find his way out of the labyrinth. Oh wait, Seto's already found him already. I wonder what could happen next.
What have you done with him?
First off, let's just simply ask, what the hell was that and why did he wait till now to do it? And 2, what was the entire point of the tunnel system when you were just gonna transport him to you 60 seconds later anyways? It's just the little things, you know. Getting back to Yugi and Taya, who are still running down the tunnel that already disappeared. They reach the same fork in the road that Kaiba did, so of course they take the correct path, right?
You sure about that?
I have absolutely no idea.
Yeah, sometimes they really do have dialogue that makes me forget that I'm not watching Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged. Jesus Christ. Our heroes run as fast as they can, finally reaching a light at the end of the tunnel. I can't imagine what kind of area it's gonna lead It's another forest area. Luckily for our heroes, this forest area does have a mansion inside it that looks completely abandoned, so there's a good chance there's some rare Pokemon in there.
Yeah, I do hear it. It's a baby.
While it may seem like that annoying-ass baby crying was supposed to be a part of the plot of this episode, the truth is the sound team just couldn't get Dan Green's kid to shut the hell up while he was recording lines, and as we all know, Dan Green does not do double takes. Hey, it's Marik after 15 episodes! Oh yeah, he's in this show! Despite waiting several days in a blimp patiently, Marik is not a fan of sitting around waiting patiently and decides that it's his turn to be the main villain of the show again. Well, that's enough screen time for now, so let's head back to Seto Kaiba, who's literally falling down from the sky into the room that Noah and Mokuba are already in, because I guess that's what that orb of light actually did to him earlier. Man, all this shit's just contrived as hell. Seto wants his brother back, obviously, but turns out he's safe and secure right here. It was Nesbit that took him. Noah just saved him from the Big Five. Kaiba grabs Mokuba's hand like an angry mother who's late for work in the morning. Unfortunately for him, Mokuba doesn't want to go to school today. He wants to stay home and bake cookies with his new older brother. He claims that Seto just stood there and watched as they took him away. Seto says, yeah, that's why we got that GPS implanted. I mean, wait, no, we never did that. Noah's trying to have a calm conversation while Seto's the angry father who can't get custody of his child, watching him be taken away by Noah and sitting back down on the couch, because I guess that's all they do here when they have an entire virtual world at their disposal. Without warning, though, Seto Kaiba becomes the first billionaire ever to utter these words.
Who deserves to have what's mine?
Let's head back to Yugi and Taya, who are searching every room of this mansion that looks like it could collapse at any moment, wasting their time looking for this stupid-ass baby that no one wanted in the first place. Luckily, they quickly learn that the entire thing is just BS and nothing more than a sound file used by Noah, because why would you trust anything in this world at this point? Believe it or not, Marik was allowed more screen time today, bringing us back to his encounter with this locked security door from the future. It's a 5,000-year-old spare who's maybe been around for a few days now, so of course he knows that the door needs a secret password to enter. I believe we have some footage.
Invalid password. Enter.
Seems Robo Tristan is hanging out on the side of the road when he sees some Digimon hanging out in the water and attempts to warn everybody about it. Unfortunately, they all apparently just refuse to look down and take one simple gander, despite him not causing any harm to any of them yet whatsoever. Look out, it's actually 4 members of the Big Five, and they're here to take our bodies back by force this time. I mean, why duel you when we can just take things from you by force? A concept that no other villain on the show ever realized was an option. Without warning, though, Joey activates Soul Charge with no cost, summoning 5 shitty monsters to keep them at bay. Before attempting to start the truck that he definitely forgot to get gas for earlier. Oh look, it's a penguin in a tuxedo using a bullwing to swing around a round-faced elf into the pavement. That's definitely a sentence I thought I'd say today. What do you think, casual audience member? But you take a step back and gasp as the truth is revealed to Seto. Also, for some reason, Yugi conveniently shows up this exact moment, says nothing about the situation, and just runs up to Seto saying, hey, look at this photograph. Gotta admit, it kinda made me laugh. Turns out Noah was Gozaburo's real son all along, and Seto was just a hired goon to motivate him to do better in his studies. So that casual thing where the father hires another random kid to motivate his kid to do better to run the company someday. Before we can get into that high level of psychological damage, the TV screen turns on because Mokuba wasn't finished watching his new favorite show, Joey vs. the Big Five, and I think we're in the chase scene. Noah wants to finish his story, but has to put it on hold because he needs to watch his program with his new brother. Apparently just leaving Yugi and Kaiba in this random black void now. Anyone gonna tell me how no one's suffering any damage from interactions like that? It's like you feel the stamina loss but suffer no actual HP decrease. Big Five have trapped these three teenagers with no way out and no real explanation how they're just gonna take over their bodies forcefully. Luckily for them though, an unexpected hero shows up at the last minute to save the day.
I gave you all the chance to win your freedom and you all failed. Now you'll pay the price.
Well, that's it for this week's episode. I want to thank you all for watching. Of course, a shout out to all my channel members and patrons. There's only one episode this week, but responsible shit got in the way. It happens. But I do have a sick-ass live stream coming up on a Sunday. 3 Zexal boxes. We're pulling some ghosts. You better be there. This has been the man from Earth with all the girth. Be the character you know you're worth. I do have some devastating news to tell you all. I'm hungry. In today's story, one of our heroes has to deal with 5 old men constantly fighting for the right to be inside his body. Honestly, for once, I just can't believe we're not talking about Duke Devlin. Become very disappointed in Yugioh, my fellow and future outlaws. This is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I am the NAKA Double G. Here with a recap of that show, where if it didn't have context, it'd sound like a horror show that's constantly talking about stealing children's bodies, Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters. If you enjoyed, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like, become a member of the channel or the Patreon if you want to support me. Leave a comment telling me if the writers actually forgot that Yugi was in the name of the show because he doesn't do a single useful thing throughout this entire episode. Seriously, it's bad. Really as badly as Noah is giving the Big Five a big fat scolding for not following through with his rules. Just doing what old men do best when they can't figure something out, just take it by force until sexual assault charges are filed.
We understand that you have laws, but we must escape from this place. And to do that, we need bodies.
Let's all pretend like that's not the exact line of dialogue you'd hear in a speech right before a prison break. This bit appears and says, I'm gonna take off now. I won Tristan's body in that duel that I actually lost and legally don't have any rights to. And you can't argue with me because this was determined by the highest law of order in the land card game. Being the one that calls the shot, Noah decides what's right and wrong. Noah says you must have all 5 men share Tristan's body all at once, and don't worry, thanks to his nights at the club, that's something he can totally handle. Let's all take a break from the old man talking about stealing bodies to head back to Kaiba and the gang spending quality time together. Seto tries to take off right away in an effort to find Mokuba. Tay uses her special move, Tit Deflect, deflecting all current conversation to her massive chest, causing Kaiba to halt in his tracks. Unfortunately for her though, these titties are real and not holographic, so Seto is not interested. Once again proving his family pride by telling everyone to stay out of his business. No, that's exactly what a Gallagher would say about 10 minutes after he got some random person involved or injured in his bullshit.
But is our friend and we want to help him.
Why don't you worry about him instead?
Up there! How the fuck did he even sense Tristan on the top of a cliff from about a mile away? Kaiba just walks away immediately as everyone just stands around quickly realizing that it isn't actually Tristan. Turns out it's not even Nesbit, it's the entire Big Five all crammed into Tristan's body. Really, this won't cause the actors to say things you probably shouldn't say on a kid's show, right?
They're all using Tristan's body.
Today's special is 5 for 1.
Our heroes wonder what they must do to get Tristan's body back safely from them. I mean, why duel, of course? What the fuck else do you do on the show? They challenge Yugi to a 5-on-1 duel that kinda really isn't. Something Yami is fiercely ready for because it's been nearly 15 episodes since he's dueled and the hunger is rising. We then get a small clip of Blizzard's developers talking about 5 seconds after their last Diablo 4 livestream panel.
I can't believe you two are actually arguing as if we're going to keep our word.
Despite Yugi being at the ready, Joey demands that he join this battle as well, saying that 5 versus 1 is very uneven. 5 versus 2, that's less uneven. I mean, technically he's right, but somehow just still feels stupid. Yugi says, I'm fine with this, I could use some cannon fodder. I mean, a loyal partner. Yes, that is definitely what I meant to say. Despite being the garbage lawyer that lost to Joey in the previous duel even after cheating, claims that Mr. Wheeler actually sucks and will just bog Yugi down in this duel, leaving an easy victory for all 5 of them. Since it's 1 versus 2 bodies in this duel, they'll actually start with 8,000 life points instead of 4,000. 8,000 life points, dude? That's insane. That's way too many. Our heroes accept the terms of engagement, being forced to choose their decks immediately because why would anyone actually choose different cards ever? Why would they choose them ever? So he sees the Cyber Harpy in the list of cards, triggering a flashback that I'm sure is perfectly historically accurate.
All right, my dear. Enjoy your trip to the Shadow Realm.
Okay, that was 100% not Yami Marik's voice. Why even redo this one scene when you reuse literally everything else? Duel begins as Yugi chooses his deck master, the almighty dark magician who comes out pelvic thrusting towards the camera for some reason. I guess he just had to make up for Joey being boring and choosing the flame swordsman again. And as you guessed, the big five will rotate their deck masters because just mashing 5 different decks together will definitely not cause any synergy problems at all. The cunning Gansley and the deep sea warrior decide to begin the duel. But unfortunately, old age seems to be getting to him as the simple act of drawing a card causes him to pass that kidney stone he's been tussling with all morning.
I'll begin.
Beginning the duel with the legendary Ocean, a magic card that causes all Mitre characters to run away as if it's actually going to kill them, before summoning a 5-star monster directly to the field, the legendary Fisherman. Don't worry, the show does take about the next 60 seconds straight explaining why this mechanic works, so you know it must actually be important. Like usual, Yugi just says, "Be very careful, Joey." He really does say that a lot, doesn't he? Anyways, he listens thoroughly and just summons Alligator Sword in defense mode and ends his turn. That was such a masterful move. Let's head back to Duke and Teo, who are still not sure if this monkey is Tristan or not, even though it'd be pretty easy just to ask him a question that they would only know the answer to. Never mind, it's back to the duel, and when it's Yugi's turn, you know he's ready to lay the smackdown on these old pathetic creeps. Lay it down by summoning Gazelle in defense mode and ending his turn. Oh, wow. They both kind of suck. Sucked just about as much as Gansley's dueling in his one turn that it was apparently far too long and now Crump wants in.
These kids don't realize that the countdown to their destruction has begun.
There's an American education joke in there somewhere, but unfortunately because I have an American education, I can't seem to figure it out. Crump is all about the numbers, baby, and the 200 attack point boost from his Deckmaster ability is all powerful and totally means a lot. Just attack and defense position Gazelle on Yugi's side of the field that you could have anyway. One big mistake he did make though was summoning Catapult Turtle to the field, one of Yugi's former lovers that he knows will never betray him and attack him even if he's in someone else's deck. But ignore all that because we're back to Seto, who has somehow traveled a few miles in the span of a few minutes. Seems to be traveling up a truly absurd amount of stairs that somehow look they were still created by slave labor inside of a video game. Because obviously that ancient temple at the top is where Mokuba's going to be hiding, not just the back of the dark room that Noah had him in last episode when they had already taken off. Seto says that Noah's story must be bullshit or else he'd be the same age as him. Which I'm not sure is 16 or 18 at this point because Kaiba is fucking tall and looks 26 for the next 26 years if Yu-Gi-Oh! GX has anything to say about it. Claims that maybe the big five put him up to this, but wait, no, they're way too stupid, so there must be just something I'm missing. Back to the duelist, Joey's turn in with a hand completely stacked full of magic cards. Make me generally wonder why every player in this season has double snare in their deck, like legitimately no one ever uses it. Summon Cyber Harbor to the field before laying Kunai with Chain in his back row before you head over to Yugi, who has a devastating move to play.
I summon Mystical Elf! Now let's see what you can do, Crump!
Jesus, Yugi, do you forget how to duel in the last 15 episodes that you weren't the main character on screen? I mean, you literally have card destruction in your hand and could just ask Joey the simple question of, hey, how are the cards in your hand? You mind if I use this? But no, that would require actual logic. Mr. Johnson wants in on this duel because one turn is passed and that's way too long, but Crump says, no way, man, I'm a penguin and there's still some water on the field, so let me splash around for a bit. Let me attack the Cyber Harpy with Legendary Fisherman and get caught by the kunai with Chain. Causing the other big five to get pissed at me because I was a total basic bitch with my strategy.
The longer I stay in here, the more I feel like swinging from a tree and scratching my armpit.
So you're saying that's not a good feeling to have. Joey Wheeler, the literal MVP of this duel currently, tossing a Harpy's Feather Duster, sweeping away that pesky legendary Ocean before attacking the legendary Fisherman. The monster he's honestly probably destroyed more than anything else at this point. Because the Catapult Turtle has such a gigantic sweet ass. Must attack that face down card instead, which Yugi somehow knows is Magician of Faith because he freaks out like crazy about it. Turning the legendary Ocean to Tristan's hand despite having card destruction in his hand and can do just, you know, he can use that next turn. Now, with everyone having a brand new hand to play with, surely Yugi's about to make a big play, right? He's not just going to end his turn, right? He ends his turn.
This duel is beginning to take its toll on Yugi and Joey, but the big five keep rotating players to keep themselves fresh. And that's why they're winning.
First off, no one really has a significant advantage at this point yet. And secondly, didn't he lose 450 life points with Cyber Harpy attack the legendary Fisherman? Are we just going to pretend that didn't happen? The episode ends with Kaiba yelling off into the distance, wondering where Mokuba's run off to. So honestly, it's anyone's guess what episode this could be. Well, that's it for this episode. I want to thank you all for watching, and of course, a shout out to all my channel members and patrons. I bet you think I'm going to say something clever, don't you? Too bad. This is Man the Man from Earth with all the Earth. Be the character. Earth. In today's story, we learn that something devastating happened to Noah as a child and his body was rendered useless. If you're wondering what that means and how we got here, like usual, either watch the dub or don't ask questions. Get ready to stay disappointed in Yu-Gi-Oh! My fellow Fincher allows us to assist card games versus humanity, and I'm the NKKGG. Time for another recap that I know you all can't wait for. You do realize this is a show about a children's card game, right? So if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like, become a member of the channel or the Patreon if you want to support me. Leave a comment telling me if it bothers you just as much as me how much time was spent in this episode over Yu-Gi-Oh! be playing one face down card. Seriously, it wasn't that important. Wanna know what's also not important? That damage that the Big Five took in their last episode. Nah, they're still at 8K and Yugi and Joey are at 4K. Standing there passing around Tristan's body like it's some corporate condo, a not at all suggestive statement if I've ever heard one. He's now controlled by Johnson, who decides now is the time to use this broken Deckmaster ability. Paying 1,000 life points to sweep all 4 of their monsters and inflicting 1,000 life points of damage to both of them because of course it doesn't even have to select a player. But instead of having a conversation about the mismatch of power levels between Deckmaster abilities, let's head back to Kaiba, who's having a lovely time.
It's a virtual copy of the Duel Monsters theme park I designed.
Wow, who goes to a Duel Monsters themed amusement park? You'd have to be some kind of fucking loser to spend your money there. 2 tickets, please. Apparently this is impossible because just like the government with any contract, production wasn't meant to start for another 4 years at least. Also, let's not ask questions about the security door that you have to win a game of chess to enter. I just feel like it'd be so easy to knock that thing over. But then treated to what might be the single most devastating turn a villain in the show has ever taken, as Johnson conveniently draws into Hysteric Fairy because of course every member of the Big Five top decks the monster they specifically wanted. Attacking Joey directly for 1,800 life points of damage and then using it as Catapult Turtle's tribute to sacrifice for another 900 life points of direct damage, leaving him with only 300. Is it just a rule in the Wheeler house that they must be extra dramatic and fall down every time they get hit by something non-tangible? Also, I just realized if he had attacked directly with Catapult Turtle first and then used Hysteric Fairy as the tribute, he would have killed Joey right there. Like, even when they're good, they're bad. Setting one card face down before activating the magic card Altar of Mist. A magic card that allows him to add any ritual spell from his deck to his hand in 3 turns, because I guess Sonic Bird and Senju just weren't available today. Seriously, this is the worst fake card in a long time, and I don't care if it's immune to destruction. We then head back to Mr. Wheeler, who has something very important to say.
Johnson.
It's the MVP's turn again, finally, and he draws into the almighty Rocket Warrior, summoning it to the field and raising its attack all the way up to 2,500 with Flame Swordsman's ability. He successfully destroys Yugi's former best friend, the Catapult Turtle. Unfortunately for some, fake cards are all the rage this season, and that's not stopping anytime soon, mind you. Activating Revenge Sacrifice, allowing Jensen to sacrifice that Rocket Warrior that Joey spent all that time boosting up, just so he can summon the Machine King. There's just so much synergy coming together in this deck that I just can't believe it.
Alright, you finish this guy.
I'll try.
Anyone else that think Yami might have taken a few pills before this match started? This is like the lowest energy we've ever seen him. Yugi needs a tribute to play this monster with the overcomplicated name, if I've ever heard one, Des Volskel. Luckily for him, he has the Rock Spirit card in his deck that he's never even remotely used or talked about before, and holy crap, he's actually using remove from play effects. I don't know how to handle this. Tributes the Rock Spirit for Desi Boy and lays a face down card. Something that even Joey considers such a low grade move that it forces him to make poses that are not humanly possible. The joke's on him though, because every decent duelist that says they would see it coming falls victim to it at least once per duel in the series anyways.
Like something Yugi would do?
What kind of a man just sits there pelvic thrusting for about 60 seconds straight trying to get his friend's attention? I mean, it just creates more of a situation than there was to begin with. We then spend the next 5 minutes on a situation that really did not need this much explanation spent on it, as we make a huge deal about Yugi laying a basic trap was destroyed by the Big Five's Heavy Storm on the next turn. Don't pay attention to Desi Boy's attack going up by 200 for every magic card that was played, resulting in the Machine King being destroyed and that entire situation being contingent on the fact that he had a 200 attack point boost and it would have been so easy to do anything else to make that not work. Nah, don't pay attention to that. Pay attention to the genuinely odd mouth angles that Yugi and Tristan are doing as they're talking shit to one another. Seriously, Yugi's a little creepy in this episode. The rest of the Big Five called Nesbitt out for being a total idiot for attacking Yugi over Joey, who would have had no way to defend himself, even though later on in the episode we watched that you can just throw your monsters in front of another person's attack whenever you want. Just then, Yugi says the one thing that no person has ever said while watching this channel.
Your acting was key. That made it convincing.
Because Joey was definitely acting the entire time and was 100% in on everything. Our heroes take control of the match while Lecter takes control of Tristan's body, the only member of the Big Five that I actually respect. Yeah, go Lecter! I mean, go Yugi, I guess. Back to Joey's turn. Naturally, he's going to do a lot of damage because the Big Five are wide open. Throwing in a Panther Warrior, a very good card that can attack without a tribute, and of course the other 4 cards in his hand are not Scapegoat. I guess for this one turn, we're not the MVP, but I deserve a break, so here it is in defense mode.
Sorry, Tristan. I must attack directly.
Do what you gotta do, Yugi. Just don't mess up the hair.
You mean that hair that looks like it was built on the Nintendo 64 with such thick, rigid polygons that it looks like no environmental hazard in the entire existence of the universe could possibly make it flutter in the wind even an inch? You mean that hair? Yeah, I think you're fine. After 6 whole turns of doing absolutely nothing, Yugi finally decides to attack Tristan's sexy body directly, bringing him all the way down to 4,200 life points before summoning Big Shield Gardner to the field. So we just watched Yugi do something useful for once. Let's immediately head back to Kaiba, who's walking through this very uninspired room that he's making fun of Noah for building, even though it was definitely his design and he just forgot because it was boring. Immediately, even in this super secret security door hidden behind a game of chess, there's an even more secret door waiting for Seto, bringing him into a room with an old movie projector. I'm sure this will bring him some joy.
It's Noah. Nice outfit, dork.
Please help. I just Guy hit by a car, I feel like I'm dying.
Yeah, right. Nice outfit, dork.
Because emotions like compassion and sympathy are foreign concepts of Mr. Seto, he assumes Noah made an entire fake newsreel of memories just to prove that he's the real son. Memories that Gozaburo and the hooker I assume that he hired holding a picture of Noah as they walk out of a church saying that there's nothing they can't do to save him.
What is all this supposed to mean?
Oh, it means he's dead, but we'll never actually admit it. It means something devastating happened to Noah right before Seto met Gozaburo. It means someone else must be pulling the strings here, because why would Noah want Seto to know any of this at all? I mean, he is 10 years old, so probably assuming logic of any sort is probably not a good strategy here. Speaking of a good strategy, Joey activates drop-off as soon as Lecter begins to turn playing with Tristan's body. Fortunately for our hero, Lecter brought along Jinzo for his deckmaster, automatically destroying all their trap cards before conveniently drawing into cards that only his deck was using before they were mashed together, of course. He plays everyone's favorite off-centered fairy type, Injection Fairy Lily, summoning her to the field because the writers want to make sure that you understand that we are between Legacy of Darkness and Dark Crisis right now. Have we made it clear now? Good. Now here's a secret rare that you'll never have yourself unless you're my friend Yada who cheats and pulls two back-to-back together. Seriously, you fucking cheated. Lecter pays the host fee to destroy Yugi's Death's Volscale before laying a card down and ending his turn. Oh wait, never mind, he's actually gonna activate Gravity Bind as well before Joey even draws a card. I'm not really sure how he pulled that one off. You were supposed to be honorable, Lecter. And while Lecter's Jinzo might be a bitch, Joey's Jinzo is certainly not. Being summoned to the field and quickly destroying the Gravity Bind before it becomes even remotely usable. You know, I'm starting to think the writers must have had some PTSD from that card, because every time it gets used in the series, it gets snuffed out immediately.
Come forth, Dark Magician Girl!
Wow, don't like tribute the Big Shield Gardener or anything, just cheat and throw it down and hope that no one notices. Episode ends with Lecter taking a massive 2,000 life points of damage from cheater Yugi, before revealing that it's been 3 turns since Altar of Mist was played, so it activates, allowing him to add any ritual card to his deck, because I guess, again, I'm not making any more jokes about Sonic Bird, it's just, you know what the deal is. Well, that's it for this episode. I want to thank you all for watching, and of course a shout out to all my channel members and patrons. If any of you are curious what actually happened to Noah as a child, and you know, just about the concept of death in general, then I have just one piece of advice for you. Watch the fucking dub. This has been the man from Earth with all the girls, ladies and gentlemen. Be the character you know you're worth. Later. In today's story, you can't even begin to imagine what we have planned.
Tell me!
Jesus Christ, dude. I will. I was about to recap it. So impatient. Get ready to tell me, all my fellow feature outlaws. This is Card Game vs. Humanity, and I am the NAKAK-double-G. Time for another Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters recap that the week just wouldn't feel right without. Don't worry, I'm just as happy as you are that the Big Five are about to be banished face down at the end of the episode. If you enjoyed, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like, become a member of the channel, the Patreon if you want to support me. Leave a comment telling me if you think it's just as unbelievable that this entire episode was actually just the duel with no outside commentary or storyline to interrupt it. That might be a first. Just like it's a first that this card, Dragon Revival Ritual, even exists. Mostly because we needed a way to get around the whole 5 Dragon Fusion requirement. Oh, and that part about us needing monsters for its summon? Don't worry, we have 5 deck masters we can just bring to the field at any time we want, like some jank-ass pendulum summon that no one argues with. Everyone literally calls out their bullshit for making up rules as they go along. Everyone but Yugi, who's just excited that cheating is now allowed again so he can go crazy with it. Also, I'm pretty sure both Deep Sea Warrior and Nightmare Penguin are water types, so this doesn't even make sense to begin with.
You can't leave us! Lost him.
I mean, I know sometimes Yugi gives up really easy, but I'm like 95% sure that that flashback didn't go like that. The Mythic Dragon is now summoned to the field, wiping out every other card upon its arrival, leaving our heroes little option to even attack back, as it cannot be harmed by creatures of earth, wind, water, fire, or darkness. Only creatures of light like Captain Planet can hurt him, but unfortunately without a heart, he would definitely grow resentful of humanity and just want to murder us all. What were we talking about? Lecter sets 1 card face down before ending his turn, leaving Joey with 1 opportunity to fight against the Great Beast. Hopefully our MVP of the duel knows what he's doing, laying 3 cards face down before summoning Flame Swordsman to the field.
Yes, but I can...
Hey Yugi, I can't help but notice that you're still holding that card that you just put face down in your duel disc. You gonna tell us how you did that? Nah? Not gonna tell us? Just gonna demand us tell you everything else? Okay. Smug dick. Yugi is ready to win because he knows that this is Dark Crisis and every unique monster must be used before they can move on. Casually just slapping his friend's deck master together with his to create Dark Flare Knight because apparently he can just do that. Like, is the card that he set down Polymerization and he just forgot to use it? I am so confused right now.
Prepare to attack now! Your target is their 5-headed dragon!
I thought it was the Mythic Dragon, bitch. It doesn't matter if the monsters look exactly the same. If the name is different, it's different. This is Yu-Gi-Oh! Dark Flare Knight, one of the most baller monsters you'll never actually see in a real duel. Attacks the Mythic Dragon with a sweet DBZ light beam animation before it's quickly overpowered and Yugi loses the duel and the show is over. Oh wait, you want to know what actually happened? I don't just get to be lazy and stop there. Fine. Despite the massive gap in attack points, Dark Flare Knight causes the user to take no battle.
It's okay, Dark Flare Knight. I will always love you. It upsets me too that Konami continues to print high-rated versions of other Yugi monsters but you. Hey, how'd you guys get in here?
Oh yeah, I forgot. Anytime another Yugi tuber says Dark Flare Knight about 3 times within 60 seconds, Card Breaker is contractually obligated to appear. Jesus Christ, this is like the 3rd time too. Since a certain monster was destroyed in battle, Mirage Knight is summoned to the field as Joey and Yugi's Deckmaster now. 2800 attack point light monster that absorbs all the attack points of the monster it faces in battle, making it the perfect 7800 attack point weapon to bring down the Big Five's dragon and win the duel once and for all. Oh wait, never mind, I take that back, he's clearly drunk. By having the accuracy of your wasted uncle behind the wheel, Mirage Dragon successfully lands a zigzag-like slice down the mythic dragon, destroying this all-powerful monster in one turn, just like every other villain's monster that gets talked about longer than it actually stays out on the field. Unfortunately for our heroes, Lecter floats down casually to the ground, seemingly only taking 600 life points of damage and not being affected by what just happened. We demand to know what's going on, but I'm sorry, please call again later. Lecter's currently doing Mark Hamill last for about 5 minutes straight. Seriously, he does that a lot. He activates the final Dark Crisis card to be revealed to deal with Dark Ruler. This one only being half fake as it trades in their Mythic Dragon for the Berserk Dragon. Another monster with 3500 attack that you'll probably never actually see in a real duel.
Please don't let them destroy your Deckmaster!
Thanks, Serenity. That's just stellar fucking advice. Back to Yugi's turn, and he draws in a magical hats, also known as the 5 minutes till end of duel card, using his Deckmaster ability to duplicate the effect of any magic card on the field for a mere 1000 life points. That's fucking amazing, and I'm genuinely upset that he hasn't used it before. Now that our heroes have 2 sets of 4 hats protecting their monsters, it would take forever for this dragon with hair that only a mother could love to blast through them all before they come up with some sort of strategy. But because we're running out of time, this dragon can actually hit 4 monsters at once and will hit its target if it wants to.
Yugi hit each monster in 4 hats. Dragon can attack 4 hats at once? How I get it?
Very good, Taya. There's 4 hats, and he can attack 4 monsters. Now you're getting it. Because it's super frickin' impolite to wear hats in a place of business, launching all 4 fireballs at our heroes when he seemingly has no way to defend himself.
I tried my best, Tristan! Don't give up! You protect Yugi with your life!
No! What are you doing, Joey?
What am I gonna do? I'll save you, buddy! No, don't do it, Joey! Guys, stop! The budget ran out already! Man, I love peanut butter. Here is the man. A man named Frank. He is the disgruntled man. This is not the job he signed up for. Frank does not whine, complain, or moan. Frank takes life head on because that's the kind of man that Frank is. Also, somehow he knew exactly what hat Yugi's monster was hiding in, allowing them both to stay alive thanks to the silver dollar magic card, also known as more gambling. I'd actually be a bit more shocked had he done nothing with the 3 back row that he set in his last turn. Luckily, our hero has learned well as the silver dollar trap card negates any attack on a monster with under 1000 attack points. I mean, you could just choose Wabaku or negate attack, but that's just too generic for Joey. It's the MVP's turn, and he activates the Magic Card Knight's title, which has the single one effect of changing Dark Magician into Dark Magician Knight. So it's definitely a good thing that he put it in his deck instead of Yugi doing it for some reason that I can't really think of. Getting 700 attack points with Flame's Deckmaster ability, bringing it all the way up to 3200 as the Berserk Dragon is only moments away from finally getting a haircut. Big 5 are all inside Tristan's head, yelling at Johnson, claiming that Wheeler is the reason that they're actually winning this duel, that they definitely should have just challenged Yugi from the start because he was clearly on something today. Our Magician Knight naturally gets a hella sweet, over-exaggerated attack animation that we'll never see again, leaving the Berserk Dragon in 2 faster than the camera can even catch the sword slice, causing them to lose their Deckmaster and finally lose this duel. Yugi then slips up and says the one thing that Seto Kaiba's never heard in his entire life.
It was a pleasure doing business with you.
Let's not talk about how it took half the entire frickin' series, 112 episodes in total, just to have an episode where the entire thing was actually the duel and there was no outside circumstances or bullshit storylines to interject about 30% of it. Of course, pointing something like that is not a very nice thing and certainly not something I'd go out of my way to say. Not me. Hopefully now our heroes will finally get Tristan's body back from the Big 5, who are quite well known for upholding their end of the bargain. Oh look, they're just gonna do what they did before and try to take everyone's body by force. I wonder what could happen.
Now to take 5 more bodies!
Man, it's sure a good thing that Yugi caught that Wobbuffet earlier, else it would be totally screwed. Noah does what he does best and teleports the Big 5 along with Tristan's body, leaving our gang to lament the possibility that Tristan may be stuck in this monkey suit for the rest of his life. And I had to choose between being a corpus stooge and being inside a robot monkey body. Well, you already know what I'd go with. The episode ends with Noah taking the Big 5 to the Chamber of the Sages, listening to them all beg one last time for another chance at some sweet young teenage bodies to control. Unfortunately, Noah's gotten too many complaints on his site and can no longer deal with their drama, sending them off into different parts of the virtual world while I'm just sitting there wondering why they're all standing on a giant computer chip. Well, that's it for this week's episode. I want to thank you all for watching, and of course, a shout out to all my channel members and patrons. Abyss Rising, Blister Break, 3 p.m. tomorrow. You should be there. Live stream, 80 blisters, gonna be fun. We pulling alties. I want some of that dark chocolate, you know what I'm saying? This has been the man from Earth, possibly with all the girth. Be the character you know your worth. I have to take a In today's story, we learned that it doesn't matter if it's for kids or Disney. If a character has phenomenal cosmic power, they must have an itty-bitty living space. It's just a friendly sibling rivalry, all my fellow future outlaws. This is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I am the NAKAK Double G. This happens to be another recap of Yu-Gi-Oh! Have you noticed that maybe I like this game by now? I mean, the show's pretty great too. If you enjoyed, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like, become a member of the channel or the Patreon if you want to support me. Leave a comment telling me if you're ready for the single longest duel in the entire series, because of course anything that had a religious reference had to be at least 50% boring, 50% brutally exciting, and 100% taking too long to explain. But what doesn't take a long time to explain is Joey's everlasting desire to beat the crap out of small animals, even if at this point he knows that his friend Tristan is inside it. Luckily, this is a cartoon, and giving the monkey shaken baby syndrome is apparently the key to revealing the secret compartment hidden on its back. Joey says, "Ooh, what does this button do?" immediately pressing it and turning his best friend into an RC car that spins around them right round, baby, right round. Okay, I refuse to believe that she is sober. Yugi is the main character, so he doesn't have time for this bullshit and just presses the red button instead, revealing another secret door that conveniently takes them all to Kaiba Land as well. I think if they had asked these questions, I don't know, hours ago like a normal human being instead of playing a children's card game, we'd actually be farther along right now.
Blue Eyes White Train approaching. Stand behind the white line.
Wow, Kaiba, you said this was all your design, right? I'm starting to pick up on some subtleties here. Even though getting on the train is a horrible idea, nothing in this world has ever worked out for him. But I was way too happy right now to be riding in his own Blue Eyes train to give it a second thought. I wish the writers would have given it a second thought to think that Noah and Mokuba still cuddling like this was a good idea. We head back to the gang who are following Tristan into the same secret area that Kaiba was just in. And all of a sudden he goes berserk, threatening our friends with toy guns that weren't even censored because that's how poorly designed he is. Unfortunately for the little robot buddy, Yugi and Joey definitely smell card games about to happen. They're running over the creature in a dramatic fashion, never to be seen again. Oh look, it's Kaiba, and he's enjoying his train ride right now, but he has to stop off at the local volcano for a snack. Too bad for him, this small child bought the last popsicle and says he must duel him now if he wants to claim it.
Noah, watch what you say.
As you can tell, Seto is very serious about a snack. Too bad for our unlikely hero, though. His threats fall on deaf ears. He no longer has the money in this world to screw the rules and finally find out who is the more superior person over a children's card game. Don't ask why I spent the last 20 episodes allowing the Big Five to try and do that for me. I'm still working on an answer. Just then, Seto does his best impression of the secret audio clip that he heard between Logan Paul and his fiancée.
Who are you? I saw your whole movie, and you owe me some answers.
Somehow the gang are already in the secret room that was only supposed to unlock for Seto earlier. Being very rude teenagers watching these Kaiba home movies without permission, mind you. Never mind any of that shit, because the death egg is descending down from the sky, aka the real Noah, an all-powerful being that's trapped inside this shell that happens to nourish and protect his brain. I mean, I guess it's a little sad. Yugi and Joey's nose for dueling cannot be denied, leading them right to the train tracks that Seto just used a few minutes ago. They don't have a train, but luckily they do have this rail cart that somehow wasn't smashed to bits when the Blue Eyes train came through. It's not like there was multiple rails.
This is real life, Joey!
Yeah, not with those fucking faces, it's not. You show me one human that's ever been able to do that. For some reason, despite his recent overpowered training, everyone decides to let Joey to be the one to control the rail cart, having the break in two with ease before everyone else's eyes get bigger than humanly possible for about 2 frames. Seriously? It took me like 4 tries to get that shot. A certain green-haired kid is still monologuing to his older brother that's not really, telling Seto how he used to be a normal kid just like him. Son of a billionaire that had servants at his beck and call. Academics that wanted to teach him how to be a well-rounded piece of shit president that abused his employees. Unfortunately, all that promise was taken away from him by a freak accident called death. My body was rendered useless, yet somehow my mind remained strong, even though that's definitely not possible unless they somehow saved me within minutes of the accident, and even then I'm kind of calling bullshit. Oh, turns out his body's perfectly intact, but totally useless as well, so let's put him in the Saiyan healing chamber connected to a computer. I'm still calling bullshit.
It was the end of my former life and the beginning of my new life as a virtual being whose power is limitless.
Yeah, but still can't jerk off, though. Noah tells Kaiba that he was just hired to motivate him to do better in his studies. Now that that's no longer possible and brown hair is much more acceptable than green, Gozaburo just kind of went with it. If only he could have predicted that someday they would be locked in battle and the winner gets to take Seto Kaiba's body out into the real world. But like everything else in this show, not after a children's card game first. By being the one that demanded answers, standing there the entire time like a good little boy listening to Noah tell a story that's actually the truth, Seto just says, LOL, I don't believe you, let's duel.
I'll show you real power. Let's go!
He does know this isn't Dragon Ball Z, right? Mental stability aside, Kaiba is so powerful right now that he chooses his entire deck without even looking at a scroll screen. Selecting Kaiser Seahorse as his deck master, a monster I'm genuinely not sure if I've seen him use yet. I'm I actually can't remember right now. Since Noah talked for so long, Kaiba gets to go first, playing Giant German attack move. Force sending crush card face down turn 1 because it's very important that that card gets destroyed immediately every time that it's used. Following such tradition, Noah begins his turn by summoning Chiron the Maid. Before the rest of the gang comes in hot from the top of the track, immediately landing on these sharp jagged rocks instead of the boiling hot lava below.
Be careful, Kaiba!
Yugi, you don't even know what's going on yet. I can't make another Inuyasha joke. It's been like 5 episodes. Unfortunately for Seto, Chiron has a back row pop effect that they take way too long to explain for some reason. Destroying his crush card before losing him 800 life points on attack on Giant Germ. Entering on his next turn by sacrificing it for Vampire Lord, nearly finishing off all of Dark Crisis. Seto destroys the mage and then gets super happy because he has to force Vampire Lord's effect. Send another monster from Noah's deck to the graveyard because that's definitely not a completely beneficial effect since like 2005. Never mind that though, because like every protagonist on a show that uses cards that would never actually work in real life, Seto is not actually ready for Noah's next move. That one being a simple destruction card called Fissure, destroying the Vampire Lord and leaving him wide open for a direct attack by this basic bitch monster called Ears or Iris or something. But what really matters is that Kaiba's losing to a strong deck with just good beaters and simple destruction cards.
I'd rather see my company crumble to the ground than fall into your grubby little hands.
Is it bad that I feel exactly the same way as an egotistical, maniacal character that's exaggerated on a cartoon? Nah. Seto summons Slate Warrior to the field alongside his Vampire Lord because for some reason this duel is maximum beatdown monsters on both sides. Declaring an attack on Noah with a Vamp Lord before being interrupted by the Earthshaker trap card. Seto chooses the Vamp Lord to be the victim of this card as it will just come back next turn anyway. Yeah, maybe not. All before Slate Warrior attacks the Jobber monster with no name, leaving Noah nearly 2,000 life points ahead of his opponent. Might want to get used to that.
The magic card, Giant Blood!
What the fuck? The episode ends with my jaw on the literal fucking floor that a card exists that sends all monsters on the field and in our hands to the graveyard. Oh, apparently it actually affects monsters that were in the graveyard as well, removing them from play even though that's not also listed on the broken ass card description. Also, by the way, here's my deck master. It's an Arc. Did you know that some of them are overpowered? Well, that's it for this episode. I want to thank you all for watching. Of course, I shout out to all my channel members and patrons. If any of you actually figure out what kind of drugs Taya was on at the beginning of this episode, all I ask is, please send me some. This has been the man from Earth with all the girth, ladies and gentlemen. Be the character you know you're worth. See ya. In today's story, we, the viewing audience, find ourselves contemplating one very important but very simple question. Why does every character in the show devolve into BDSM in one form or another? You could have chosen literally any other design for a robot dog. Get ready to squabble like brothers who never shut up, all my fellow and feature outlaws. This is his Card Game vs. Humanity, and I am the NAKK. Finally back with a recap that I know you all missed and loved. I had fun at Collecticon, but if I'm being honest, I missed making fun of all the stupid crap that happens on this show. So if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like, hit up the Patreon, or become a member of the channel if you want to support me. Leave a comment telling me if by the end of this episode you find yourself thinking, huh, Noah's clearly the bad guy, but after everything Seto just said, he's not really the good guy, is he? Just like a good guy, Noah's Deckmaster begins saving all of Kaiba's monsters from the giant flood by bringing them all aboard his ship instead of going to the graveyard like such a swell fellow. I'm sure nothing bad will come of that.
Let's just say I'm collecting passengers, shall we?
Yes, and let's all just pretend that's not exactly what the Titanic would say if it had a big mouth and could actually talk. Noah seemingly left himself wide open after using one of the most broken magic cards ever conceived of. Seriously, it's been 2 weeks and I'm still not over it. Luckily, Seto is just pissed off enough to top deck into Spear Dragon, probably one of the best monsters he could have possibly gotten in this moment, honestly. Unfortunately for Kaiba, though, Noah can protect himself with the monsters inside his ship because he made them all sign contracts before coming on aboard. By being removed from play and never actually mentioning it or mentioning, like, where they go after they're used. Like, do they go back to the graveyard? Are they just banished face down? Do you get to just keep using it over and over again? Just, you know, so many questions like usual. Seto destroys his own Vampire Lord that looks way too happy to be taking that attack from Spear Dragon. Or Noah's Arc starts to rise high into the air, causing the water from the magic card that apparently lasted 3 full turns to finally dry up. Without warning, the environment changes all around them, now surrounded by a thick jungle, and oh wait, hey, there's a giant wreck. Noah then does his best impression of an older brother having a conversation with his younger sibling after convincing his parents that he wasn't the one that accidentally broke that mirror in the living room.
What? Are you feeling frustrated? Because now you realize that I'm more intelligent than you.
Remember how Noah said his brain is inside that sphere up there? When it was digitized, something unexpected happened. His brainwaves became more powerful because we as human writers have no better way to describe the physical process behind this.
I learned the answers to mankind's greatest secret.
Oh really? All of humanity's greatest questions. Is there alien life? What is consciousness? How does a black hole work? Grand unified theory, maybe? All that information, but you still couldn't get yourself out of a computer program. I'm starting to notice some errors with your logic here.
Something was still missing. A thing I was never able to achieve as a human. My father's trust.
Hey, wait, guys, guess who I am?
Sup, guys? I have green hair. Please love me, Daddy.
Noah talks for so damn long that I forget we were even in a duel. So long that Kaiba's only response is to call him nothing more than a spoiled little princess, a bitch with $1 billion brain and a 2-cent attitude. He was handed everything in life while Seto was forced to work hard for every step he ever had to take. Although some would argue that being given $10 million at the age of 16 just to fuck over some small loving company would be a bit of a counterpoint. Claiming to think that Noah must be absolutely nuts for winning a single game of Duel Monsters be enough to determine who gets to be the president of Kaiba Corp. Considering this is a show where you're constantly having duels over the fate of your life, your soul, and just your existence in general, that means Kaiba must think that his company is more precious than his own life, and it's more insane to try and take that away from him instead of just risking his life over a duel. Yeah, that sounds about right.
I think you're insane for trapping me in a virtual computer program and forcing me to duel you, just to prove to your daddy that you're not the failure he thinks you are.
Not only is that the most single, brutally truthful line spoken in the entire show up until this point, it's almost exactly the kind of thing I would have said about 15 episodes ago, because apparently it took everyone this long to call out how fucking insane it is that this little kid came out of nowhere and interrupted the series. Hearing all this causes Noah to have flashbacks of that time that he woke up really scared, thinking that he had been in a horrible accident. Luckily, his father was there behind this glass wall to tell him everything is a-okay and he's definitely just not a computer program now. His body was completely gone, despite us not actually explaining anything about how or why that happened yet. And with his medical staff unable to help him, naturally, like a good company owner, turned to his coders and programmers, so naturally they were able to figure out an answer in about an hour. Fortunately, the MMORPG he created for his son was just full of NPCs with shitty dialogue made from Zelda 2 style text lines. Full of tons of glitches, repeating dialogue, and just it needed a patch update badly.
Happy birthday, son. I trust you enjoyed your trip to Mars.
Oh, sorry, I must have mixed up the real clip with this one of Elon Musk talking to his son that he secretly hates. After a while, though, Noah started to notice a difference in his father's attitude because he was definitely such a nice guy before. Doing his best to show off his vast skills and knowledge of the internet by reprogramming his dog Sam into a robot dog, even though that's like a high-level BDSM GIMP outfit that required deep, dark knowledge of the internet, how to even make one. The first time ever, his father was impressed enough to run the company. Let's talk about that later, even though you're a computer program and have no real sense of time. I'm too busy raising this new child that showed up playing chess, claiming that he smelled a lot of money.
My father began to visit less and less until finally he chose to ignore me completely.
I hear that. Seto pretty much ignores all the sad parts about his story. He gave up on you because you're just a spoiled brat that he 100% caused in the first place. It doesn't matter if you're the smartest kid in the world when you're so dumb that you can't even learn not to play in traffic. Father Kaiba knew I was the best man for the job and also knew you were better off inside of a sphere isolated inside of the virtual world. Definitely isn't a roundabout dickhead way to say that you deserve to get hit by a car and basically die. Why do you think Father Kaiba created this shitty MMORPG for you? You were clearly in the way, as in you were just his actual son and got hit by a car and died, unfortunately. I don't know if I'd constitute that as being in the way, but like, Seto's really not the good guy here too, is he? Also, weren't we having a duel? They've been bickering back and forth for so long that I can't remember if there's been more than one turn. Bakuba's still on the fucking couch watching TV, so basically your typical 13-year-old kid. Watching finally Kaiba take his turn in this duel that I forgot was a duel. Drawing Pot agreed he does the unthinkable by explaining it thoroughly and saying that it actually allows him to draw 2 more cards. I can't be 100% sure that this is actually what the card does, but by this point I'm just happy they're actually playing a frickin' card game. Kaiba activates his Deckmaster ability, allowing him to summon a high-powered monster with no tribute and apparently no cost either. I like that. He brings Different Dimension Dragon to the field, a 5-star monster, before laying 3 back row and ending his turn. Noah's up next, and I'm sure the card he will draw won't be overpowered at all.
So I activate the magic card's Deepest Impact! You may be wondering why I used my Deepest Impact magic card to wipe out all monsters on the field and cut both of our life points in half.
What the fuck, dude? Seto better watch out because Noah's about to summon what he claims is the most powerful creature of the Ice Age. The last tusk mammoth with a whopping 800 attack points. Clearly, Kaiba's never seen a creature quite like this before. Seriously, they make a big deal out of this thing like it's actually intimidating or something.
Oh man, that's nuts!
Joey, it's literally 800 attack. 800. I don't understand the last 60 seconds I just watched. Kaiba brings Different Dimension Dragon back to the field instead of just not being destroyed like the card says so. Everyone makes a big deal out of this attack that Noah seems to be making on a stronger monster because no one's seen a move played for 15 turns and they're just generally excited. Yugi seemingly being the only one who knows its effect that when it's destroyed, both players lose life points equal to its attack points, which would cause Seto to lose immediately. Luckily, Kaiba has 3 frickin' back row that I guess no one paid attention to. Using Ring of Destruction to destroy the monster and using Ring of Defense to save himself. Back to Seto's turn, he decides it's a good idea to dump his entire hand to summon a fusion monster known as Twin-Headed Thunder Dragon. A card that looks absolutely nothing like its TCG counterpart. Backing it up with a card known as Dragon's Rage, a card that allows you to inflict piercing damage anytime you attack your opponent's monsters with a series of dragons on your side of the field. All of a sudden, Mokuba is special summoned to the field when Noah is targeted for a direct attack, ending the battle phase and leaving Kaiba with a difficult choice to make. Anytime he's destroyed in battle by a family member, they must sign over all their company stock over to him after the duel is complete. The episode ends with Well, that's it for this week's episode. I want to thank you all for watching, and of course, a shout out to all my channel members and patrons. If any of you are wondering what the hell is wrong with that face right there, I'm kind of right there with you. What the fuck is that? Ew, gross, yuck. Oh my god, get it out, yuck. This has been the Man from Earth with all the girls, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back to our regularly scheduled at least 2 to 3 episodes a week next week. You know I got you. Later. In today's story, Noah actually does something that makes me like him. He seems to be the only character in the show that convinces Kaiba to get stoned. Get ready for family therapy, all my fellow feature outlaws. This is a card game versus humanity, and I am the NAKK. Finally back with that recap I think I used to do. I'm not really sure. I've been too busy just pulling absolute fire lately. Yeah, this is Yugioh, right? If you enjoyed, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like, hit up the Patreon, and become a member of the channel if you want to support me. Leave a comment telling me if you think it doesn't really matter. About a third of the duel is just Noah attacking a monster with Gradius over and over again for about 100 damage. I think it does. I think it's stupid. But you want to know what else doesn't matter? Yes, that's right. It's Mokuba. At least according to Noah, who says Seto's always treated him like a third-rate brother with a fourth-rate bloodline. He dares Kaiba to attack directly so Mokuba will take all the damage and die, I guess? They never really make it clear the level of damage capable in the virtual world here.
This is a no-brainer. Kaiba has to attack him and win this duel.
Anyone else surprised that Duke was the one to have absolutely no mercy and just told him to attack anyways? I'm not. Just like true lovers, Yugi says, I thought so, when Kaiba does the manly thing and ends his turn, choosing to save his brother from an unexplained level of damage. Now that it's back to Noah's turn, he's able to use his Deckmaster's 30-second secret ability, banishing all his monsters from his ship, even if they were used as fodder or not, so I guess just, seriously, are they just infinite? Moving them all from play again, transferring all their Genki to him, giving him 500 life points for each one. As much as I hate Noah, the one reason I love this play is because it reminds me of Soul Absorption, and well, I love Grand Maju deck. Now Noah has 6,400 life points, far more than when he even began this duel, and wait, can you guess what he's gonna do next? It's another field wipe. Now that Kaiba has no monsters on the field, Noah decides to just end his turn without doing anything at all, leaving Kaiba caught between his love for duel monsters and his love for the only person in the world who hasn't realized how big of a dick he is yet. We then get a flashback of Gozaburo Kaiba showing his new sons what happens when you get married. Ignore the fact that we saw most of these flashbacks about 2 episodes ago at most. Also, don't pay any attention to Noah saying how touching of a story that was, even though all those flashbacks were inside Seto's head and I'm not really sure how we heard any of it. Let's pay attention to the main character of this show. Yes, I actually mean Yugi for once in 20 episodes. Telling Kaiba that he has been through this bullshit before with Joey Wheeler. Unfortunately, all this does is cause them both to do their best impression of your average American mom and dad.
Kaiba, listen to me!
No thanks.
Don't you remember, Kaiba? Don't you remember Joey getting brainwashed and almost dueling me to death in that season that never actually got resolved yet? The answer might be in your deck. The answer might be one of the 3 monsters that we pay attention to outside of the god cards. Can you guess which one it is, my love? Kaiba finally takes his turn but doesn't like the card he draws, switching different dimension dragon back into defense mode. Okay, so it is still there. Good. I mean, sassiness aside, that is the second time that card got destroyed when the whole point of it is like to not get destroyed. Luckily for us, though, Noah's turn comes with a lovely scenery change, so you don't actually realize how long this duel has taken.
Eventually, cities grew and large corporations controlled the world.
Well, at least you got that part right. Once Noah wins this duel and takes over Seto's body, he's gonna turn him back into the war pig that he once was, gathering evil minds that plot destruction like some evil sorcerer of death's construction. You can see it now in the fields the body is burning as Kaiba Corp, his war machine, just keeps turning. Huh. I don't know where that came from. For some reason, a monster summoning in this duel comes out of a background building piece that spawned maybe 5 seconds ago, summoning Gradius to the field and making Duke Devlin super horny. Then uses 3 fucking cards to turn a basic 1200 attack point monster into a 1500 attack point monster with piercing damage. I'm not even gonna go into detail why that's friggin' horrible. Actually, for Seto, what was once his monster's advantage has now become its weakness. Leaving him on a 5-turn clock that's just oh so scary. He just draws a card and ends his turn right away. Man, he doesn't really want to give up that stock to Mokuba, does he? Seto Kaiba then speaks directly to the TV audience.
You may control this little virtual fantasy land. There's no way you'll make it in the real world.
And naturally, because the environment changed, the cards that Noah draws now perfectly align with it. Updecking into Gradius' option, turning that 100 damage a turn into 200 damage a turn. You better watch out, boys. We're on a 3-turn clock now. Seto then says for the first time in his life that he needs Mokuba, not without the power of family that Vin Diesel taught them to destroy their father with, that there's just no way he can beat this guy.
The sooner you give in to my power, the less suffering you'll have to do.
Yeah, that's definitely not a thought process in line with a maniacal dictator or anything. Perfect for a CEO, though. Yugi finally activates his main character mode, screaming at Mokuba, saying, I know you remember Kaiba and his giant fucking nose. I know you remember him. Well, of course, this is the first thing to actually break through to him mentally, not Kaiba begging and pleading for about 6 episodes, not him dueling and suffering for multiple episodes right in front of him. Nope, just Yugi transforming and yelling at him. Yup. All of a sudden, Seto bursts in with actual real feelings, saying him and Mokuba are real family. They've always had each other's back, and they've always bonded over their mutual hatred for poor people.
No one for him. He'd always remember his dream of owning a real one. And
Okay, Mokuba, did you just cast a fucking spell and summon a dragon from a piece of paper with the dark arts? Like, why is he not using that power more often? Since this is the first time Seto's released any feelings in about 10 years. Goes full John Cena promo mode and tells his brother Mokuba to be strong, and just like those days at the orphanage where it took about 90% of your dinner, to never give up. Hustle, loyalty, respect, those are the things that we'll never invest in if we ever want to get ahead in life. Noah's time is up and Seto's time is now, drawing a card and activating his Deckmaster's special ability to summon a monster with 1 less tribute. Feeling the one card that can save him, the Blue Eyes White Dragon, because we all know how much he just loves using that word.
it's the monster.
Well, I guess having TV static for eyes is what you get when you sit on Noah's couch watching TV for 72 fucking hours. Like, I don't even think he was brainwashed. Mokuba finally comes to his senses and immediately runs away from Noah, saying, please don't ever hug me like that ever again. Leaving Seto with a chance to attack freely, because anyone ever gonna explain why duels are capable of having collateral damage to people in the virtual world that aren't even dueling currently? Plus, destroys the greatest, destroying both monsters at once, but oops, oh wait, it's Noah's turn, and now he has 5 monsters to remove. Brings him back all the way up to 7,400 life points and seemingly leaving Kaiba with a long road ahead of him still. Except screw the rules, I have trap cards, activating one of the most confusing cards ever printed in the history of the game, last turn. Also, for some reason, the trap card creates a giant tornado around them. I'm not really sure why, I just like the effect. Rest in peace, Bill Paxton. Even though he seriously should have put a Jowgen in his deck sometime if he was going to rely on this strategy. Kaiba chooses his Blue Eyes to stand tall in this battle, which is a decent choice, but I'm still going to say bad move. Noah chooses his heart to be the monster for battle in what's supposed to be a one-on-one match, because no one actually knows how this frickin' card works when the monster's destroyed and explode. It reveals the captain who was inside the ship the entire time. His name is Shinato, and he is drunk.
Did you see that, father? I defeated Seto.
Did you see that, Daddy? I want a card game! For some reason, Noah merges with his Deckmaster after the duel because that has any significance and isn't just a 10-year-old kid pretending to be cool. I mean, he has so many other bodies to choose from, he doesn't have to choose just Seto, something he just completely failed to frickin' mention to the entire duel. Mokuba tries to run over to his brother Seto, but Noah says, wow, you guys have been through a lot, you want to get stoned? Putting them both into statues that barely move for hours, so basically just really good weed that I surely, maybe, probably, definitely would probably try. Yugi transforms faster than we've ever seen in our lives, calling Noah a punk-ass bitch for using Mokuba as a shield. But he couldn't win without cheating just like the Big Five, and that's something his father would not approve of. I don't know about that.
All you've proven here today is that you're a weak little boy who needs to cheat to get his way.
Anyone else forget that we're not watching a political debate for a few minutes there? The episode ends with Yugi already taking Kaiba's cards and shuffling them into his deck before Noah even agrees to the duel. Well, that's it for this week's episode. I want to thank you all for watching, and of course a shout out to all my channel members and patrons. I know September was mostly full of live streams and I didn't do a lot of episodes, but now I'm out of blisters and, you know, just a bunch of crap to open. I guess I'll have to make more episodes. You'll see more episodes this month. I know, it sucks. This has been the man from Earth with all the girth, ladies and gentlemen. Be the character you know you're worth. Later. In today's story, our hero Yugi begins a duel with no opening hand, top decks polymerization, and then loses said duel about 60 seconds later when Noah attacks directly and the series is over. Alright, now where's my paycheck? Get ready for a trip to the spirit world, all my fellow feature outlaws. This is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I am the NKK-double-G. Here with a recap of that season within a season that we're not legally sure is actually a season. Does anyone remember Marik? Or if you enjoyed the show, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like, and give me all your friggin' money. Oh, wait. You don't have money. And leave a comment telling me if you can believe that this is the second duel within about 10 episodes where the entire episode was actually just the duel. If I didn't know any better, I'd think this is actually a show about card games or something. If Yugi's friends didn't know any better, they'd all say he's insane to even take on this duel. I think he'd at least start with a fresh hand since Noah's just casually adding cards to his deck in the middle of a duel after last turn resolved, or didn't resolve, no one really knows. They kind of just skimp over all the details of what's allowed in this situation right here because none of it makes sense. Luckily for our hero, his puzzle cheats the most. I mean, has the most power when he's in dire straits. Because it definitely wouldn't be just completely easy to not draw a monster in a situation like this and lose the duel right away. Luckily for our hero, he draws Gazelle, the king of mythical comebacks, and puts it into defense mode to protect himself. Noah can draw monsters too, he says, because that's definitely an impressive feat in a game called Duel Monster. Unfortunately, that doesn't seem to be happening right now, as he doesn't draw a monster not because of plot, but just because he's a terrible duelist.
You see, when my Deckmaster destroys a monster that's in defense mode, you lose half your life points.
Gotta love how this new monster is basically a god card that never gets talked about again and has about 57 different effects that most other monsters would only dream of. But like, we just not gonna talk about how broken that effect would be early game if he was that easy to summon? Noah says he's gonna make Yugi and all his friends pay for defending the honor of someone who doesn't even like him. Are you talking about Kaiba? Because they've clearly been secret lovers since the end of like season 1. I don't think you've been watching.
He duels with honor and respect.
And you think that makes you both superior to me?
It makes us human.
Oh yes, a human being. It's definitely not ironic that the main character of this show is basically a ghostly spirit living inside of a puzzle made out of dead people that suffered horribly. The deepest line in the show and knows exactly what it feels like being a normal human being. No strategy and all confidence, Yugi takes his turn and draws a monster, putting it face down. Giving it to Noah's turn to finally counter with a new type of monster of his own. What could it be?
I summon the spirit monster known as Yatagarasu in attack mode!
Fuck that bird. Surprisingly, Yugi doesn't know what a spirit monster is, as Noah just says, hold on, I'll explain that later. I really have to win this children's card game right now and attack. Marking Yugi's obnoxious Celtic guard that is revealed on his side of the field. Fortunately, he's feeling particularly obnoxious today and blocks all incoming attacks with over 1900 attack. No oxen sounds though. That makes me sad. Following that up with the activation of Spring of Rebirth, he recalls that stupid purple bird back to his hand, getting 500 more life points and bringing him back up to over 8,000. 8,000 life points, man? That's just crazy.
You broke the rules again. You can't just call a card back to your hand.
Are we just gonna forget about this little clip from Duelist Kingdom?
Dark Magician, return!
Okay, so you can recall your monsters. Or no? Foundation. Please, someone just please establish it for me. Yugimoto, the man that only cares about cheating when it's just doing something he already did or just generally uncreative. For some reason, Noah has a story about Pegasus that not even Ishizu or Shadi knew. Proving once and for all again in the show that magic just isn't as powerful as technology. Feeling the time that Pegasus found the legendary spirit monsters when he visited the mystical Orient, also known as Japan. Spirit monsters are monsters that can return to the controller's hand at the end of the turn because one night Pegasus thought, that'd be a cool idea, why not? But I guess this time he wasn't cheating, but it's back to Yugi's turn anyway and the tides of battle are about to shift. As Yugi sets down a monster he claims to be one of Kaiba's monsters, and if you notice the smile on my face, then you might find out in about 60 seconds why I'm excited. Too bad for Yugi though, Noah counters with Ashura. I know what you're thinking, it's Ashura priest, right? No, they're only allowed 3 religious references per episode without getting fined, so they had to call it that. Good monster with 1700 attack that's capable of attacking all the monsters on their opponent's side of the field. Quickly disposing of the obnoxious Celtic guard.
Looks like you've fallen right into my trap by attacking one of
GG Visions.
favorite cards, Cyberjar!
Aw, I knew Konami cared about me. Cyberjar smiles oh so happily as it sucks everyone into its eyeball vortex, a horrifying last say if there ever was one. Threatening the now combined Noah and Shinato on the field, destroying the Deckmaster and winning the duel right then and there. Oh wait, never mind, this is basically the 4th god card that never got revealed to the real world. Using its 63rd and final effect called Reversal, allowing it to banish itself from the field to avoid destruction at the cost of not being able to ever use it again for the rest of the duel. Also, don't pay any attention to Noah acting like he was actually feeling the pain of the monster through that entire sequence and not just being an overdramatic little kid. We then get a clip of Noah doing his best impression of a bad shotgun weapon reload animation from a 90s first-person shooter. Seriously, where's he even putting those cards? It's the Cyberjar's beautiful second effect. Both players draw 5 cards and special summon any level 4 or lower monsters to the field. Leaving Yugi with Gamma and Sangan on the field, while Noah has none because they refuse to mention that spirit monsters can't be special summoned. Sucks for Noah though, because Yugi's still not done popping off, tributing both monsters for his trusty Dark Magician. Both pulling Big Shield Gardener to his hand with Sangan's effect and putting a 2500 beater on the field that I'm pretty sure he put upside down on the duel disc. Yugi begins to take control of this duel, delivering 2500 direct damage to Noah's life points, bringing him all the way down to 5600.
No one's better! I deserve to be rewarded for my unsurpassable power!
Okay, is the last name Kaiba just code for Sand? Because I'm legit starting to think that every member of this family forgot that this show is about card games, not about power levels that kind of stopped making sense around when Tien used Tri-Beam on second form Cell. Our hero Yugi is a man of compassion. We know that he or no one else deserves to be locked away in isolation inside a computer, especially one that's still running on Windows XP. His father should have either recognized his talents or probably should have just let him die peacefully like a normal human being instead of keeping him trapped like this. Why how depressing that story is, none of that is an excuse to lock us inside your shitty video game and set our magic finding values to minimum. Unfortunately, Noah just ignores all that because it's fake card time. Activating Next World, a card that allows him to special summon a monster even though it's a spirit monster. He's not supposed to be able to do that to a monster equal to the stars of the opponent's monster on the side of the field. I just said monster a lot. This allows him to special summon a gross squirgling creature known as the Yamana Dragon that has a convenient 2600 attack, just enough to destroy Dark Magician but not enough to end the duel because that would just be Can't do that. Now with 6,200 life points to Yugi's 100, our protagonist is so close to losing that he slips up and says something that no one's ever said before.
Teia's right.
Since all of his friends are counting on him, he reassures their confidence by summoning Kaiba in attack mode. Before activating Swords of Revealing Light that I don't understand why he didn't do last turn to preemptively protect his Dark Magician. Playing this one card is all it takes to make his friends go into cheerleader mode again, and also makes hell freeze over because I find myself agreeing with Noah once again. Claiming that he's sick of hearing Yugi's chickens all cluck in the background nearly as much as I am. No shit, watch out, Kaiba's about to go in on Noah with a direct attack that's so pathetic they couldn't even show it on screen.
Your pathetic little puffball barely made a dent.
Jesus Christ, dude, can you watch your mouth a little bit? I can't even repeat what he just said. Back to Noah's turn, that is very exciting. He sets one card face down and ends his turn. This gives Yugi a chance to counter, and while he does draw into Dark Magician Girl, unfortunately she's too slutty for Kaiba's Deckmaster ability to be summoned with no tribute. It only works on nuns and other creatures of light. She's gonna have to make that skirt like knee length at the very least. Instead, he summons Big Shield Guard and switches Kaiba back to defense mode because he can't risk him getting the show canceled again. Noah plays one more monster face down before setting one back row because this is a very exciting duel every time Swords is played. Oh no, what's Yugi gonna do though? He just drawed Nutrient Z and none of these cards can help him. No, I'm pretty sure you could have ritual summoned Magician of Black Chaos like 3 turns ago because I know you definitely don't need the ritual monster in your hand to do that in the show. Noah gets sick of Yugi's posse talking mad shit in the background, breaking down Duke even though it was Joey who was saying all the mean stuff about 60 seconds ago. Although Duke was literally the only one to tell Kaiba to actually attack Mokuba, so maybe this is secretly payback?
Now, I summon the dreaded Otohime to the field in attack mode. Now I'll sacrifice Otohime and my face down card.
How dare you accuse me of cheating? Now close your eyes as I casually summon a monster and then do an additional tribute summon in the same turn. Did you close your eyes? No? How dare you? The episode ends with Kaiba making weird noises and saying things that I can't repeat on YouTube. Well, that's it for this episode. I want to thank you all for watching, and of course a shout out to all my channel members and patrons. If you're wondering where you can get the uncensored version of this episode, the one where it has subtitles where Kaiba's talking, just know if you Google it, you will have the FBI sent to your house right away. This is Man from Real All the Girls, ladies and gentlemen. In today's story, we, the viewing audience, learn a very important lesson about life point strategies in Yu-Gi-Oh! They suck. Get ready to finally be done with all this crap, all my fellow future outlaws. This is Card Game vs. Humanity, and I'm the NKK. Turning back again with that recap of Yugi versus Noah because Jesus Christ, this duel's still going on and could have ended like 12 times already. Seriously, TGS Anime says this duel is like 41 turns or something stupid like that. If you enjoy, subscribe to the channel. It helps out more than you know. I'd appreciate it. Leave a comment telling me if you wish you could strike down the annoying friends surrounding that person at locals that you're trying to duel. Personally, I just would rather give them a bar of soap. Personally, I also think it's about time that potty mouth Kaiba got destroyed in this duel, causing our hero Yugi to lose 2,300 life points as well as the match. Oh, wait, never mind. Yugi activated this thing called a trap card? I believe it's called Nutrient Z, and I also believe it gives the user 4,000 life points when they're about to take an attack that does over 2,000 life points of damage, leaving him with 1,800 down. Even though he survived the turn, Noah gains a life point difference thanks to his Deckmaster's ability that I don't remember working exactly like that, before following that up with the activation of 7th Blessing, or Sebek's Blessing, 7th Heaven's Blessing? Basically, he's at 11,000 life points now. It's like an artist that truly appreciates his fans, but says that after every turn that passes, he's gonna have a security member remove one member of the audience until there's no one left watching. To his credit, they ain't missing much because Yugi just takes his turn to summon Alpha the Magna Warrior, attack directly, and then that's just kind of it.
I have so much power that I barely felt a thing.
Isn't it just such a shame that someone can't realize that having a high amount of life points does not equate to having a high power level in real life? If that was actually true, then Grid Maju players would have blown up the significant portion of the planet by now, myself included. Since Yugi was a total failure, Noah strikes down poor Tristan, turning what was once a superhero, then a monkey, into a statue of his former self. Seriously, a moment of silence for Tristan. He's had it worse than Mokuba in this season. Actually, scratch that because Noah had to go after him and Duke first. He knew if he would have struck Serenity first, he would have awoken their inner powers of love and seduction, threatening his entire plan. Yugi then shows us all what happens when you successfully meet up with a baddie on Tinder, but forgot to discuss the kinks that you're okay with beforehand.
Behind you!
Everyone on the show is very scared, except for Joey, who knows that the main character combo power is coming soon. Yugi takes his turn to tribute Alpha the Magnet Warrior for Dark Magician Girl instead of back row, successfully attacking Noah directly and bringing him down to 8,300 life points. Oh, and then tells the viewing audience what will happen to them if other people walk in on them actually viewing this season on purpose.
Time to lose another friend!
The call of Metallica shrieks as Serenity's forced to ride the lightning, pushing her brother aside like an Alpha G and making the animators very happy that they don't have to draw her crazy-ass hair for the rest of this episode. Noah summons the Renegade Rabbit back to the field, and Yugi is oh so happy as he gets to activate another trap card. A trap card? It's a trap card called Dark Renewal. Something Noah apparently doesn't know about despite having all information in the universe and being better than everyone at everything all times ever. And Anyone else love how Dark Magician Girl looks pissed off that her attack points were reduced when her husband returned from the field of battle? It's like a military widow that wishes you were still dead so she didn't stop getting checked. Noah plays one card face down and ends his turn, causing Yugi to say that you have nothing to defend yourself, even though he just watched him set one card face down to defend himself. Going into the card that he says he need, which must be the Magician of Black Chaos, activating the Chaos Ritual, which he could have done like so many turns ago, and even though we know you don't need the card in your hand on the show, and it just lets you summon the monster irregardless, and we know that's not how it works! Sorry, I got a little heated there. Get an epic moment of all three magicians putting their rods together in an attempt to break the fourth wall or the FCC guidelines. I'm not 100% sure. Attacking with all three at the same time because I guess you don't even have to choose who attacks first, something that Yugi should probably get used to when Gores drop. Luckily, this cheating is stopped by a a fake card, also known as Chaos Barrier Field. Drop card that's basically an attack guidance armor and a negate attack in one. Don't you look like an idiot now, Yugi, for thinking you could just win this duel with your normal unlegal way? Oh, and then does this best impression of me about 15 seconds after any time I see boobies.
You've put on such a great show, I see no need to continue.
Noah says that if he gives up the duel and admits that he is superior to Yugi, he will release all his friends, but the Kaiba brothers, oh no, they're still mine. Unwilling to give up though, Joey says, keep going, you can beat this bitch with no problem. Yugi says, what if I can't? This is the virtual world and I can't cheat nearly as much. Then Noah strikes down Joey with Lightning Vortex, instantly making the show less entertaining because we have no more gross faces to make fun of.
What? You do? Then suit yourself!
Okay, if that's not bipolar disease, I don't know what the fuck is. Noah sets one monster face down with one back row and says there's no harm in sharing my strategy with Yugi because there's no way I'm gonna lose because every villain in the show has to be at least 20% Bakura. Activating this thing called a fake card, like a card that's not real. It's called groundbreaking. It lets you bring back a spirit monster from your graveyard to your hand. It's a fake card. Fortunately for Noah, Yugi's turn is now up and his eyes pop out of his face. Going into the absolute perfect card to destroy his ruthless rabbit, card Destruction. Kinda looked like that puzzle power is working just fine, bro. Launching an attack on Noah with the Magician of Black Chaos, he destroys the face down Otohime. Pushing Dark Magician back to defense mode so he couldn't do any more further damage this turn. Even if this is pure stall, I've seen worse plays. Hold up, everybody. Stop the presses. Back up that bus. Somebody call my mama. Noah's using another fake card. I know. It's unbelievable. It's also kind of hilarious that the character that was most obsessed with cheating is using more fake cards than anyone combined. Honestly, this probably is some sort of record.
You creep. Yugi's gonna crush you.
Jesus, Taya, that was brutal. Anyone else a little turned on? Yeah, I need help. Noah's nearly as turned on as I am by Taya putting him in his place. He lets her stick around for one more turn before activating frickin' Change of Heart, a card that I kind of genuinely can't believe I haven't seen anyone else use since Bakura? Has it been since Bakura? It's been a while. He steals the Dark Magician instead of the Magician of Black Chaos despite not being able to go for game either way. Reading it for Hinokago Tsuchi, a monster that's actually fucking real, believe it or not. It's an absolutely busted effect that makes you realize how bad spirit monsters must have been if no one was ever attempting to use it competitively.
Then I'll play the magic card, Flaming Fist. This adds 200 extra attack points to my beast for one turn.
Okay, are you telling me it went through all of that just to destroy Yugi's monster and leave him with 100 life points? You had to use a fake card with no artwork, raised one monster by 200 till the end of the turn to make sure you did that kind of damage. I hate everything about this right now. For some reason, Yugi gets knocked down when Magician of Black Chaos gets destroyed because I guess just everyone's copying the Wheelers now. And our hero's now up against a man with 10,000 life points thanks to a Deckmaster ability that isn't fully described. A man that plays Spirit Saddle Machine to keep his powerful spirit monster on the field with its equip card. That's 200 for one turn. One turn. One turn. All of a sudden, Taya comes out of nowhere and tells Yugi that she's pregnant. Yugi responds appropriately. Taya! Noah says it's quiet now that all the fangirls finally got stoned and started leaving. Watching Yugi lie there with his eyes closed because he no longer has any friends or anyone left to support him. Oh wait, never mind, don't forget about little Yugi, the secret main character hidden within. He's still here to support you and somehow bring you to the fucking puzzle room inside your mind because I guess he can just do that now? We just gonna skim over that little detail? Despite this being a labyrinth full of millions of rooms and staircases, here's the exact room that you need full of your recent memories conveniently located right in front of you because I know that and you don't. All of his ghostly friends that just died are currently in here waiting to tell him that he's having a cyber-related acid trip, and all is one is all hail Xenu. I mean, heart of the cards, bro. Don't accept Kaiba, who even in a dream state says, you have my cards in your deck, you better be a man and win this duel or I'll haunt your sexy ass forever.
Now give that brat a spanking!
Yeah, you may not know it, but He wasn't talking about Noah. Yugi takes his final stance, drawing his final cards, and finally his card of Sanctity, which I think might be the first time he's used it. I don't know, I gotta check. Either way, he draws the perfect 6 cards, all each given to him by a member of his friends, even though all of them are just from Kaiba's deck, so I don't really know what the significance of that was. The episode ends with Yugi defeating the final boss of the virtual world and reaching level 99. He's still gonna have to grind out if he wants to find that Steel J sword, though. Well, that's it for this episode. I want to thank you all for watching, and of course, a shout out to all my channel members and patrons. Sorry about the delay in episodes here. I was a sicky boy last week. It wasn't pretty, but we'll have some amazing openings, some more episodes coming up this week, next week. You're gonna like it. It's gonna be a good month. This has been the man for with all the growth, ladies and gentlemen. Be the character you know you're worth. And Halloween's coming up, so be the character you know you can afford. I mean, for you, that's probably like $12. In today's story, our heroes learn of the secret evil mastermind that's been running things this entire time. What does he do when he finally arrives? He talks. He talks a lot. Get ready for extremely disturbing and mature storylines, all my fellow feature outlaws. This is Card Game vs. Humanity, and I am the NKK Double G. I think it's time to recap some more Yu-Gi-Oh, don't you think? We're almost done with this season, and there's not going to be any more twists and turns. No more. If you enjoyed, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like, become a member of the channel or the Patreon if you want to support me. Leave a comment telling me how wasted you were at the end of this episode by playing the Noah BPD drinking game. Every time you flip-flop some good to evil on a dime, you take a shot. Good luck. Looks like Noah's gonna need some good luck as he's currently being blasted into a million pieces by the triple Blue Eyes onslaught. Don't pay any attention to how Noah being defeated magically triggers all of his friends to be released, as if it was something programmed into Noah's virtual world contract or something. In a rare moment, we get to see Seto Kaiba hugging his younger brother in a loving embrace, or immediately switching back to anger at the news of Yugi trying to steal his cards immediately after he went to go get stoned. I like to think about how these are virtual cards anyways, and people are allowed to choose similar cards for their deck if they want to. Then get a clip of the doctor talking to Mark Zuckerberg in 2034.
You've been all alone in this virtual world for 6 years, and it's distorted your mind.
By crashing to his knees in a shattered embrace, Noah seems to agree with no fight back. Then proceeds to narrate his entire emotional catalog of pain, that he must hate Yugi and his friends because it's something that he's never experienced. Oh wait, never mind, I'm pissed off now because it was actually Kaiba's fault. He's the one that took my life. It was definitely a 10-year-old Kaiba driving the car that day and not some random drunk loser that was on his way to the gas station to buy more lotto tickets. Then without warning, Noah shows us all what to do when your day is going poorly. Noah's attempt at grabbing Yugi's titties without permission causes the Millennium Chastity Belt to activate, flashing images of Yugi without a shirt on to put the victim in a state of pure awe at what true masculinity looks like. Let's not ask questions as to why this entire situation let them both do a mental fusion dance. Somehow Yugi was able to see all of Noah's inner thoughts without any explanation whatsoever. Just ignore all that.
Try touching me!
Oh, Joey, calm down there. He's like 10 years old. I mean, I guess technically you're both 16, but somehow it still feels worse than you and mine. Hi, my name is Noah, and you fools have been in the same place this entire time. Except the cyberpods locked away in the roofie sector of the fortress. I'm not really sure why my father ever called it that, though. He knew he wouldn't tell me.
Of course, we didn't fall into a virtual vortex. You were knocked unconscious and locked in your cyber simulation pod.
So is anyone gonna tell me how he's able to recall these random fucking robots that we've never seen up until now that are apparently putting them inside the escape pods while he was unconscious? It's literally the 4Kids version of how do you know about the parts you weren't there for? Sky goes dark as Shenron is summoned. Oh, wait, no, my mistake. The Kaiba said he heard a voice that he recognized, so I kind of assumed. Sky goes dark as Father Kaiba is summoned. The man who was in cahoots with Noah this entire time, even though he mentioned nothing about it and definitely talked shit about him multiple times. Kaiba disgraced him when he took over Kaiba Corp, so of course he did the only thing he could do when someone loses a company. He digitized his mind in the same prison that he put his son in and never wanted for anyone because it wasn't good enough to be able to run the company and the... Oh god, just saying it out loud.
So you just used him? That's not cool. How mean!
I'm not really sure what's more entertaining, the fact that Tay and Serenity are basically 4Kids dialogue doing their best to deal with a mature and serious adult situation, or the fact that all of this is happening on a show about fucking card games.
But then Noah had his little accident.
Oh yes, little accident. That little accident of getting hit by a goddamn car and basically losing your life. Like, Jesus Christ, when did this show suddenly become TV-14? It finally speaks like a normal person, saying that it was absolutely sick. Gozaburo had the tiny little plan of using a random orphan's body as the host for his dead son's mind. Such a tiny little plan that didn't work because Noah was still a spoiled brat, so I just focused on Seto instead. Now my plan is to take over Seto's body, and it only took me about 30 episodes to appear and tell you about it. I, Father Kaiba, was the most powerful man on the planet before I was a total idiot and gave 2% of my company to an 8-year-old child and then lost it. I need that power back, and I'll use this real satellite cannon that can apparently connect to every single computer program on the entire planet. Because the technology of this world has surely shown something like that to be entirely possible. Not to mention, this entire plan hinges on the fact that every person on the planet is supposed to have a computer in their home already, is in range of the signal I plan on firing, or, you know, has a home. at all. Ignore all that because he plans on using his son's old idea, using this thing called the internet, to connect his computer to other computers across the world. Such a genius idea. Why has no one ever thought of that before?
No one on Earth will be able to stop me this time!
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, you tell him, Duke! Father Kaiba's master plan is to digitize the entire planet in one foul sweep because I guess we found ourselves in the season finale of about 3 different Digimon series. Wait, never mind, we're back from commercial and now we're in a cave. Okay, sure. Cool. Awesome. Why not? I quit. By being all-powerful inside the virtual world, I guess Gozaburo has to go hibernate for a while. Just doesn't seem to have the energy to try and stop the only people who are capable of stopping his evil plans right now. Luckily, this random cave is a remote access network, and I know I am going to help you all escape because my father treated us all so badly. Oh wait, I changed my mind again. Father said he's gonna bring the whole world in here, so I'll never be alone again. Definitely won't creep everyone out and still somehow end up with no friends because I accidentally struck them with lightning that one time.
Or Danger 2, and we all can work together now.
Monkey, you're right.
Okay. This is a bizarre fucking episode. Unfortunately, Noah stepped on the bipolar button again as he finally stops laughing like an idiot. Before remembering, oh hey, there's another exit I thought about. Let me take you there.
Tell me!
Bitch, you're not Yugi. Stop yelling at me. Noah tells them all to follow him to the real exit because he's definitely not just gonna steal someone's body in the process. Also, don't pay attention to how slowly I'm walking in this very dire situation where time is a factor. Just follow me and accept it. Oh shit, Marik is finally back with his contractually obligated 30 seconds of screen time. I wonder what he's gonna do. Did he just use friggin' Mirror Force? Never mind, screen time over. Because this is a very fast-paced situation where time is of the essence, everyone just slowly follows Noah through about 5 different environments as Yugi and Kaiba have a lover's discussion in the back about how they don't trust him. And Yugi says, what if Noah's actually trying to help this time despite going back and forth at least 5 times in the span of 20 minutes? Kaiba says, I don't really give a damn, I just want to get a swing in on him before this is all over. Gang walks for about 10 hours straight, finally reaching the desert area with a castle drawbridge that just magically teleports them all away without any consent or warning whatsoever. Back to the real world? No, far worse. Everyone's now trapped in their memories of their worst sexual assault encounter. Actually starting with Taya during that time that Grandpa was trying to get a handful or two. Wait, never mind, it's actually Yugi versus Strings right now as he's battling Slifer again. Remember that duel? That was exciting. Noah tells Mokuba that everyone left already and he'll take him to the secret exit. Secret exit located inside this small abandoned arcade that I ran the owner out of town, no big deal. Because he's very concerned about his brother and doesn't have an addictive personality. Mokuba doesn't ask a single question and just immediately sits down and starts playing video games. Actually, scratch that, we're back to Duke Trinity and Tristan who's about to beat up 3 rare hunters as a robot monkey, and you know what? I friggin' believe he could.
Watch it! Cross on the green, not in between!
If that's not the face of a man who just got laid, I don't know what is. Mokuba's still busy playing video games, telling Noah he's trying his hardest to find the secret exit and definitely not just doing side quest bullshit. Going full Vin Diesel mode, saying that Noah is family and they're gonna have to look out for him after this is all over. And they'll have to make him a robot body so they can bring him to the real world and have a normal life, whatever that might mean. The episode ends with Noah repaying Mokuba by taking over his body and pushing him onto the DDR machine. Of course, that had to be the exit because that's the only game in the arcade where your average player is thrown out by the manager simply for sweating too much. Well, that's it for this week's episode. I want to thank you all for watching and of course a shout out to all my channel members and patrons. If you too are sick of the characters narrating the plot of the season every 3 episodes or so, don't worry. 2 of them will be dead soon. This has been the man for worth all the good, ladies and gentlemen. Be the character you know you're worth. Spooky season coming. 31st coming. Don't miss that opening. No, seriously, it's gonna be sick. Don't miss it. Later.
Previously on Card Games vs. Humanity.
Listen, why don't we stop dueling and just settle down? Joey, it's just a dumb card game.
Dump her? You dump her now! It's nothing but daddy issues, all my fellow feature outlaws. This is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I'm the NAKK. Did you miss me? Does the sound better? Does the video quality look a little bit heightened? No, seriously, I'm asking, because I'm terrible at noticing this stuff. Let me know. Also, this is a show about Yu-Gi-Oh! If you enjoyed, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like, become a member of the channel, the Patreon if you want to support me. Leave a comment telling me if you're just as happy as I am that we're only 2 episodes away from getting back to this thing called... Wait, what was it called? I just had it on the tip of my tongue. Man, I always forget the... Oh yeah, the plot. Unfortunately for now, the plot demands that Kaiba power walks towards his father, ready to take him down as well as his really ignorant plan to digitize the entire world. Shadow doesn't actually care about that part, but it would hurt his revenue stream, so we just can't allow that. A man who shares a similar level of anger in common, Joey Wheeler, tells everyone to hurry up and find Noah so he can beat the shit out of them, even though he's basically a god in this world and he would stand no chance whatsoever.
This is all my fault.
Not true.
Hey man, sorry to interrupt your monologue, but don't you think it's kind of weird that I'm just like floating in midair like this, sitting? Huh? Oh, no, I can't see you, dude. I mean, it's kind of weird, right? Shouldn't I have a chair or something? Just look at me. No, the animation won't let me turn around. I can't see you. Just turn around and look at me, dude. It's weird. What did I just say? I can't see you!
Nami says little Yugi was a good boy for trying to see the good in Noah. That Noah's acts of rage are fueled by an anger deep inside, only rivaled by a Reddit mod. And we must give all of our friends time to forget about it in a week or two, like an episode of Monday Night Raw.
Once we're free from cyberspace, we can warn people in the real world that Gozoboro's planning to digitize the planet.
Yes, because everyone's gonna listen to a random group of teenagers about a company that almost no one's heard about and could lobby against it with billions and billions of dollars of resources until it's far, far too late to do anything. Yes, that's a good plan. All of a sudden, the gang is surrounded by dueling like monsters. One of them being a lizard soldier that takes the most pathetic sword swing at Serenity that even she was able to dodge it. Seriously, I know he only has 1100 attack, but at least try. And despite being like the 4th time that they've discovered it already, Yugi and Joey are very surprised to find out they can actually defend themselves with monsters.
And stop my father from completing his.
You may not know it, but that's actually Kaiba's social security number. Noah's such a bipolar good guy that he's gonna destroy the central computer that hosts the entire digital world, killing everyone else in the process. Look at all these ones and zeros to signify that he's doing tons of complex shit, allowing him to use one of their satellites to launch an attack. I mean, you could just find the start button. Somehow Seto is already inside the elevator inside the Kaiba Court building. Leaving the door open because it just immediately leads to his father's room. Man, if this wasn't Seto Kaiba, I'd start to have some questions.
Don't you know how to knock? I guess you never taught me manners.
And there's just way too many pornos that start with those exact lines. Father Kaiba's ready to have a father-son talk, but first he has to show Yugi's Curse of Dragon getting destroyed by another promo card, the Cosmo Queen. I wonder how many Happy Meals he had to get for that one. Also, how long has it been a thing where they can just lose life points outside of a duel? I remember asking this like 30 episodes ago and never got an answer. Father Kaiba gets up and gets weirdly close to Seto, saying he knows how to settle their differences. Seto says chess isn't worth my time, old man, when I beat you when I was 12 already. Turns out Gozoboro Kaiba wasn't thinking chess this time. Turns out I'm just thinking, why are they standing so close to each other this entire time? I guess there's just that little old lesson that we all have to remember. Keep your friends close, but your psychotic dictator of a father close enough to make out with.
I'll erase your mind and reprogram you as my servant.
Can't he just do that now if he really wanted to? Why does every villain in the show have some weird mix of honor and pride that stops him from just getting shit done? Oh, hi, Marik. That crazy bastard with a golden rod uses lightning vortex and destroys the main computer room, becoming everyone's hero and saving us all by shutting down the power. The blimp is finally freed, and oh shit, even Ishizu appears after 30 episodes. I imagine she has some important things to say.
Find the other passengers.
Marik.
Okay, well, I guess we'll just come back later. Luckily for the plot, Seto and Father Kaiba are already in a dueling arena that looks like it's back from season 0. Starting the duel by activating one of the best and not at all most broken cards ever printed, Painful Choice. Gozoboro tries to explain the card, but Seto gets pissed off for not doing it correctly and then just ends up explaining it himself. Unfortunately for his crass behavior, Seto is rewarded with the sight of all 5 pieces of Exodia.
It can't be! Not those cards!
This puts Seto into PTSD mode immediately, seeing the ultimate bane of his destruction. Automatically triggering a flashback for him because of fucking course it does. Seto lets him keep the right arm of Exodia before Father Kaiba sets one monster face down and ends his turn in this epic last duel of the season. Duel's so boring that not even Noah is paying attention as he's too busy just watching Marik destroy all of his robots. I gotta admit that sounds more entertaining. Back to the gang who are still being chased by monsters down this alleyway. And remember for the 64th time that they can actually summon monsters to defend themselves before making really weird and light grunts as they just stare into the camera and then nothing else happens. Seriously, I feel like they missed a line there or something. Despite it being maybe 30 seconds since Noah activated the Doomsday counters, 5 minutes has somehow already passed in this anti-DBZ time distortion bullshit. This allows Marik to enter the main computer room where he encounters something very amusing.
I think we'll just go to battle.
What's this?
I'm going to activate breakthrough skill on your construct, and Alex,
Oh,
I'm going
shit.
to chain burial from a different dimension.
Mr. Bonokobo over here takes his sweet time up the elevator on his way to the helicopter, having about 500 flashbacks in about 500 seconds, reminding us all how shitty his father is in case, you know, none of us got the memo. Asking himself why he seems to keep thinking about these things when the answer is simple. These are just the physics of the real Yu-Gi-Oh world. And you're just experiencing 6 years of flashbacks now that you've re-entered. Basically, it's the butterfly effect. Unfortunately, as he gets into Dajapa, a certain syndrome starts to rear its ugly head again, saying malicious things before hearing the self-destruction sequence go off.
What have I done?
I believe the question you're looking for is, what pills have I taken? Yugi's just casually summoning Blackluster Soldier over here to destroy the badass known as Skull Knight. I mean, don't forget Joey, too. Joey, he has Axe Raider. Never mind, we're already back to Monogaba, who's already surprised to find that the computer's been destroyed by Marik. I guess he must have just gotten sick of seeing the same decks being played over and over in the progression series. It happened. Oh hey, remember that duel that was going on? Looks like we're back with Seto playing Force Raider in attack mode after sending a card face down. Much to Seto's confusion, his attack on the face down monster results in the destruction of the right arm of Exodia. Who could have seen that coming? Certainly not him, certainly not you or me, only Gozoboro. He's that big of a genius. Oh shit! Only he can activate Contractive Exodia and pay 2,000 life points to summon Exodia Necros to the field, because apparently it took this long to fill out the Dark Crisis monster list.
What is that? It looks just like Exodia!
Do you have to yell every time something involves Exodia? Like, seriously, dude, get some therapy or some push. Despite the almighty beast only having 1,800 attack points, and despite Kaiba literally screaming every single play in this entire duel because he's absolutely insane, Father Kaiba launches an attack on the stronger Vorse Raider. Luckily for him, his monster will not be destroyed by battle as long as the pieces of Exodia are inside the graveyard, because that's definitely not a strategy that could be interrupted with so many different pieces of removal that even existed back then. Because you're not allowed to just simply ask your opponent how a card works, you have to figure it out through trial and error. Those attempt to destroy the creature with a trap card also failed, leaving Father Kaiba to explain that as long as all 5 pieces of Exodia are in the graveyard, he's completely immune to all monster magic and trap effects. Remember when you had to work this hard to get a monster this crazy? I kinda miss it.
That's insane! The 5 pieces of Exodia are even powerful when they're sent to the graveyard!
Oh, buddy, if you had any idea how many graveyard effects were coming, have you heard of DD Crow? Back to the gang who are still busy fighting random ass monsters. Get startled by Noah on the overhead world speakerphone. He tells everyone that the virtual world is about to be destroyed and I might be the little asshole that pressed the button and caused it when I was having a manic episode. I'm so sorry. Please don't hate me. The episode ends with this satellite revealing some highly destructive missiles that I'm sure were okay by all the governments of the world. Well, that's it for this episode. I want to thank you all for watching, and of course a shout out to all my patrons. I know it's been too long, but the break really did help, and hopefully the video looks and sounds better. All I can ask is just share it with people. That's the best thing you can do. Help this channel grow, and I'm gonna keep making it crazier and more consistent. You know how I do. This has been the Man for Worth with all the girls, ladies and gentlemen. Be the character you know you're worth. I'll see you on Thursday. And I'm not lying this time. I really will be there. I promise. In today's story, it's finally over. It's time to get back to the plot, all my fellow feature outlaws. This is this card games versus humanity, and I am the NAKK Double G. Here with that recap of that show that I think is called Duel Monsters. I don't know, it's been a little while, and I'm just kind of sick of hearing Noah's voice. Hopefully I won't have to do that much longer anymore. So if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like, become a member of the channel or the Patreon if you want to support me. Leave a comment telling me if, just like Father Kaiba, you turn into a giant red mass of shitty animation every time something doesn't go your way. Like, seriously, we're just not gonna ask how the hell he's able to do that. Also, seriously, can we trust Noah, says Joey? Can we trust him to lead us to the exit of this place despite him fucking with us multiple times already? I mean, the answer is obviously no, but Yugi says there's no other way out and we have nothing left to lose by trying. A rare situation where he says that and it's actually true.
How could you betray me? And after everything that I've done for you?
Yes, how could you do such a thing after all I've done for you? All the isolation and constant berating that you weren't good enough to be my son. All the times I should have been there for your childhood even though I was too busy killing innocent people with weapons so you could take over the barren wasteland when I was finished. It was all meant for you, Noah. Father Kaiba begs Noah not to do this because he's gonna need another psychopath by his side to handle in all the new server invites. Immediately giving up and turning into this weird red fucking demon thing that kind of looks like a shitty version of possessed Dark Soul and charging at Seto Kaiba. This forces Seto to say the same thing he says anytime a female joins the online guild of the game he's a part of.
You're nothing but a corrupt computer file infecting this system.
Seto says, if you want to have my body, then why don't you do me like a man? This apparently stops him from being such a cowardly heel, forcing him back to his side of the arena because of ego, honor, and just general stupidity. He attacks with Exodia Necros, but it's stopped by Seto's trap card, Negate Attack. Take a fucking guess what that does. I mean that he already has a way to take down Exodia, and his voice went down by about 10 octaves, so you know he's actually serious and calm by this point.
I've already figured out a way to defeat it.
Then do it, boy!
I refuse to believe there wasn't at least 30% racism behind that statement. We head back to the game and what the hell? No, I refuse to believe Giant Soldier of Stone can move that quickly. You're lying. Just stop it. You are lying. Our heroes realize for the 122nd time that they can summon monsters. Joey tells his sister to run away out to the exit so they can hog all the experience for themselves. Also, I hope that they can see that Tristan is doing this because he clearly is doing it as hard as he can. Back to the duel, Seto uses strength to cut Exodia Necros' attack points by half because having monsters that are immune to card effects is just something we cannot conceive of yet. Contributing Vorse Raider for Luster Dragon and attacking Exodia for 1,000 points of direct damage onto Gozoboro. Proving that while the monster itself can't be destroyed, if the duelist controlling him is a punk-ass bitch, he surely can. It's Gozoboro's turn now, and despite having 6 frickin' cards in his hand, all he can do is move to the battle phase immediately without question. Honestly, if this is how he ran his company, then I'm starting to understand how 2% of it went to a fucking 7-year-old. Luckily for him, he is finally successful, destroying the Luster Dragon for 1,400 points of damage and raising his attack points all the way up to 4,800. Let's ignore that though and pay attention to Tristan, Taya, and Serenity getting uploaded to the real world finally, revealing that they are actually inside these strange pods the entire time. But that's how we maintained your bodies, or if you still kept going to the bathroom or not. Also, there's a change of clothes and a shower right around the corner. Oh hey, it's Yugi and Joey in some weird shitty frame-by-frame sequence where they were stuck destroying the monsters with no attack animation. They don't even show the attack, it's so bad. Like, why even include this? Joey sees the DDR machine running to it immediately, leaving Yugi in the digital world before showing us all exactly what you do when you encounter a pair of boobies. Oh shit. I've made that mistake before. So he gets immediately pissed that Yugi had to stay back because Kaiba was too stupid to find the exit on his own. Once again, leaving me to wonder which character is actually more angry overall. This is all before Noah makes a doorway for Yugi to go to Kaiba that he could have just done in the first place. Hey, I asked Noah why all of a sudden you're trying to help Kaiba. I thought you hated him. Noah just says, kind of a manic episode. I hear the real world has pills for that. I can't wait to try them out. Even Joey apologizes for all the shit talking that he did, but that tends to happen when your freedom is completely taken away. Oh crap, we're back to the duel, and Seto draws a card that has a pot on it with a little smile, and it seems a little greedy. I'm not 100% sure what it does, so we'll have to get back to you later.
And the first rule of the game is never rely on the power of a single monster to win a duel.
You sure about that? Yugi's now at the Kaiba Corp building because apparently Noah couldn't just warp them directly to the dueling arena that they were already in, or just stop the duel because he has power over the entire digital world and just this entire sequence is pointless. Unfortunately, Gozaburo forgot this isn't season 1 where you can only attack once with one monster on your side of the field, destroying Kaiba's ancient lamp and bringing Necros all the way up to 5,800 attack. Back to Kaiba's turn, and he's pure classic starter deck Kaiba mode, going into Blue Eyes before using Monster Reborn to bring back ancient lamp from the graveyard. Well, this allows him to special summon the Law Jin from his hand. Seto chooses now to reveal the important lesson that all brothers must learn the hard way when they inevitably fight with their sister growing up.
I've been attacking its body when I should have been attacking its soul.
Physical damage is never enough. You gotta destroy her heart. Following up on this classic speech with the activation of Soul Demolition, a card that lets you banish cards from your opponent's graveyard at the cost of 500 life points per monster. Because I guess Soul Release wasn't available at the time and has no cost, so that just wouldn't be dramatic enough because Kaiba only has 2,600 life points, and at the end of the move, they only has 100 life points, so yeah, not dramatic enough. Seto uses this card to banish every piece of Exodia from Gozaburo's graveyard, sounding way more barbaric and intense than he really needs to.
Now the last piece goes!
Oh my god, how'd you even angle your hand like that? That looks so painful. With Exodia now back down to 1,800 and looking as basic as can be, Seto tributes both of his monsters for Blue Eyes in classic epic anime fashion, before destroying the monster that haunted his dreams for oh so long, simultaneously defeating his father and getting over all of his daddy issues in one foul swoop. Okay, but might have lied at the end there a little bit. Thanks to his crippling defeat, Gozaburo once again turns into the poorly animated possessed Dark Soul, because who could have guessed that honor thing would have went out the window real quickly. Charging at Kaiba before he's miraculously saved by Yugi, who's apparently standing on this cliff that I guess has controls for the entire dueling arena. The satellite attack hits 0 on the clock, sending down a missile full of love as our heroes try to escape this monster mash flick that I guess we're inside now.
Look! Noah opened another exit!
Why the fuck didn't you just do that before? Why didn't you do that before? Even though Yugi and Seto are back in the real world finally, Noah seems to go into a pod off screen. I mean, I guess they don't really say anything. Finally showing us that Mokuba was just randomly floating in this void all along. Yeah, they really just gloss over what happens to him in that entire situation, don't they? Noah says thanks for giving me a taste of the real world, but I gotta head back to the digital world and take care of some shit, aka a missile's heading towards us and I really want to see some titties before I die. Gozaburo says he's just gonna escape to the real world through another network because it just wouldn't take one line of code to completely fuck that up for him. Just before Noah appears claiming that he sealed all the exits and you and I are gonna have that father-son talk that you owe me, bitch. Using Fiendish Chain to negate all of his father's effects, stop him from attacking the rest of the gang who are now seen on the blimp ready to take off. Unfortunately, all this suspense is cut right down the middle by the single most impressive thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Okay, here's the thing. Steroids are cheap. The missile finally strikes the computer as our heroes try to escape. Unfortunately for them, Father Kaiba's rage is so fucking strong that it becomes the pure manifestation of plasma and destruction that somehow can maintain a form with a jawline big enough to devour an entire blimp. They crossed the digital world, somehow broke the real world's physics, and projected his voice across the vast ocean while being destroyed. Makes sense. Luckily, Kaiba's blimp turns into a frickin' jet at the mere slamming of a giant red button, allowing them to just barely escape and reflect on everything that just happened.
Yeah, I bet he'll be back.
Me too.
And we never saw Noah again. Well, that's it for this week's episode. I want to thank you all for watching, and of course, a shout out to all my channel members and patrons. By the way, I know episodes have slowed down, and for the most part, I'll never quit doing this completely, but it has been about 2 years, and things haven't grown nearly as fast as I wanted to, and there's just a lot of other stuff I want to do, like other kind of channels I want to make, so look forward to that in the future. I will still continue to do this, but in the meantime, it's a lot of work for basically no money, so you know, I gotta be somewhat smart. Anyways, with all that said, hope you all have a happy holiday, happy new year, and 2024, we're gonna grow even bigger. You know I ain't gonna stop. This is Man from Earth, with all the girth. Be the character you know you're worth. Later.